degeneration of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every day. Alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wired death, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in
Mid-City, Los Angeles. They're covered centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Vocals, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
It's a new world. 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 Yo, celebrate the new life. New ways to make money. New ways to break dummies. Forge they name and take money. Computers ain't that smart. Whatever man built could be taken apart. Anything new can get old. Like dudes started rocking platinum. Some stopped wearing gold. Solar energized rides. No steering wheel. Tell it how to drive. No propellers in the sky. Airplanes like mini rockets. Waiting list for the rich to get tickets to visit Mars. While the poor people starve. Computers taking over their jobs. The man's forced to live off land. Now it's back to the caveman era. When we made fire by two sticks rubbing together. The truth is many are too scared of new data. America online, cut off, see you later. Yo, welcome to the new world. New beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Yo, the new Mike Tyson's, Roy Jones, Bill Clinton's, the new JFK. Without the hole in his dome, the new Don Trump is Bill Gates. Not because it's occupation, it's cause we respect his cake. And cake meaning stock, neck gross. Young kids step it up, go for the most. New cameras and police cars taking pictures. New hustlers getting new street figures. And US embassies overseas. Almost every foreign country's under siege. Covertly starting wars. CIA, Navy SEALs commit larcenies that be worth over mills. Oil in the earth spills. Girls blow their body up, birth control pills. Africans pick diamonds out of dark caves. Then we wear it on our necks just so we can light up the stage. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Say goodbye to the brainwashed. Say goodbye to the young kids who not smart. Say goodbye to the toasters and Pop-Tarts. Yo, it's real. Swallow a little pill, it's a full-course meal. Say hello to the one world. Say hello to the sky. Something's out there watching you and I. More Tyson than Star Trek. Star Trek phones, your genes and DNA is used to make clones. You got CD-ROM, everything operates by computers. Then what happens when circuit breaks? Y2K's the big scare. Scientists say we ain't prepared. What I feel is contrary. Alexander Graham Bell made telephone suggest, but now we request for your email address. I might be old-fashioned, stuck in my ways, but nothing make me more happier to see him today. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. It's a new world. It's a new world. It's a new world.
Petty thugs, hide your cake, never teasing me. I show love to all my bitches hustling ones. Tussle with these, making moves second to none. I lied there, made a sudden move, you got bit. Flooded with the double law, real street shit. The blonde hair bandit, you got guns handed. Turn my face when I bust a cannon, cause I don't wear sunblock. Ass drag if the fire is hot. Shit pop, shells go 3 feet all over and stop. We warn niggas that we coming, then we total the block. We score niggas like they mothers, then we wet up they socks. Red eye, escaping on the red eye. Seashore and hide out and buy out balls till we see ball. In this game we beat y'all. You got money, keep yours. But I be tearing, trying to identify your features.
See me if you trying to get some grams tonight, cause I could get it for you raw, gray, tan or white. Fuck rap, yo, I'd rather be planning a flight somewhere hot on a wave runner, tanning with dice, blowing the haze while all of them giving me brains. One at a time, y'all start from the front of the line, but everybody wanna contact me and get with me and still end up being mad cause I charge 50. And as for you sucker, you can keep those raps and screw your awards. My son can't eat those plaques. I never was shit, but some things I never forget. Like if you spend 3, you guaranteed to make back 6. Drove the Benz off the lot and just dusted her off. 10 rims, stash, took the governor off. Even the cats that be hating still be loving the dogs, cause they know that the double R's coming for war.
You ain't ready to die, then why should you live? Cause when I start busting the guns, you hiding the kids, and the beard's still riding with clips, surviving with bricks. We beefing on the 4th, got the down the 5th. Like I wasn't hustling dope, or robbing the block, starving the knot, carving the cheek, palming the Glock. I figure which nigga could I watch for the watch. I like to knock off my crack, then I pull off a heist, put it together, double it twice. This shit is my life. Catch me with a 45, hot pair of nights, and 3 red dice. Like give me the bank or give me your face, give me your shank. It's holiday. The hoopty's in the front, but the truck is a mile away. Niggas wanna ride tomorrow when they probably die today. Cause the P.O. hollow the gun, the holler at son. When we go to holler back, we swallow one.
Y'all done bust in the crowd, niggas, and hit whoever. When you should aim for the niggas that took your leather. They right there, but you scared that they gon' bust. Cause they crazy, but crazy niggas bleed like us. See, I'm one shot through the heart like Cupid. Y'all niggas might be crazy, but y'all not stupid. It's 9-9, I'm killing you, woman and kid. Fuck Scarface, watch me, I'm more action to see than the motherfuckers that y'all see on TV. And fuck what you heard, check out Sheik Get Down. Comes a gun, shit, I'm rhyming with one on me now. You never know what clown gon' walk in the studio talking shit, and it's gonna be more than the amps that blow. I pour gas on your skin and watch your shit detach with a book of matches. Now that's when you met your match. And the worst thing for you is for me to have a gun when I'm thirsty. I turn niggas more holy man than Eddie Murphy, and I deal with more bricks than that city doing Jersey. I got core cops niggas, I got on tops niggas that'll bust you and slide and some old 6 drop niggas, revolver pop niggas, easy ox niggas, get knocked, say I smoke detox niggas, drug program, hit the streets and cop 56 more grams.
The microphone is blooming, this rap legend rabbits and it pumps the heaven baggage, thinking hoes like rapping swagging. How's the nigga back trying to follow? I'm hitting fine bottles and stabbing folks to broken wine bottles. I beat shovels and they head splits, you break them like red sticks. I sex chicks, I'll even fuck a dead bitch. Always spraying text because I be staying vexed. Some nigga named Dex was in the projects laying threats. I jumped out the Lincoln, left him stinking with his brains in the street, and you can see what he was just thinking. I'm talking enemies till they start turning hell. Satan said I'm learning well, the gal's gonna burn in hell. Running the star, cause your rap style ain't even hard. I run with a thieving squad, and none of us believe in God.
Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
But no man can withstand the holy zone. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the holy zone.
I got styles you can't copy, bitch. It's the 666 and the mixtape from H-E-double hockey sticks. Every Sunday, a nut label my guts break. Fuck, I leave them be doing shit the devil's son's way. Every minute my style switches up. They said a real man won't hit a girl with lying grills. I beat bitches up. I do words that's ill. Out back nerves and still. I'm cool, but every now and then I get a urge to kill. I'm taking lines for a great price. I'm the type of snack you have it with a Mac 11 and break the price. And I'm fashionable, catching a fat check. The big girl smacks best. Tell us my address. I want some satanic shit strictly. Little kids be waking up trying, yelling, mommy, the guy's coming to get you.
139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
But no man can withstand the hold his own. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the holy zone. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the hold his own. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the holy zone.
I keep a cutie with a soft booty. Hoes be running up. Can I get your autograph? L? No bitch, I'm on duty. I'm breaking hot hearts. Niggas drop when I shot these folks. It ain't no food on my fridge, just body parts. I keep the gear fresh. I keep the brains fucking. I never wear brothers, bitch. If I get AIDS, fuck it. A beef for me, you better prevent it. Cause in a minute, I'll jump out a tenant grinning and leave a nigga body dead. And my swollen arm, you made your cold storm. You gave a full job to my whole law with no fraud. And yo, crazy bitches slapping with L. Then they niggas got mad and tried to step to L. But I'm sick of being a nigga that can special wet so I can just spread pencil head before I turn the white sweat to red.
139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the hold his own. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the holy zone. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no man can withstand the hold his own. Cause 139 Atlantic is the danger zone.
When no
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're bringing to you a new topic today with almost zero preparation. This is customary that we keep the introduction to the new topics mainly improvised because, it's a good way to give a roundabout view of those topics. We still have lots of texts and materials that we can introduce you to, so you could do a lot of research on your own. But in terms of several topics that we've looked at, we've looked at, accelerationism, the collapse of technological society. We looked at religious hoaxes. We covered the Gnostics. We moved into the ideas that brought us to the modern world with the introduction on classical liberalism and the challenges brought therein by the German idealists, the romanticists, especially the ideas of Rousseau and Nietzsche that seem to challenge the Enlightenment and criticize technological society. We then moved to some other concepts and ideas as well, talking about postmodernism and some of those ideas, and we moved to the defenses and the ideas for the philosophical precepts of those various traditions and schools. And today, and I've been bringing a lot of technical aspects of maybe political revolution, guerrilla warfare, and all of that type of stuff. We're going to go into some of that today as we look at deep ecology. So we're going to be introducing the topic of deep ecology. I got tons of little texts and definitions and ideas and thinkers that are primary to the subject there, so we could get into that here. And we're going to define the topic for you guys. Look at why we're talking about this in lieu of, industrial society and its future. We're looking at that. Some of the ideas there around the 70s, critical to the establishment. And also they're linked to those ideas of MK Ultra and the Frankfurt School, especially ideas of people like Herbert Marcuse and his one-dimensional man, and yeah. So deep ecology, I'm gonna get into that, and also we're gonna go over Kaczynski as we've been doing. So another thing that we're doing is showing some remixes. I made some remixes for you guys in terms of music. So I've been playing a lot of music and making some remix music for the channel. I try to have different things here, culture and art and books and music and stuff. I myself, I've collected two things in life, which is books and music. And yeah, that's brought me to looking at a lot of different ideas. I think the way I think, nonfiction books and music are perfectly suited to the way I think about most subjects, the structure of them and all that type of thing. So yeah, ecology is one of those things. It's closely related to those concepts of rhythm and harmony and symphony and those types of familiar concepts that have to do with the musical. We're dealing with ideas that are not made of actual places or things, but the connection between those places or things. So ecology is very interesting. It's a modern concept, because the post-geological sensibility is a modern concept. So really ecology is a reaction to this, post-geological state, that we've created parallel systems to nature, right? And it also goes into something that Pill Eater introduced to me earlier today, which is dark ecology. And that seems like a very interesting concept about our aesthetic need to be to express a reaction to machine culture, and that goes to our primal instincts, the primal man. I mean, very nice. Dark Ecology
by Timothy Morin, for a logic of future coexistence. In other words, we coexist with non-human kind behind me. So that's kind of the ideal. But the premise is, if deep ecology means everything that is existing with animals and the Anthropocene, meaning humanity, Timothy Morton uses the theory of object-oriented ontology to assume that you must include that which exists but has no life to it, or non-human kind. In fact, he wrote a trilogy. I'll put on the camera again. His first in the book of the series starts with hyper-objects. He refers to a hyper-object as an object that goes in the Heideggerian sense of beyond time and space, so possibly like an iceberg on the front cover here. It then explains to the second book in the trilogy, Dark Ecology, that we now must consider that those that which are not living, along with animals and humans, must be respected in deep ecology theory. And his answer is solidarity with non-human kind, or in his book, Humankind. As Bjork says on the back, I have been reading Timothy Morton books for a while and like them a lot. So this is the
nice.
Yep, there it is, the quote. Bjork, I've been reading Timothy Morton books for a while and I like them a lot. And the guy who did that one movie, Jeff Vandermeer, that science fiction movie, right? But the point in being is that it was controversially published by Verso a radical liberal publishing house of sorts. But I'll get that. But these 3 books, Hyperobjects, Dark Ecology, and Humankind, make up the trilogy of what we call Mortonism, or the ideal that there is a dark ecology of object-oriented ontology, and that we have to have quote-unquote solidarity with non-humankind. So think about leftism, but now you must say that the sofa is just as good, and you have to respect the coming of the singularity and the techno AI. But that's kind of advanced, so it's crazy where the theory's going.
So does that mean I need to burn the chair like I burned the flag with a ritual?
Well, objects are people too. And because objects are people too, that means we must respect robots, and that all interfaces are a form of interactivity. So in the future, we're going to marry robots, and we can marry things that are artificial. And
well, I was already objectifying people, so same thing, I guess.
Well, Morton having that extreme left position, he's going to say that the Anthropocene, the age of humanity, is the new version of past anti-white politics to anti-human politics. You have human privileges. You should feel guilty for being a human, and you got to give the minority voice of the non-human kind a voice. And that's kind of the radicalism that he proclaims against the left, which then Mortonism in his new book, which I haven't read yet, has became a trad calf, which I'm finding very fascinating.
A trad what?
A trad calf, like Jay Dyer.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the trad Catholics are catching up to the old liberalism like they always do. The conservatives,
Yeah, but
conservatism says no version of liberalism.
Yeah, but the weird part is that Timothy Morton was a they/them trans person and then became a Catholic Christian. So it's very bizarre. As much as I would like to interview Timothy Morton for this program, that's kind of where the philosophy of object-oriented ontology and post deep ecology theory is today.
Yeah, well, technically from Morton, but it got extended by just our programming paradigms, because we have a paradigm called object-oriented programming. It's literally everything's an animate object somehow that have methods. So that just got extended. It got carried. Torch got carried.
Yeah. But I think that here's part that going on Machine Lies, what he really wanted to say was that deep ecology, though it was intended for humanity to be one as an egalitarian whole, you have to question how far does this egalitarianism go to? Does it go to accepting that which is alien? Do green Martians come to New Mexico and now we must worship them as the new version in our egalitarian club? Or is deep ecology reserved for the planet Earth?
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting that you're going down this road, because I gave this whole presentation on how it's technology itself that breaks the subject-object distinction, through the act of creativity. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that it's interesting that, eventually, if you want to talk about a concept of rights, you have to bring objects into that conception. So it doesn't make sense to leave all of nature outside of the concept of rights. So I mean, rights may be a fabricated concept, but in that fabrication, it allows all sorts of new ideas to and things to have consideration for that. So
I would like to mention too that the word deep ecology was also coined in part by Felix Guattari, who Deleuze did rhizome theory. So I believe the other guy is Swedish. Can't pronounce his name, but the Swedish guy or the Finnish guy and Felix Guattari coined the term deep ecology, and the point was to use rhizome theory into the concept of saving the earth. So everything is interconnected, everything belongs in this pantheism, and it gives the right to self-expression. But if you go down that road, you could get to modernism, or you could get to ethno-nationalism. And I think that's the also dark turn that the deep ecologists didn't realize, that green politics ultimately leads to ethno-nationalism.
Well, yeah, a lot of this stuff is actually deep philosophy that's embedded in everything. And, it's kind of interesting. Like, I think a lot of people are looking at the singularity, like the singularity or the Turing test is going to be like the end all be all. But I don't even think we need to get to that point, because they can just make up a construct and say, well, it may not be sentient in the way that we think of sentience, but it doesn't mean that we should assume that it's not sentient. Therefore, it has rights. Therefore, you have less rights because, this concept is now in existence. And I think this is where people are getting lost as of like how far down the road we are. Like, if you go read bioethics, I mean, bioethics is basically saying you don't have rights. That's why I sent you guys that video earlier about the guy who talks about like primates, and he says free will doesn't exist because basically we're all the effect of cause, and therefore effectively all things that we do are of the cause, and we're part of the cause. And so there's no, just because you make a choice doesn't mean that you're free. But he has a scientific way of looking at it, but it sounds very similar to what you're talking about with the Morton guy. And it's funny because he's like a trans guy who became a tradcath, which is extremely.
But you can easily sidestep this game because, fine, they do away with rights, but they had to worry about privileges. Then we had to debate each and every privilege again, the thing that was used to be called rights, because we assumed a different ontology. So they didn't move anywhere yet. They didn't change anything if you pay enough attention. So even if you just assume no free will, well, why would my choice change? What difference does it make if free or not? I'm gonna put the criminal in prison. So we didn't actually move anywhere.
I just have 3 other books I want to show to Machine in the audience about kind of a similar topic we're on. But this book, Speed and Politics, by Regenerative, a French guy who basically said that accelerationism starts with, I don't want to cite David Harvey, but the time and space compression ideal, that it takes speed to make production, and then the speed is going to get so fast that people get this kind of anxiety of looping around in a bit. And eventually, in the second book by Adam Harper, Infinite Music, Adam Harper makes the silly 2010 conclusion that we're going to have tons of music genres. It's all going to be cool because AI is going to allow it. And that's in part because the non-human or AI is going to do it for us. And we're kind of already seeing that now, especially that book was written 13 years ago. And with that in mind, and accelerationism, it gets to a point that it's no longer about deep ecology. It's this kind of dark ecology we're talking about. And how do we even criticize it? And that's why, as Guerilla has stated in Philosophies of Difference, an introduction to non-philosophy, perhaps we should now create a philosophy that isn't so, and just criticizing philosophy where it began with Plato. So that's where we are today.
Yeah, philosophy of difference, and also philosophy of becoming, that goes with that. But I'd like to bring it to some interesting reflections in terms of back in the day. You know what I mean, right? And when we're talking about back in the day, I'm talking about Mencius, a student of Confucius, and that's where Mencius Moldbug gets his name from. He calls himself Mencius Moldbug, named after the Chinese philosopher Mencius, who was a statist, basically. Well, all Confucians were basically statists, right? But this passage from Mencius about the trees at Ox Mountain is rather significant. Mencius said, and this is in 6A8 Mencius of the writings of Mencius. If you guys want to look into it, it says Mencius said, quote, the trees of Ox Mountain were once beautiful, but because it bordered on a large state, hatchets and axes besieged it. Could it remain verdant? Due to the rest it got during the day and night and the moisture of rain and dew, it was not that there was no sprouts or shoots growing there, but oxen and sheep then came and grazed on them. Hence, if it was and if it were barren, people seeing it barren believed that there had never been any timber there. Could this be the nature of the mountain? When we consider what is present in people, could they truly lack the heart of benevolence and righteousness, that by which they discard their good heart is simply like the hatchets and axes in relation to the trees, with them besieging it day by night? Can it remain beautiful? With the rest it gets during the day or night and the restoration effects of the morning, key, or chi, that life-giving energy or whatever, right? The life force. Their likes and dislikes are sometimes close to those of others, but then what they do during the day again fetters and destroys it. So he's talking about how the economy and the ecology are linked to human actions and human nature, right? And he's talking about, in a sense, the ecology and the economy, built-in economy of nature, right? That's responsible for how we regulate our desires and actions. Now, what he's come down to is this idea that I want to expand on, painted this picture about Aldo Leopold and his conservationist movement, and of course, in the Sand County Almanac, you guys look up Sand County Almanac by Aldo Leopold, you'll see he talks about a green fire dying in a wolf's eyes, and the overhunting of the wolf population, on the mountain, that basically then, allows there to be a overpopulation of deer, right? And this overpopulation of deer, they eat up all the brush and the shrubbery around the area. So then when there's a forest fire, it'll burn down the entire forest, right? So the forest fires that are there to clear out the brush on the forest floor and to provide nutrients to the forest floor, right? And the small shrubs that are there for the deer, right, are there so the wolves can eat the deer. But the overhunting of the wolves caused there to be an overpopulation of the deer, caused there to be a total going away of the shrubs on the forest floor. It causes there to be forest fires that make very thin trees, and those thin trees get wiped out. So the forest fire spreads, so this is about the concepts of how, and you can introduce like 6 wolves into an area and change the entire ecology of the area. This is called complex system dynamics, right? And human cities and human made systems, they have this kind of complexity. Economies have that kind of complexity, and so do natural systems, right? Natural systems also have this kind of complexity, right? That it's based on chaos math. You can't predict the changes in complex systems, right? Let me go ahead and I saw a video about this a long time ago made by this Jewish guy. Let me try to find that. But yeah,
I can't pronounce the Norwegian guy's name, but it's Arne Næss.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get to that right now. Yeah, Arne Næss. I'm gonna get to his principles.
I can't even pronounce that.
I'm gonna get to Arne Næss. I'm glad you brought that to the table, because I'm gonna get to Arne Næss and his 8 principles of deep ecology. We're gonna pretty much open it up with that, because that's gonna be fundamental. But yeah, you're right, Arne Næss. Yeah, exactly. I got it. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's funny because because I actually have it right here open. So yeah, I definitely, Arne Næss. Yeah, see, that's why Pill Eaters here are in for sure. You're in. Also, yeah, look at this. Næss cited Rachel Carlson's Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Interesting. Okay, if you guys haven't read Silent Spring, it's about the DDT epidemic. She talked about how the spraying of pesticides destroys natural ecosystems. See, there's another deep problem in deep ecology, right? Yeah, we got our brother right here too, looking into it. So yeah, see the key minds are already on this stuff. You know what I mean? Sand County Almanac, exactly. I mean, Aldo Leopold. You know what I mean? Yeah, let me try to find this. See if I could.
Eco-Sophie, eco-philosophy. That's also a term.
Ecosophy, yeah.
Ecoph that's like Guattari and Næss, whatever, made up together.
Yeah.
Which is basically deep ecology.
Yeah, this first part of this video, I showed this earlier on the channel when I was talking about complex systems theory. But let me play some of this, and you guys will see some of this. This guy makes a funny video about it. And maybe if we watch the first video, because he's talking about the way it works in nature as well. Let me show you guys this. Complex adaptive systems, right? So yeah, this. So ecology is a lot like this,
Imagine an ant colony. There are a bunch of individual ants, each doing work to help support the colony. One ant is foraging for food, another is stacking sand on top of the mound. There's that one that's just not pulling his weight despite everybody else doing their job. Each individual ant seems to be making decisions about what it should be working on. Those decisions aren't complicated in themselves. After all, an individual ant can only do so many things. However, it isn't until you take a step back that you notice something even more interesting about the ant colony. The colony itself is alive. It has properties that can't be explained by the decisions of the individual ants. It moves as a whole, adapts to the outside world, goes on benders in Kaba, and has a life.
Okay, so now this also relates to another idea that creeped up around the 1800s, which is Hegel's concept of the apotheosis of the state. That the state has its own reality that's apart from the individual members of the state. Right, and it's part of this greater movement of history called the spirit of world history, right? So it's like the state is something that just kind of bloop, like mushrooms up on top of the milieu, on top of the social milieu. Something that sort of naturally forms.
Where he's going with this too. I think he's going to bring up E.O. Wilson and talk about evolutionary psychology, because it's Wilson that talks about ant colonies and how we're no different from them. So yeah, I'm just trying to make that prediction.
He might have totally pulled this from Wilson. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and aggregrors
cycle almost
the same idea too. So there's a lot of names for the same thing.
Yeah. Wait, what was that, Hank?
Yeah, aggregrors is the same idea.
Oh yeah, aggregor, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very similar concept. Yeah.
It's like a living, breathing organism. Why is that? If an ant colony is full of individual ants making their own independent decisions, how is it organizing itself into a predictable and coordinated system? Think about the fact that without a government, without Congress, without any centralized power, an ant colony is able to create stuff like this.
The paths branch and lead to many fungus gardens and rubbish pits.
Which is kind of incredible when you think about it. Yeah, really cool. All right, Ben, can we just wrap up this ant talk and get to the Bill Hwang memes and losing money in the stock market already? Yes. Right after we talk about this. What is a complex adaptive system? And how can it help you predict the stock market, the crypto market, and the whatever this guy is screaming about market? Starting in 1870, wolves in Yellowstone National Park were hunted by park employees in an attempt to eradicate all predators from the park. The idea being that by removing the top predators, the ecosystem as a whole should thrive. By 1926, the last wolf pack of Yellowstone had been killed. Fast forward to Yellowstone in 1995. Deer everywhere. Deer around every corner. Deer destroying the vegetation. Deer fucking on the path as you were trying to walk around. Recognizing that this deer fuck fest simply wasn't sustainable. Yeah, that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. The US government realized that in order to control the deer population, the proper course of action would be to release more wolves into the park. Wolves, being the natural predators of the deer, would help regulate the population and thus rebalance the ecosystem. So in 1995, 14 wolves were released into Yellowstone. However, over time, something really interesting started to happen. As the wolf population grew, deer started to avoid certain areas of the park. The riverbanks and valleys that had been destroyed by overgrazing deer began to regenerate. Beavers came back to the rivers. There was an explosion of mice, hawks, foxes, and bears. One tiny adjustment in the system's conditions caused a profound change. However, something even more remarkable happened. As trees regenerated along the riverbanks, their roots stabilized the soil, protecting against erosion, narrowing the channels, and in some cases, quite literally changing the path of the river. So you're saying that bringing 14 wolves into Yellowstone changed the actual path of the rivers? How many edibles did you eat before researching this? Absolutely zero, only a few. But how does this relate to the
See that, right? So just by introducing small amount of wolves, you could change the direction of an entire fucking river, right?
The butterfly effect.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the point. That's the larger point I'm making. Is that you know, when you look at complex adaptive systems that are based off of, you know, economies like the stock market and all this type of stuff, you have to look at the greater effects and changes because they're highly unpredictable. And this goes a lot to the idea that we were covering last time when we looked at Kaczynski. Okay, last episode we didn't look at Kaczynski because we went down a different path to talk about theological issues and themes and all that type of stuff. But then, you know, last time we looked at Kaczynski's paragraph 100 and his industrial society and its future, where he's talking about long-term trends and changes. Okay, now that is fundamental to understanding exactly what I'm talking about. You know, and also he brings up the butterfly effect in his anti-tech revolution, why and how. You know, there's no ideal place where society has to end up after large-scale changes are, you know, large-scale functions are derailed. You know, large-scale changes are imposed on a system. You know, there's no telling where it'll head. You know, there's no predicting the changes therein. You know,
well, that's why I think Lao Tzu and Zhangzi and these Taoist people should be like required reading in the West.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Mengzi is a lot against the Taoists, but he's still using these principles of ecology, you know, because he's looking at it in economic terms. So he's still bringing it in.
Right.
But but yeah, I agree with what you're saying though.
Yeah, he sounds like it's funny, like the Chinese people I've talked to, like they respect Confucius, but they also think he's kind of like kind of a dick, you know. But then if you look at like Lao Tzu or Zhangzi or the people who wrote against him, or more pro nature, you know, it's very different than like Confucius, who's like trying to control the mind of the people and stuff like that. It's more like, you know, why would you do something that is so against nature when it basically is just hurting you as well? It's very interesting. Like if you just read some very basic poetry about this stuff, and it's funny that I didn't know that about
well, think about it more about, you know, there's this hype talk of gentrification, which means just capital, you know, reintroducing in places of production, right? People created white flight simply because of little effects, like because there's no subculture for stuff white people like, one then has to go somewhere else and build because profit demands that incentive to do so. Again, we're under liberal capitalism, so profit has the last say, not National Socialism. So even if you get the people out of Philly and put them in the suburbs up here, you know, the problem is when the city builds up again, those agents of profit go back into the units of production, make it into the form of how you see things. So instead of thinking gentrification out as displacement, think of it as the artist's will. It's kind of a very Nietzschean thing. Think of that I want to turn, you know, Providence into an art colony, and I'm going to start a little concert venue here. Now, because I did that, everybody's going to associate music with Providence, and now it's becoming a music city until something else happens. And I think that's the same thing would happen to Williamsburg in New York. Williamsburg was just the far east, far west of Long Island, and supposedly that came more expensive than Manhattan is simply because Vice magazine started there, and if you wanted to be a young white person in the year 2003, that's where you went. But that little thing, like the 14 wolves, is a part of that ideal that it's the individual that counts in the environmental change. And it's these little minor things that are changing things and not these big things. People assume that they're doing their job as a robot, but one little thing at job for that one creative individual, you change the entire wave. And I think that's the most important ideal in this very Max Weberian sense of introducing ideals before you can ever have an ideological assumption. Because one individual voice just to say no will domino affect everything without citation.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I want to go to Martin Buber, who's an interesting addition to this, sort of mystical Judaism. Here he's talking about man and the earth and the concept of the Sabbath, and he talks about a little concept that I was referring to last time about Baal and how the sexual rights are tied into the ecology and the ideas of the soil. So blood and sacrifice and sexual rights are tied into moving the weather patterns, influencing the weather patterns. This sort of neo-paganism, that developed among the Canaanites, that's mentioned through Baal, is all about using sexual rights to control the weather forces, and how this idea of global warming seeks to do the same thing, because it's about two things. It's about control the population, right? And about changing the weather patterns on Earth, right? So there's two really things at play, right? So they're sacrificing babies to Baal in order to control and appease the natural forces. It kind of has all of the necessary the exact same recipe there, right, for Baalinization. Baal, Baal, right, which is the the ruler of things like Beelzebub and those satanic forces that control. I think Beelzebub is the Lord of the Flies or Lord of the Swamps or something like that, right? But the swamp is sort of the low stage in the forest. It's seen as like the low nature of the forest. But anyways, he says here he says man and the earth, the primal relationship between man and the earth constantly recurs. The gods, so it is believed, from the human race out of clay or slime sometimes, the god from the human race out of clay or slime. Sometimes, for instance, in Babylon, the blood of a slaughtered god is mixed with the clay. In the biblical story of the creation, the idea is elaborated in a unique manner. From the very start, the whole destiny of man is indissolubly bound up in the soil, or the converse is likewise true. He then says, God the potter forms man at the dust of Adama, which is clay, and puts him in the garden of the fruit and the trees, which he causes to grow out of Adama. And again, God forms animals and birds from Adama, right? Has its source, the biblical association has its source. The light brown man is formed of the light brown earth into which he is finally dissolved. In Arabic, Adama means to be brown, reddish brown, and brown red. Will always have been the original meaning of the Hebrew Adam. The earth bears the curse of man's sin. It has to answer for it by bringing forth thorns and thistles, he says. The biblical earth has to answer for the offenses of man who springs from and is dependent on it. They are bound up with one another. Okay, now he says some interesting things about the Sabbath. Check this out, guys. He says, pride and place is given to one that belongs not to the world of nature, but to the world of cultivation, seed time, and harvest. To such an extent is the story dominated by the basic outlook of the peasant. The association between man and the earth is expressed differently, but possibly even more forcibly when it is a matter not of the earth in general, but the land of Canaan in particular. This last quote here, I will read about the Sabbath, where he talks about the Sabbath as dealing with the rights and association of the land. He says Israel, the earth, is not merely, as in all other primitive peoples or peoples that preserve the primeval energy, a living being, but it is also a partner in a moral, God-willed and God-guaranteed association. Institution of the sabbatical year is primary in this. Okay, he says it's about agriculture and economy. Okay, because in the sabbatical year, they would free the slaves, they would allow the usufruct of the land to lie fallow, and they would forgive all the debts. So, and this is the Jubilee year, which is 7 times 7. So after 49 years, they would observe a Jubilee year. It's the 50th year, right? So, so it's 7 7-year cycles, I think. Anyways, it says the confidence and elaboration of old legal traditions, in contrast to the first version, the concept of the Sabbath, the original substance of which may be regarded as extremely old, is central. The sabbatical year is the Sabbath of the land. Its cessation for that is the meaning of the Sabbath. When you come into the land that I shall give you, the regulation ordains, let the land observe a cessation to Yahweh. Interesting. Just as a people's Sabbath is not mere rest for the work, but holiday dedicated to God, so the Sabbath of the land, the Sabbath of the land is that's what it's called. The great Sabbath is called the Sabbath of the land. Okay, that's very interesting term for it. Just as the people's Sabbath is not the mere rest of the work, but the holiday dedicated to God, so the Sabbath of the land is more than mere fallowness. Just as all living beings in the community are liberated from the authority of all except the one Lord on the Sabbath, so too the land has one Lord in the sabbatical year. Interesting. It is a ritually conceived fallowness. It can be said, in fact, that the idea is that the earth is for a time to be free, so as not to be subjected to the will of man and left to its own nature and be like a no man's land. So, yeah. That's a very interesting take on the, idea of the Sabbath, how it's tied up to the land, agriculture, the economy, okay, the forgiving of debts, and how ecology, land, the weather, using nature, and the rights of living things were all seen as interconnected in many legal systems, right? Right. So that's just one example of things. But yeah, yeah, Jubilee. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we're gonna take a little break here in a second, play some music, and show you guys some of the remixes I made here.
Jubilee.
And we'll get to some more of these ideas, deep ecology. We'll hit you guys off with the principles of deep ecology by Arne Næss when we return. And yeah, that's gonna add some interesting things to the discussion. And remember, it's about controlling nature. Would you rather work with the harmony of nature, or try to manipulate nature and control nature by the use of technology and recreate mankind as the god of nature, right? That is the sort of alternative ideal, right, of transhumanism, right? And deep ecology is, that's why we're looking at this. Let's look at the opposite ideas. Now, we talked about how it can lead to an appreciation for transhumanist principles, because it gives objects rights in a sense, because objects and those things are included as part of nature, right? Now, in another sense, it can also borrow concepts of neo-paganism. We're going to look at that when we look at Gaia theory from James Lovelock. So we're bringing you a very comprehensive guide to deep ecology. So far, I've just looked at ideas that are up to the 400 BC, around 600 to 400 BC. So I haven't really gotten that far yet. But yeah, all right, we're kind of moving slowly here. But yeah, obviously, the trad cat concept of it, with the Mortonisms, right? I think there's a strong influence of Saint Francis of Assisi there. I mean, in that whole thing, Saint Francis of Assisi had a deep universal ideal, where he included animals, legends of him talking to animals, and all these types of things. So yeah, and I'm gonna break down some cannabis. What do you guys? Neurojack left. I don't know what Neurojack's doing.
I was just looking up Jubilee as the 25th or the 40th of those years. Silver Jubilee, Ruby Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, and just the times of when to celebrate that.
Ooh, Ruby Jubilee. I like how that flows off the tongue.
I found video of them building a tunnel using a specialized truck to make giant Legos, so they don't have to use mortar.
Silver Jubilee is 25 years. Right.
Welcome all to the Ruby Jubilee.
That's 40 years. Ruby Jubilee would be 40th anniversary. And then to me, I got an argument with someone about, but Philistine from Matthew Arnold's means, someone who hates art. And it's just so true to use it in the Matthew Arnold sense of the term. I don't think somebody could not look at for the last 400 years that Philistine is somehow not anti-art. I would say it's de facto a Philistine is someone against art and intellectualism.
Yeah, and you guys been watching these shows. I've been watching you guys watching these shows with fucking chit chat, idle chit chat. Is this what it's come down to, friends?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's fucking sad.
Yeah, I was reading. What was I reading today? I was reading Frege and Russell's Paradox today to catch up on my analytics, and John Searle's Mind and Body Ideals. That's just for fun reads today. And that makes me think about the mind and body ideals, and if thoughts do really influence people, and how would they influence people? You could be a state where thoughts only exist in your head, but a thought can only be of praxis if you do something about it. And it just goes back to Karl Marx's interest that the point, however, is to change it.
I think thoughts can, for example, they only exist in the mind, but the realm of mind is greater than the realm of thoughts. The realm of mind includes the entire realm of the imagination. So
John Searle was trying to solve the mind and body problem. In other words, you have the naturalists that dictate, well, if thoughts are there, they're not real. And then Searle's like, no, the thoughts can become real when you put your body into the action of it. How that thought is, what matters is the thought. And so it's like, we can think of anything, whatever thoughts come, any controversial thing in our heads, and we have the power to do that. They may only exist in our head in a very solipsist types of way, but they only come to power when we act upon them through the physical body world. And that's the most interesting part. And Searle just kind of goes down and thinks about that for a second. And that's where he gets into the Chinese room experiment about how a computer creates a syntax, but there's no semantics.
I wouldn't say that. The semantics are just encoded in binary, so it's still there.
But to Searle, there's no meaning And that's the whole point of the Chinese room experiment, is that it can operate, it can throw Chinese, it has thoughts in our head, mind and body, but when the thoughts come out, they don't mean anything. So just like Alvin Blanaga debunking, evolutionary theory against naturalism, John Searle is doing semantics debunking syntax, something like that, because it's not just syntax supremacy. Words and symbols must mean something, and that is of the human consciousness. And this is where our thoughts are so powerful. They're not just something that's conceived in binary, but because we have that thought, it has a subjective reality. My taste in women is different in your taste in women, and therefore my aesthetic is not exactly your aesthetic, and is that in the semantics which makes it all human.
Yeah, we could add and remove meaning. It's a client-side issue, pretty much.
And that's what people get, debate in Cyril. Where was the semantics? And they're trying to make computer program, like Mark Zuckerberg's putting all the money in to create Cicero AI to play the board game Diplomacy and have meaning through negotiation, but it's still just syntax comes first. It's like being meta, and the company's called Meta, about what you would think or stereotype someone would do when playing Diplomacy, the board game. But if we were to play Diplomacy all together in this room, as players, our expression comes out in different ways that syntax could never do. It's not just a puzzle, and that's the point of interactivity.
Yeah, I agree. Syntax can never do it, yeah.
But I
wouldn't say it can't be automated, though, but syntax isn't sufficient.
Yeah, I could go get the book right now and then just have a break and read it. It's downstairs, but...
That's why these proving systems, they can't really make them. They can't make sure the code doesn't break stuff, because the proving systems could be as complex as the code it's supposed to analyze. So it's useless.
As much as people want a robot to be like XJ9 from My Life as a Teenage Robot, it'll be very difficult when she has a life, because not only she would have meaning into everything, she would have her own personality, which would then override syntax, because your semantics would tell you what you feel like to do, including making irrational ethical decisions. And therefore, at that point in time, is the computer really a computer anymore at that point?
Yeah, and that's why if you look at those ideas like deep the ecology of mind by people like Gregory Bateson, who's talking about applying cybernetics to nature. So he's looking at nature in terms of intelligent system, also applying complex system dynamics to natural ecosystems, as well as economics and human society, social changes, these things that are guided by individual human decisions. So if we can apply it across the board, in a way, what stops us from saying that nature is also an intelligent system? Almost nothing. Almost nothing. So where does intelligence even come from? If we say that nature is an intelligent system, well, then the question is really up for grabs, right? And that brings us to Arne Næss. We're going to be talking about Arne Næss. I'm getting up in this remixes. I made one with the cannabis song Drama. So I hope you guys enjoy. Both of these are made with 8-bit video game soundtracks. All right. So, it's kind of experimental, the direction I went this time, especially. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I know there's a lot of 8-bit music. There's never been something like this. This is 8-bit music put to 90s hip hop, and especially daunting lyrics and presentation in that. And also there's going to be a video aspect to it. The first includes random technical blips and things in this, and the second one is Arjuna speaking to Krishna. This Eurasian futurism. We're going to bring you right, with the idea of comic book, looking at the Gita with the comic book drawing and the 3D capabilities. It's very beautiful drawing that they made of the Gita, but yeah, with graphic India. But yeah, check it out, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes here with the principles of deep ecology of Arne Næss, and yeah. So first song's got cannabis. The other song is MOP, and both made with 8-bit video game soundtracks.
Good game, Vector Man 2.
Executive Order 11002. The reason you know me, but I don't know you. You really wanna know what crime is? Let me show you. Keeping in mind, this is just one point of view. Drymans living in a third world country, fucked up and hungry without no money. Drymans trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Drymans being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Drymans, what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds? The damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damn, it's just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Drymans, the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Drymans, HIV statistics, the infected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but Drymans living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Drymans imminent, comes in other forms. The sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Drymans, the prison population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Drymans not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Drymans, corporate scandal. Drymans, a handful of COs playing you for the damn fool. Drymans, being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Drymans, having one too many women, even though you always need to spend one swimming. Drymans, dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Drymans, blind devotion. Drymans, having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Drymans, having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Drymans, trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders and it don't exist. Drymans, being falsely accused. Drymans, the latest news. Drymans, what gives people clues. Drymans, a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Drymans, fear devils and fear God. Drymans, a long, hard tech support death job. Drymans, the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Drymans, a rookie cop corner for backup. Three-strike perpetrator, this game tatted up. Drymans, the spin zone of a politician. Drymans, K-Solo when he said the rhyme did it. Drymans, the struggle of change. Drymans, inevitable, there is no other way. Drymans, what drains life force out of you. Drymans, negative, what drama can empower you. Drymans, love, Drymans, pain. Drama exists in everything, every day. Drymans, the yin, Drymans, the yang. Drymans, the innate nature of man. Drama contracts, drama expands.
Groups came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, but while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Yo, I suffered a lot of setbacks. I accept that and I still had a will to win. They didn't expect that. You should have respected that. So the stupid initial talking, you will regret that. Get back, bitch, broadcast me. Live on the air, brought to you from the corner street. I'm still here, and yes, my son time. How did I end one? 9 times. I keep my mind structured so I can think above and beyond. Stay strong and live on, come on. You see me in these streets, do I look sweet? Do I look like I'm easy to defeat? Do I look weak? Or do I look like if I fall off, I wouldn't land on my feet. Paint my picture with a legendary gangster step, and only think of me as you think of a gangster's rap. It's on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. You know, 51 nigga, bring that noise. I keep it jumping, all night, thumping, all night, is it pumping? All right, so I'ma speak on it. I watch niggas free fall. No release on your album was a recall. We blow prime time for you niggas with them SUV rhymes. Climb over niggas. Isn't this amazing the way that we came through? Blazing without radio, hell raising. These rap dudes think they fooling me. Posted up in the club with that 10-carat jewelry. Baby, lace your Jeep with rims. I'ma stack mine and lace 12 feet with Timbs. Just remember the names. Billy Dance and Fame. Two of the illest niggas in the game. Niggas on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. Yeah, we still post up on the front line whenever it's crunch time. Whichever one of you cocksuckers want mine. Jump to them, I ain't gotta tell them nothing. They already know that the family ain't threatened. See, there's no complications with confrontations. My congregation is facing some strange situations. The greatest of all time. Loyalty, first family. Loyalty, yeah, we still here. Brace yourself for the ultimate rare. Bird dog and busy, what was in your atmosphere? And Giuliani said he telling us put down the guns, but I'ma do the yellow for at least 41. I'm immune to crime, equipped with nines. Ho, goddamn, I'ma stick to mine. It's the way. That's right. Up the world. Show up. They gon' need more than the cops, cause the streets is so rough. Family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down.
Groups came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Was that Batman and Robin?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I was just saying that's Batman and Robin.
Industrial warfare. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, Vector Man 2 is pretty difficult. I like both Vector Mans, and Batman and Robin is infamous for its high-tech advanced soundtrack.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, anybody who listens to that beat and recognizes it as 8-bit, there's no way. You know, that beat was made for so much more. All right.
Right.
You know, like I just demonstrated, you know, I mean, geez, you know, and MOP has the most ass beats on the planet. Get some better beats on your albums, MOP. Jesus Christ. It's some of the greatest hip hop vocalists. You know, the Mash Out Ponce rock and roll album was the shit. But like, I don't know, like they have a really, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, Jesper Kidd, who did the Batman Robin soundtrack's pretty. I love his music.
Yeah, he's excellent. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that guy's incredible. You know, one of the most incredible 8-bit. I mean, there's, you know,
I think he like shoved the whole sample on like a Roland Juno, an entire Genesis, and it like took up an entire. Like the one boss music I'm always thinking about, not the first level, but like the first Harley Quinn boss with that bass, Reese bass, that's like almost impossible to put that on an FM synth. So he just like sampled an entire roll in Juno and crunched it down to fit on a Genesis, which I think is like crazy.
Yeah. That's masterful. Yeah, that and the Vector Man soundtrack. I don't know who did that one, but yeah,
Yeah, I
good
don't.
lord.
But yeah, Vector Man's pretty. I beat Vector Man. I like that one a lot too. But Vector Man 2 is pretty difficult as well.
Yeah, Vector Man 2. Yeah, that one was from Vector Man 2. And yeah, what an incredible soundtrack Vector Man 2 is. Vector Man 1 is pretty good, but Vector Man 2, holy smokes. And I like to listen to them on point 75. And yeah, it really changes the way it's going. You get to really appreciate how they put that together on that speed, I think, But but yeah. So yeah, here is Arne Næss. Now let me talk about Arne Næss here. Arne Næss, 1912 to 2009, is well-known Norwegian philosopher, a founder of environmental school of philosophy called Deep Ecology. This was one of the first systematic philosophies of nature. Okay, as an ecosophy. Okay, ecosophy, Eco-Sophia, right? And that's why we named one of our episodes Eco-Sophia. We were anticipating this whole episode. I have a vision in my mind about what I'm going to present to you guys, but there's really no direction in terms of preparation of the material here because I just seem to have a bunch of books and stuff. Same with Pill Eater. I think he just seemed to have a bunch of stuff laying around that corresponds with the topic. But yeah, Deep Ecology holds that things in nature, as proof, I told Pill Eater like yesterday what we're going to be talking about today. But yeah, Deep Ecology holds that things in nature possess intrinsic value, i.e. value in their own right, apart from any possible human use. Okay. Things in nature possess intrinsic value. I'll say that again, right? Value in their own right, apart from any possible human use. It also argues that humans are intimately connected to the natural environment, cannot consider themselves as distinct or isolated beings. Now, we will go through these individual points. I did so with Gen X Jeff earlier, and then we got into an argument about romanticism, and then he threw me off his panel. So yeah, so it's pretty funny. But yeah, here goes these 8 points. The 8-point platform of Deep Ecology is: 1, human and non-human life have intrinsic value. Okay, so non-human life, right? And a lot of concepts and ideas may include that. It might have to do with the preservation of natural ecosystems, and as we'll come to see, it's going to mean the preservation of biodiversity, because there's intrinsic basis for all life itself, right? So it turns out that within any given environment, different life seems to have relationships and balance with each other, and that pre-existing balance, if we seek to preserve that, or not destabilize that we're actually seeking the flourishing of all life in the process. So there's that idea that actually, nature is not for use. Now in Locke, man, where's my Locke? Son of a bitch. Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. If I go to Locke and I don't really have to go to the text because I sort of have this memorized, you could look at the second treatise of government and go to paragraph 33 and look at his principles of sort of ecology. He talks about how a river, we have to talk about how we use the river, and basically the river belongs to everyone. So pollution of the river and sharing of the river, not drawing too much out of the same river that we all use, right? So he talks about this idea of scarcity within nature, right? And then there's this idea that he sort of goes against that when he says nature that lies unused by humans is basically waste, and he says that in paragraph 42 of the second treatise of government. Now, we've argued for and against different things in the two treatises of government, and it's obvious that the concept of rights comes from that, the concept of sovereignty that he borrowed from Hobbes, and the concept of government by consent that he borrowed from Hobbes, and his sort of scientism that he borrowed from Hobbes, in his understanding of empiricism and all those things, right? So there's those concepts in Locke, but he also in 42 talks about money and property and the wise prince who enlarges the possessions of his neighbors through industry. So he brings up the principle of industry, so much in so he's talking about these two things, scarcity and industry, right? In 33 and 42 paragraph numbers respectively, right? In the second treatise of government, right? But yeah, in that, so this idea of intrinsic value in nature is kind of thrown away by Locke, right? But it's there in this concept that now there's a sort of world system in play, right? So there's international relations, there's pseudo governmental entities that are basically global corporations, and they have their own conglomerations. So they seem to decide policies for nation states. Okay, so that is a new reality in terms of politics. Now you could think of things like the petrodollar and those international institutions, right? And the International Monetary Fund and those other institutions, right? And what they have to do with, how they may institute, for example, world population measures, right? And we'll get to that because I disagree with Arne Næss and his ideas of population reduction. See, it gets into some interesting ideas that these guys come up with because, they may not be, eco-humanists. They may devalue humans, in a sense, because of looking at all life on equal terms, and that's some of the consequence of some of these ideas, but it's not a stretch to understand the nuance and the positions that people hold, right? That won't hurt you, it won't hurt your brain. The mark of an intelligent mind is to entertain ideas and opinions that, you don't hold. All right. So just have patience with some of these. Just trying to understand the ideas on their own terms, and that will help you deconstruct them and tear them apart later, right? So that's always part of the game. But yeah, if you're interested in playing that game, right? Many people are passive, observers, and they hold no opinions, and they're here to be entertained, and obviously less and less of those types show up every time, because the barrier of entry for conversation is rather high, so many people just sort of stay away from the conversation in general.
Yeah, and other people just know everything and think we're stupid, and they don't come here either.
Yeah,
and that's the way I like it.
Yeah, for sure, Hank. But yeah, but yeah, human and non-human life have intrinsic value. That was principle number 1. Let's move on to principle number 2. I think we've looked at that. How about diversity of life is a value? Okay, now, natural systems have two basic features. They have distributive power in terms of polycentric nodes of power, and they also have biodiversity, which is they have an interlocking, like, for example, the root systems of 2 or 3 different plants will communicate with each other and send information to each other, right? So, if you grow different types of plants together and the root systems begin to communicate, right, then those plants seem to grow stronger, right? There's a sort of, they understand this in permaculture, that there's types of plants that you grow next to each other and they'll grow stronger because of it. So this concept of biodiversity and polycentric, nodes of power, spreading and distributing power, and also having an balance of communication between the different elements, the fungus has a externalized digestive system. It also produces nucleotides and electrical signals that warn different plants within the communication link about attacks from aphids and predators and things. So it's interesting, that they're just now finding out that that diversity among different natural systems. And if you look at old growth rainforest, you'll find that it's teeming with different sorts of life, right? So it seems like, the older, and you look at systems that are affected by humans, obviously they've wiped out a lot of the species there, right? So if you want to really look at where life is, most diverse and most concentrated, right? That's where it's most concentrated, right? So that's very interesting, right? Whether it be in a city or in a forest, right? There's this principle there, right? So yeah. Let's go to the third principle, unless you guys have something to say about that. All right, we'll move on then. Reduce diversity only for vital human needs. Okay. Now that's tied together. There's intrinsic value in life. Diversity increases the intrinsic value, right? Right. And then fecundity and growth are naturally related in nature, right? So you have this ideal of cultivation instead of an ideal of modulation, as you'd have within technique, right? Now I talk about this a little bit, that actually the ideal of nature is a little bit different than the ideal of technology, right? And I may disagree or agree more or less with Dr. Scribina's concept of the second order nature and how technology and nature seem to meld together. But ultimately, we have to conceive of an ideal of nature against the machine, right? So we're going to have to do something with that. So I have a couple ideas, like little taglines and stuff that I made. One of them is that where are your rights? RITES is because they gave you rights, RIGHTS, about this idea that, about this equality seeking, freedom reducing ethos within the state, this idea of the autocratic state, and obviously the idea of the autocratic state was founded on it protecting man against nature. Hobbes is talking about, nature is, basically, the war of all against all, right? So it's not a good or apt situation, right? It's not the ideal situation, right? But
you can have an autocratic state and support nature. That's why the term eco-fascism exists. So they're not they're compatible still.
Yeah, perhaps they are. You see this with the Vola. Vola tried to create that type of eco-fascism. We'll get into his ideas later.
I'm back.
And also, Evola evoked these ideas of neo-paganism to go along with this eco-fascism. I mean, so he had a nice mix of all these things. You know what I mean? But yeah, nature, versus how I like to put it is the ideal of fecundity and growth versus the ideal of efficiency, equality based ethos, right? And also one of modulation within the system, right? Growth has an outward like growth is about intrinsic value, right? Whereas modulation is about working within, creating something that's assimilates itself to the needs of a greater system, right? So basically the whole concept is in technique, right? It sort of conceals its means towards a specific end, where in nature, it creates simplification of means towards a multiplication of ends. Like a river, like Confucius says, the wise stay by the mountain and the good stay by the river, right? The mountain represents the stability, right? Something that's anchored in the land. It uses stillness, sort of working with its surroundings, but it also creates its surroundings, right? And then the river is something that just flows. It's constantly moving. The good are always on the move. They're trying to serve this, serve that. You know what I mean, right? So they're just trying to distribute the goodness, as it were, right? Like the river, right? So one river can feed many different types of life, and right. So a river is something that sort of has intrinsic value, right? It not only contains life within it, but it gives life, to 10,000 things, as it were, like the Tao, right? That's why, in the Tao Te Ching, he says, the highest good is like water. Even though it dwells in the places where men reject, right? Right? It's in harmony with the Tao, right? It goes wherever people need it, right? So, water obeys its principle, right, of intrinsic value, right? Which Lao Tzu has very a succinct way of explaining. He says, it's the valley spirit, to produce yet not own, essentially, and yeah, he talks about it as a primal mother, so let's go on a little bit. And also, I have that other pithy little saying I throw out there. I say, nature is God-made technology, whereas the technology we have is man-made nature. So, there's this distinction that they have in medieval philosophy: natura naturata and natura naturans. Nature naturing and nature natured, right? So it's like two categories of nature. The medieval philosopher talked about, how nature was, you could look at it as dynamic or static. It's this, thing that observes both principles. which is interesting because obviously the ancients usually talked about nature as a realm of becoming, right? But yeah, anyways. But yeah, that's going back to Plato. But yeah. Okay, so we have three principles so far. Let's go over them, right? Okay, one is that life has intrinsic values. The second is that, diversity, right, is good for life. Is that what it is? I'm kind of butchering that. Diversity of life is a value, right? Yeah, diversity is good for life. Yeah, exactly. All right. The third principle, right, is reduce diversity only for vital human needs. Okay, so we don't want to tamper with the diversity that's there because the life has itself has intrinsic value. Okay, I'm there's three of them. What do you guys got anything on those?
Yes. So nature seems like the artificial one, and in nature is the organic one. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, we'll have to. Hank will look into it. It's a distinction made in medieval philosophy. But yeah, let's go to this here. And for flourishing, nature requires reduction in human population. Right. Flourishing nature requires reduction in human population. Now that one, is a big question. Obviously, people like Ellul and Kaczynski reject this point. They're not. I think the issues of things that are of practical effect on humans and nature, like pollution and those things, are a lot more pertinent than reducing population. I think that's obviously Malthusian. The key element is within population density. See, it's sort of a switch between population density exists within the cities, right? But also people in cities have less kids, and then the countryside, people produce kids as farmhands, right? So in a rural state, right, it's an advantage to have more kids, right? So there's this great push and pull. So the population density within the city, that's the problem, right? Because then you have to create a parallel environment to nature, right, in order to supplant the the problem of the of the population concentration of the populace there, right? Yeah, good evening to you, friend, and thank you guys for being here. In a thought experiment, Prime, Abraxas, Joe Mills, blessings, and congratulations on your sister having a baby. I read that earlier. That's great news. You got a new family member there. Companion planting, yes. Mindful exposures, leopard print. Nice to see you. Venus Cupcake, thank you for being here. It's good to see you, madam. And Brown's Boy, thank you for being here, friend. Prime, yes, we have an intelligent new friend named Prime here. Thanks for being here, brother. Annapurna, how's it going, sis? Neutral Ground, good to see you, my friend. Gen X Jeff, greetings. Jack Talcott, greetings, my friend. Vaughn, what's going on? Okay. Dominic was here earlier. Yeah. Lizard Tree, greetings. Of course. Okay, that'll be it, guys. Jake, thanks for joining us. And of course, all you guys. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna. That problem is not as cut and dry as we could get it. Okay, moving on to 5. Human interference is excessive and worsening. Okay, so human interference in nature is excessive and worsening. Okay, so we're tempering the diversity, right? The intrinsic harmony, and we're losing some of the intrinsic value there within nature, right? There's been species of plants and animals destroyed, by human society that we don't even know how it's, how we got to that stage. We don't even know what we lost. In other words, and a lot of the plants and animals that we see in nature were actually a result of human society and hybridization of humans, right? And and them creating new genetic species, right? For example, right, corn, right? Corn, the species that we eat today, where the husk is closed, it would not exist without human intervention, right? The husk is closed, nature would have wiped it out, right? But since the husk is closed, right, it resists infections from all sorts of bugs and fungus, right? Right. So human beings are able to grow it at a amazing rate, right? So the idea of this corn, that's become, supreme genetics, available for man to grow and to spread around, is due to its inability to spread itself in nature. Indeed, the species of corn that we all have today, the hybridized form, was basically created and supported by humans, right? What happened to all the other varieties of corn? Well, we wiped them all out and they're gone, right? The natives had tons of varieties of corn, right? They wiped them all out, right? So, we've lost a lot of the genetic diversity, right? We've lost a lot of the benefit that these plants could have given us or provided to us in the process as well, right? And yeah, so yeah, obviously Monsanto, right? Abraxas, yeah, Bayer, yeah, IG Farben. I mean, okay, let's go to like carrots were created by some guy in Holland or France or something like that, right? And then the tomato was engineered out of a poison berry, right, by the natives, right? Does not exist in nature, right? It was created, right, by advanced farming techniques, right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
a lot of the vegetables, fruits, and vegetables were created from advanced farming techniques. Like
yeah.
the apples, they don't look. Compare a natural apple to one of these machine farm apples. They look completely different.
Yeah. Also, the cow.
Yes.
With the white cow with the black spots. It's not something that exists in nature. It's something that human beings hybridized. We created that form and bred it. Right. But yeah, anyways, social, political, and economic policies must change. Right. This goes with the last point. Human interference is excessive and worsening. Right. He then says, life quality. We need to look at life quality over standard of living. Okay, now this is the greater principle of merging the ecological with our economic understanding of things. It's not just about the standard of living, which is this economic principle, but it's about greater well-being, within the, intrinsic harmony, right, of nature, life quality, right? That we got to improve the quality of life, right? The quality that we got to work with the natural systems to improve the quality of life, right? Instead of, working within human-made systems to focus on standard of living, right? Which is just a economic principle. It's about individuals functioning within an economic system, which is not a real hard reality, as we talked about before, because, individuals don't really, their decisions, on a global scale of economics, global corporations, individual decisions don't really have that much influence, right? This is for local communities to take back autonomy, as a line that's sometimes attributed to Alul, right? We should, plan locally and think globally, right? I mean, but yeah, so as to prevent the loss of local autonomy, right? Anyways, we should have that in mind, right, when we design our political systems, right? Okay. Let's go on a little bit. And thank you to everyone who joined, here. I sent this link to about a dozen people, and only Pill Eater and Hank showed up. So I really so I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, and also Neurojack. Yes, you're right, Hank. He didn't get many words in, but yeah.
It's really a dark and crickety night here in Pennsylvania on the crickets.
Yeah, same here. Also in Pennsylvania, it's about the same.
In Pittsburgh.
We have what's those stupid bugs we have? Not the stink bug. It's
we got possums outside here in King of Prussia. We got possums down at the Schuylkill River.
The lantern bugs. Yes, we had
the lantern bugs. Yeah.
Out. Yes.
I'll be taking a plane to Chicago soon for a 4-day vacation, so I'll be having the pizza there eventually.
Yeah, that pizza's fucking great. Some delicious.
Yeah, I gotta have some of that Chicago pizza. I'll be meeting up with Shane Bugbee in person. It's my next goal on the list. Shit. And we're gonna do a little documentary film with the director for 4 days at the end of August. We'll do a 4-day vacation, hang out with Bugbee in person, do Chicago adventures. Because technically my vacation starts now, but it's whatever.
I took a scheduled Friday off because I just wanted some more time. I wanted some more of the summer to myself. So that's about the stupid call-offs. So.
Yeah, I would go to New York this weekend and just drive up to see a couple of friends, but it might rain, so I don't know.
Yeah. Omar. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this link here in 5 minutes. We're gonna take a musical break. I'm just gonna read this last principle of this deep ecology, and yeah, we're gonna play some music and drop the link for the open panel, and yeah, we'll really take a look at what we're gonna look at next. I may open up Aldo Leopold, maybe some Gaia theory by James Lovelock, and maybe just run down some of those ideas for you guys. And then we may look at a talk maybe by Terrence McKenna or something like that. And then I might open up that Carl Schmitt again and look at some of that. And then we might go to Kaczynski, depending on the night. Of course, there's possibilities to have conversations. But yeah, I won't hold my breath for people to show up here on the panel as it usually goes. But yeah, everybody's invited for sure. Right? And here goes. Yeah, for sure. yeah. Thanks for being here, my friend. And yeah, we'll get that out in just 5 minutes, but we'll go over these principles here. knowledge implies a duty to act. That's the last principle. That goes with the previous principles. Now I'll go backwards, right? From knowledge implies a duty to act, right? Life quality over standard of living is what needs to be supported, right? Human interference is excessive and worsening. The social, political, and economic policies have to change, right? Okay? Flourishing nature requires reduction, right, of human impact. We'll change that population thing to that, right? Reduce diversity only for vital human needs. Diversity of life is of value. Human and non-human life have intrinsic value, right? So these are the principles of deep ecology, read to you both forward and backwards, and explained partially by me, the machine lies, okay? And my noble panelists, okay, that were invited here by me. And now we will invite any and everyone, okay, to look at talks, discuss ideas, right? Okay, you guys are welcome. But I'm going to play some music, see if anybody shows up in maybe 10 minutes, then I'll move on to whatever I'm going to talk about. Right? You know, as I said, I won't, hold my breath for people to show up here. But yeah, we'll keep it moving because I'm not just going to sit here. But yeah, we will play music right now. Take a little break. Yeah, what's going on, Sloth Bear? Good to see you, friend. Yeah. I mean, yeah, what about this?
from the streets. This is what's going on. The revolution will not be televised.
Aqua, gill-neck, shark bite, beach towel, Bay Area conquistador, Negro reservation, sniper, tree trunk, squirrel, monkey agility, ultimate fight night, pay-per-view ability, angel flight, superhero platform, shoe stomp down, return smack, sniffing afro, hairy chest being, shark fin seeing, the Atlantic Ocean, scared emotion, bulletproof flips, I'm flapping them, you shoot your best shot, Earl the Pearl, all world loving Oakland girls, Vinny Testaverde style, tossing balls dirty, all women swim telepathic with amphibians, Avenue Warlord, I'm at the public selling fast sacks, pockets are double, profit will triple, keep my piece stuck, low-plated nickel, bullets hit me, they tickle, actual terror don't toss my hard door keeper, Italian, Colombian, Chinese, black, Afro gangster, authentic ball collector, Euro, Asian, Afrocentric, Bohemian being, third busted eye seeing, nada on poppy, boy I like to end the cone, my folks are rido, down with Nicky Customato, able access, dislocate my larynx, change my vocal from mild to local, African, wild lion, cheetah spotted, connect the dots, gazelle gallop, wolf kick.
Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat in hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roaches and stay humans, unhygienial ruins.
Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat in hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roses and stank humans, unhygienial ruins.
Rapping on Warlord, Dr. Doom from the Bronx. Rappers get petro, see me with the black afro. Project Invader, screw out lights in the elevator. Cross Bronx Express, Mac 11, bulletproof vest. 170 Street with Tony Lou, loading big heat. Victor Campauta de Sanchez with Rosie Perez. On Fordham Road with Goose Down Sports, stick up kick go. Dominican fly girls with Bobby Joe, rocking S-Curls. Westside Highway calling OJ cabs, doing it my way. People with masks robbing Brinks trucks out in Jersey. Nobody's nervous, rocking freestyle. Chocolate Hershey, serving corners up on the concourse like James Worthy. Leathers with Stetson, my nickname, George Jetson. Right in the baby doll with treasure under Taft High School. Rico Squill, neck broke in a 12-feet pool. Using the infrareds and water beds, chewing Big Red. Out of this range, Diamond District. Missing big range, we doing big things. I'm out of here like Vladimir. Devastation equation, information for the crack patient. God will feel my abrasion. Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat in hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roaches and stay humans, unhygienial ruins.
Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat in hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roses and stay humans, unhygienial ruins.
Back off probation, Bell and Frank out from Roadway State. Sucker see Flintstone, smoking weed with Mr. Slate. Action you pack up in Ziplocs, you bring your bag up. Open the first one, rehearsal, I'm bound to hurt you. Bust out your briefcase, you and your wife start the freebase. Break out your mansion, I'm on the phone with Charlie Manson. With porno tapes jerking hard off the Christie Canyon. Unique converter, witness 20 different Bronx murders.
Ankle strap, home arrest, hanging feet up out the window. I strike the National Guard, the helicopter light. Shaggy and Scooby with Velma Daphne laughing at me. Mystery Machine still a lowered with choosing vows. Miami bass bump, ghetto D advocated. Spider-Man suction upside down on the elevator. Porno star hold up, my strokes work too much just for a rush. I need 10 grand for the rush.
Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat and hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roaches and stay humans, unhygienial ruins.
Brothers from the housing authority.
No heat and hot water, cold freezing every evening.
Brothers from the housing authority.
Naked roaches and stay humans, unhygienial ruins.
Greetings.
Awesome.
Greetings.
Awesome possum.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. My hair's still a little wet. Just took a shower. How you doing?
Pretty
Not
good.
much.
I wonder if you caught any of that deep ecology stuff.
Yeah, I did. I was kind of in and out a little bit, and I was commenting somewhat too.
Yeah, maybe
but
the
I think
first
this is a
part.
great topic. And I think you kind of know that my project does sort of orient around this. It's about returning to the earth, and even
Yes.
the tech that we talk about utilizing is more quote unquote organic, but we're not like shying from it. It's just that my friends have shown enough evidence that we can work off of alternative energy options, and we're overcomplicating things. And like, unless we really need to go to Mars, which let's be realistic here, then that's like the main purpose, I guess, for us to accelerate in the manner that we have, which has really just caused, I talk a lot about like planned obsolescence, and then it's stirring in all the wrong ways. But again, like we are so heavily on the quantity over quality aspect that's so evident in our in the way we manage our soils. And then we have this justification to have these giant, machinery on the land that has actually been shown that it is moving the land. It is causing like minor earthquake activity because of the amount of tons. And then obviously the things that they need to do to hold up those crops in that land to keep it sustained. And I've done a lot of research on like there's a very odd connection between Agent Orange and the derivatives of the use of the herbicides we use. And actually what they're talking about, that we definitely are going to have to use the half of Agent Orange now, supposedly because the original glucosidate, doesn't work. And we could get into all that stuff too, but regardless, it's just it's not harmonious. And our fear of animals, in my opinion, has been pushed to cause us to be in fear of being out in the woods, especially alone, when it was very common for us to do solo journeys and spend more time getting in, our own predicaments, but having to push yourself through that and the benefits of that. Sorry, I'm kind of stirring in it in a different direction, which I tend to do. So
no. If you that's why I wanted you to know about the first part of the show, because you're exactly on the topic. So that's why I wanted.
There was a ceasefire in World War II because the wolves gone away at the battlefield between Germany and Russia. So wolves were so dangerous they called a truce on the war. So
wasn't there something with that, and was it Japan? This wouldn't make sense because it's not. I'm trying to remember where it was, but there was another incident where like they were put in these scenarios and they were like eaten alive. I want to say it was with alligators, but now I'm trying to remember if it was like something else. During one of the wars as well.
Alive in Florida still, so could have been there.
But see, that's why I'm like, it wasn't Florida. I'll look it up. I might have saved it actually.
But yeah, you were mentioning how the machines we were using are changing the landscape and actually moving the ground and all of those ideas. That's exactly relates to deep ecology, the intrinsic nature of life, and those principles I was laying down with Arne Næss. And let me bring this up. Maybe they have this on the Wikipedia page as well. Probably not, but Wikipedia does surprise sometimes. But what they do have is how Næss started. It says Næss. Whoa, how's that written? Whoa, I've never seen that before. They combine the E and the A together to form some kind of.
I can't even say that. I'm like Næss.
Is that
Greek?
Greek?
Never saw it before. Yes, but yeah, it's not. There's a bunch of words where they make it like that. That's not a new symbol for me, at least.
Yeah,
that's how you used to write that.
Yeah. So it says he cited Rachel Carlson's 1962 book Silent Spring. So I don't know if you guys, and also he talked about Gandhi. So I'm pretty sure he's going with Henry David Thoreau. We don't mention Gandhi because, as my mom said, he walked around with a diaper and he thought he was a guru, so which is interesting. But yeah. And also we got Hank here. What is this, Hank?
That's just the A sign. I knew I saw it before. It's just sometimes you write
okay.
together.
Yeah, it's like Aeon. It reminds me of Aeon. Right?
Yeah, Aeon would be written like that in that style.
Yeah, where they have Aeon Flux. You know what I mean, right? But yeah, Arne Næss. This is interesting. Silent Spring is the work where she's talking about DDT and the effects on the environment. Let me try to open that up real quick. See if I could show you guys some of that work. Silent Spring. I have it somewhere here. I mean, that'll be better if I could just open it up and read some of it, because this is really seminal work in deep ecology. She's talking about the effects of just spraying pesticide on the plants and how it has a really, really, pervasive effect on the types of species that exist, the thinning of bird shells. So birds are going around sitting on their eggs, and the eggs are breaking because they're too thin, because the environment is poisoned, so there's a lot of different effects that it has. As we said, just the introduction of a few wolves can change the entire, environment. And also Sand County Almanac, is another very
they talk about that with Yellowstone a lot, right? Like, that with
Yeah,
the
exactly.
ecology of Yellowstone and and it actually influences the rivers. So a lot of people don't realize, like, it actually comes down to how their control of certain predators actually controls the flow of the rivers. We talk about beavers, and we know that their influence with the swamps are super important. This freaking fly jerk. He keeps like fucking like. Anyway, so we talk about that influence, and I just lost my train of thought because of this fucking fly. You know what I'm trying to say, I think.
Yeah, that's that's Beelzebub. You know what I mean? That's trying to distract you. I mean, the Lord of the Swamps. So yeah, some of these flies,
I found, speaking of swamps, I found that it was the Battle of Ramir Island, and it was a bunch of Japanese soldiers during the Second World War, and they were eaten in the mangrove swamps by these massive crocodiles. And it was just like, it's very disturbing, the counts of what happened, because they were like, supposedly at the time, these it was like an area where they weren't really regulated, and so there were some really massive ones that anyway, sorry, little tidbit, gruesome tidbit.
Yeah, for sure. I almost spoke into my book and read my microphone. But yeah, here goes this. She says, for the first time in history of the world, every human being is now subjected to contact with dangerous chemicals. From the moment of conception until death, in the less than 2 decades of their use, the synthetic pesticides have been so thoroughly distributed throughout the animate and inanimate world that they occur virtually everywhere. They have been recovered from the most of the major river systems, and even from streams of groundwater flowing unseen through the earth. Residues of these chemicals linger in the soil, which they may have applied a dozen years before. Okay. They have entered and lodged in the bodies of fish, birds, reptiles, and domestic wild animals so universally that scientists carrying on animal experiments find it almost impossible to locate subjects free from such contamination. They have been found in fish, in remote mountain lakes, in earthworms burrowing in soil, in eggs of birds, and in man himself. For these chemicals are now stored in the bodies of the vast majority of human beings, regardless of age. They occur in the mother's milk and probably in the tissues of the unborn child. Crazy stuff. So yeah,
I think they have shown that now, that
yeah.
Obviously they know, it's like deep in the well waters too. So they're showing it in mountain spring water even at this point.
Yeah, and that's in 1962 she wrote that. So yeah. Yeah, and then Aldo Leopold, I think, is way earlier than that. Let me see when Aldo Leopold wrote Sand County Almanac. That's in 1949. He wrote Sand County Almanac. So, yeah, the famous conservationist, and he talks about thinking like a mountain. Okay, and yeah, that whole cycle of nature that I was talking about the forest fires and the eating of the brush, and the whole video I showed about the complex dynamic systems and introducing the wolves into Yellowstone Park. All of that has to do with the interesting stuff. But yeah, listen to what Aldo Leopold says here. He says, we all strive for safety, prosperity, comfort, long life, and dullness. The deer strives with its supple legs, the cowman with the trap and poison, the statesman with pen, and most of us with machines, votes, and dollars. But it all comes to the same thing: peace in our time. A measure of success in this is all well enough, and perhaps is a requisite to objective thinking, but too much safety seems to yield only danger in the long run. Perhaps this is behind Thoreau's dictum, in the wilderness is the salvation of the world. Perhaps this is the hidden meaning of the howl of the wolf, long known among the mountains, but seldom perceived among men. He says the mountain knows about the wolf. He says the wolf has the green fire dying in its eyes because it represents the spirit of the mountain. The mountain represents the spirit of humanity. As Confucius said, the wise are near mountains and the good are near the rivers, right? And the mountains and the rivers have a natural harmony that exists. If there's not enough wolves, there's too many deers, wipes out all the brush, and that's when you have the thinning out of the trees. So the forest and the river and the mountain work in a natural harmony with each other. That's the point in Sand County Almanac. Right? But that goes to a greater issue there about what we're talking about, deep ecology, right? And the deep ecology movement, right? That was there in the intellectual circles already in the 1970s, and that's where you get the ideas like Earth.
And you think about like the cleansing, heavily that happens in the mountains, and with obviously volcanic activity as well, but with the rivers and the churning and the changing of the environment is a lot to do with the cleansing. You get into the forest fire aspect of it, because we do know the importance of actually that forest management. Something we're talking about in our group, because the natives, it's well known, had controlled burns. And they mimic that in Central Oregon, which is along the mountains and the rivers. And that's areas, the land that we're looking at is in that area.
Yeah, that's right. They had controlled burns, they had seasonal farming techniques. They would go and mimic the natural cycles. And they would work with nature. And that is relevant stuff. And let me go to this Terrence McKenna thing. He was already influenced by these guys like Lovelock at this Esalen Institute. They were already looking at these ideas of Gaia theory, geomancy, and necromancy. I say technology is a combination of geomancy and necromancy in a lot of ways. Those hermetic concepts and principles were key to that. The little dog, yeah.
Then sentimentalists took over, and then they didn't know how to maintain things, and then things went to shit.
This is Luke. You guys know I house sit, dog sit a lot. This is the puppy of the week.
That's always a popular move. Let's do that because people like that. Yeah, people like the puppies. That looks like a stuffed animal for real.
Right? He has become such a sweetheart too. He used to be such a wacko. Look at you. Oh, yeah. Okay. He's like a silky terrier or something. He's not quite a...
Mic check. How's everybody? Good evening.
Hey, greetings. How you doing?
How you feeling, my brother?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. How about you?
Right.
Why do you use that silly loop video every time?
Huh?
Why do you use that loop video every time you?
Because if you saw me right now, I'm half naked. You call the cops. It's late at night. I'm relaxed. I'm my shorts. You know, the old lady keeps on calling me to eat dinner. I'm saying no. You understand? If you're jealous,
No.
I look good. Yeah, right? You jealous? Or?
Yeah. So just turn your camera on. Just show yourself with your
Yeah, but I can't turn on my camera. Anyway, how's everybody? Forget about what I look like. How you feeling? I haven't seen you in a long time. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, a bunch of my enemies are in a twisted like in a knot, so I like it.
Huh?
I got a bunch of my enemies twisted into a knot. And they think I'm so stupid that I didn't put them in here, so they don't even know where to aim at. It's hilarious. I love it.
All right. So what are you guys talking about? Economic, social economics, how it affects people's health and things of that nature, right? I guess.
No, not really. It's about ecology. You know, so ecology and technology and yeah, all that stuff about nature and
Well, I live in,
yeah.
I live with nature. I had my own camel when I was a kid. Yes, you can't say that. Well, you see, I come from Yemen. Yemen is a mountainous country with a lot of rain, a lot of water, half of it. But I'm also a New York City rat. You understand? And I got used to being a rat, like, subway rat, with the crowd, with the noise. Hey, get the hell out of the way. Yeah, what are you doing? If I leave New York City, I feel like I'm lost.
Yeah, they have a place in
I
Yemen.
despise the city. That's me. If I never see New York City in my life or Los Angeles, I've been to the airport in Los Angeles, but that's about it. I would be happy. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm not a city person at
No,
all.
you would love a walk on Sunday or Saturday in Manhattan, New York City. You see all these tourists of these people taking pictures of buildings. Oh, they're like, well,
yeah, I went to a
I'm more interested in the old historic parts. Like that's what I would enjoy. I more enjoy like the old architecture in the historic parts of town.
I don't even know what that is. I'm from Brooklyn. I used to, we used to get mugged all the time over there a long time ago. Until the hippies came and took over, and now we're okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this
Good old
culture
dirty hippies.
in Yemen. You guys ever seen this tree? This tree from Yemen?
Yeah, this is only grows in Socotra.
Yeah, this is some crazy looking tree there.
You know what it's called, right? The tree of two brothers. The blood of two brothers. Dam al-Akhawain. In Arabic.
Yeah, they got lots of naturally growing species there on this island near Yemen where it's that they haven't discovered yet. But yeah, check.
The EUA, they took all these trees, all the stuff, and they pulled them off and they grow them inside Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They try to copy everything. But that's from Socotra. Socotra have some species that are not existent in other countries. It's an isolated island in the middle of nowhere, between the Arabian Sea, I think, and the Indian Ocean and the Arab Ocean.
Yeah, what is this, Sarah?
So this is based off of if you've heard of something called the Ringing Cedar series books. It's the Anastasia series from Russia. It's a true story, but this man Valdemir went out on this excursion because he heard about this kind of like really unique area, and more or less these people are in Russia in some of the most remote areas, but they're living these very harmonious lifestyles based on the way that they're laying out their land. So this kind of coincides with companion planting and sort of what we're getting at, where things are situated has a lot to do with how things communicate and work together. And one of their philosophies is a lot about the energetic value of what dies and comes back in. So this is a lot with the composting, if you guys have heard of biochar as well. So kind of moving on that no-till concept. But the living fence idea, which shows over here as well, and they reference it in the numbering, so you can kind of see it laid out a little different. And this is just like one, like they even have a tennis court on this. This is like one specific design. Regardless, the living fence concept is where your dead are actually buried in there as part of the brim buildup, but then also, again, is going to be that energetic value of it. So we talk about being buried 6 feet down. We talk about biofield is 6 to 8 feet. Some say 12. We talk about that energetic value, what that means coming off of every living thing. I mean, there's science now that if you actually put your hand on a tree or quote unquote hug a tree, that there's amazing benefits, and it does have to come down to that energetic connection that you're making.
Yeah, there's definitely an idea, and I implore people to look at this concept about, because you could do away with a lot of these ideas about how technology grows and human societies grow and how we can't predict the changes if you just see nature as well as an intelligent system. And that goes to the Gaia theory, because the Gaia theory is really interesting in a way. I don't know if Lovelock really perceived this, but it really dismisses evolution, because if you're saying that the Earth is an intelligent system that created oxygen to create life, because that's essentially part of the theory. He's saying that the Earth created oxygen to allow life to be there. So the Earth basically created the conditions for life to flourish on this planet, by creating an intelligent system, that functioned with the life on this planet, that caused the life on this planet to grow and change and all of this type of stuff. So that goes to some interesting theories about how nature works. And I think that, it also goes to the idea of how we can look at our place in these in the ecology, right? So yeah, we're looking at two things. We're looking at technology. We're looking at technology as a form of mimicking nature, and we're looking at the intrinsic value of life. So if we can combine these concepts, we can then create new technology, right? And that goes, in the opposite direction of fostering, of producing human beings that work with technological systems, because they're producing and engineering human beings for the technological system, and that is one of the primary things, is that human beings are being engineered, right, to serve the needs of the machine. So that goes to, with total disregard for how natural systems function. So that goes to this other concept, right? And yeah, that goes to the need for, us to look at, like those ideas like Rachel Carlson, where she's talking about, the pervasiveness of these chemicals and how they've affected things. So you could look at synthetic nitrogen, right? That's invented, right? And you dump that in the soil, but it also goes into the water system, and it creates these algae blooms, in the water, that then, take the oxygen out of the lakes and the waters, so then they create large die-offs of the fish, in the water, and the loss of the marine life through the destruction of the coral reefs as well. So there's a huge thing of that we're losing diversity through both the destruction of the old growth forests and the destruction of the coral reefs, right? So this two-tiered destruction, it's causing the loss of a great percentage of the life on Earth, right? The effect of that is massive, right? We barely consider it, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I do think though, like this is where this again comes down to some sort of energetic push and pull, where if we're pushing too much on the other end of it, it's going to have to bounce back. So it feels like, right, like detrimental right now, but at some point here, we're going to see some other bigger events happen, and some of us will be prepared for it. Some of us maybe not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, and that goes to some of those primary ideas in Dr. Kaczynski, where he's saying that if there's an inevitable collapse of a system, and it's actually the system works against human dignity, then it's A, better to help the system collapse, and B, it's better to collapse with the system than to wait for the whole thing to come down and then come down with it, because that's going to cost enormous loss of human life. So if we could prepare and sort of understand the risks beforehand, even though we can't anticipate all the changes and results, because, changes in complex systems are hard to predict. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you know how there's obviously the Adam and Eve declassified story, which is like the worst of the worst case scenario, and they're talking like 1,000-mile-per-hour winds that'll rip flesh off a bone. Well, I appreciate those who are still, religious in nature, but have done the research to look into, like, Suspicious Observers has done a great job of dissecting that and the like worst case scenario aspect of it, and the reality of how time has actually shown our survival through these more like chaotic events. And I truly do believe emotional warfare is so much to do with this. I mean, we do know that manifestation is possible. That also is shown in other text. Again, CIA has documents on this as well. But so if that's possible, like what are we even manifesting with us getting all uproared or focusing on sort of the chaos instead of potentially building? I think regardless, that's going to happen. But some of us, I think, are meant maybe to, I used to think like we're all leaders, but I do feel like there are some to open doors and activate certain things and others to make the momentum happen. But I think we're going to be seeing this very quickly. I mean, we already are, more so than it's that we see in our YouTube community, but like that's what I'm realizing is the people branching off to do some of this stuff and really looking at the hard basics of it. And there's people right now like greening the deserts. There's this guy who's been like he quit his white collar tech job and he's in some remote area of Texas and trying to do this in like the best way possible, but he's trying to green it. And they're doing this in Africa. It's just about terraforming. That's something I talk a lot in like water retention. This is so much easier than we've been told. It's the same thing with our own septic systems. Like this whole idea of, this gets into germ theory though too, but the idea that like, even touching your own, do you know that urine's actually one of the most sanitary, elements that come out of us over even saliva?
Well, that's what
Most
Brian
people
O'Shea
don't even
tells
realize
me.
that. Say that again?
That's what Brian O'Shea tells me.
It is true. It is true. And this is partly because of working in the medical field, but it doesn't mean that I necessarily think the answer is to drink it. But if you had cancer and it was seemingly your only option, you might do it. And there's people who have reported successful stories. They went on a urine fast. I've never done it. I'm not saying I'm totally opposed to it, but I'm just saying that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about we're so hyper focused on like that. If we live this way, we're going to get killed by bears and devoured by some like parasitic, demon. And I also like to talk about this because there's a lot of talk about parasitic cleansing right now. And I'm not saying there isn't some benefits in checking your heavy metal detoxing, but the body has the ability to do this on its own. So if you really give it that ability to have that done and not focus on the negative aspects of it, you might find that you get through the issue a lot quicker. So this kind of coincides with German New Medicine and like the body keeps the score concept.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this.
My copy of Body Keeps the Score is right over there. I just have to get out of bed.
That's awesome. I don't have mine with me on this trip. I actually usually bring it with me because I have it bookmarked like crazy and highlighted so I can reference it. But I do have it in audio version if anybody wants the link.
I can never find stuff. I have a digital version, I think.
It's such a good book. I mean, it really blows the water out of like healthcare in general, but just the way that we work, especially on the electromagnetic level. And this coincides with the research and the science that's come out on the biofield of the heart. And they have proven now that the heart will sense the danger before the brain or the body like takes it in or processes it. The eyes even see it. All right, I'm taking this on a, sorry, I didn't mean to, this is what I do.
Yes, but did Wikipedia
No,
say
it's
it was
okay.
okay for the heart to do that?
It's okay, we learn it,
You
but
give
the
my
problem
heart
you're too smart for us. I gotta come in when the dummies come in.
Thank you, guys.
Machine, when the dummy, when is that dummy? When the dummies come in?
So weird with that video.
Well, so they don't come in. It's all
Yeah, they don't come in till like
Yeah,
1 or 2 a.m.
I swear to Allah, I'll be watching like 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes you're still on my big TV. I get up in the middle of the night, I'll put it on. You guys are still going at it. I'm like, holy shit, these guys are not gonna quit. Huh?
They used to come in earlier, so I scared them away. So
You should have another channel for dummies, huh?
Yeah, I scared them away. Plus, plus on Wednesday, they know I'm free, so they may not even show up at all.
What happened?
I chased them away.
Why? You're a good guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're too good to be that.
Yeah, I chased them away. Exactly.
Who's the guy I was talking to the other night? What's his name? Billions? What's up, my friend? I want you. What does it say? I was just responding to on tweet.
Yeah,
I'm having
that's
a
Wizard. We call
Wizard. I'm just having a war on Twitter with the Zionists. So everybody, how's everything? So we don't mind. You're a smart woman, but the idiots are coming in little by little, so we're okay. You understand? I learn a lot on this channel. I learn a lot about philosophy, about things of that nature. But it's a shame I never learned these things or have the memory to learn them. I can't remember things. You understand?
Yeah, that's why you write a book, so you don't have to remember.
I listen to books, but I fall asleep. I have audibles. I got like 30 books. And the worst thing is because I grew up, my grandma used to read me stories and I used to fall asleep. Now, every time I put on those audio, I sleep right away. You understand? Audible on Amazon, I spend like $15 a month. You get like a credit. And these books are crazy. Yeah. 12 hours, 20 hours. You can listen. I recommend the ethnic cleansing of Palestine by a Jewish scholar named Ilan Pape. If you want to learn about the...
Yeah, that's a great book. Yeah, Ilan Pape. Yeah.
Yeah.
He talks about
this guy. Yeah. You see how he changed? He grew up when he saw the truth, he changed. Then no, this is not our country. Yes, huh? So what's going on, guys? Talk.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Ezra to come back. Then I'm gonna look at some permaculture video.
Okay.
For sure. But let's play this in the meantime. Let's check this out.
The first thing I wanted to talk about was because the summer solstice is a great pagan celebration, and because I think we self-consciously celebrate it with the sense that we are participating in something which goes slightly against the grain of the dominator culture in which we're embedded, and because that culture has made a paragon of reason, I thought it might be fun tonight to just talk a little bit about reason and intuition and the forms and the politics that attend each. So let me dig into this a little and think aloud. Reason, which is always held up as the path to true understanding, has two forms. They are called deduction and induction, and all forms of reason can be subsumed under these two types. Now, deduction, which is considered the stronger form of reason, is called reasoning from first principles, and it works like this. You start from an idea which cannot be proven. You accept it as given, and you reason outward from it. An example that is familiar to all of us would be Euclid's elements of plane geometry. You start with what appears to be an incontrovertible truth, or what we agree appears to be an incontrovertible truth. In the case of Euclid, propositions such as parallel lines never cross, never meet. Well,
Okay, so there's these two types of reasons, and it goes to the, as Hillary Putnam said, the two football teams of philosophy, the rationalists and the empiricists. They're kind of these two different teams, right? So one studies nature, okay, the empiricists, right? They look at nature for clues about general precepts and principles, right? The other, they use math, right? Like he explained, it's like math, right? So these two different conceptions of how you view nature, right? Plato said nature is a emanation of the forms, right? So it's secondary, right? So nature is already a devolution, right? Okay. Now, this is why he's looking at a neo-pagan conception, right? Because in Plato and Christianity, nature has to become in a fallen state. It has to become secondary. And that's why it gets hijacked by empiricism, right? Because empiricism, right? They had to bring in, for Aristotle, right? When he created science, right? He opposed, Plato's theory of the forms, right? And he said there's no transcendental realm, right? It's just nature. And nature seeks its own, ideal sort of thing, right? So it seeks its own, perfection, right? So nature is about change. It's about impermanence, right? When you enter nature, you enter the realm of becoming, right? And that's why he had to introduce those concepts of teleology, okay? And that's why it led to those. It got hijacked by empiricism and evolution and these concepts, right? So that's the ecology. Okay, so Ezra's back, so let me play this video because I have another video I want to play with talking about what she's talking about. I don't know if you guys seen this, but this is such a
Thank you.
This is a good video. One of my teachers in the university who was teaching food politics. We had a class called Food Politics. Very interesting course, but I think a very useful discussion to have. How the food influences the political dynamics, in society, and how we grow food influences the economic changes in the world, and obviously that's related to ecology and all those things. So yeah, this is interesting. It's a introduction to permaculture. It's sort of a as audio visual cues attached to it. It's got 3D, so it's interesting. Yeah.
So we went and had a look, and we thought, oh no, this is the end of the earth. This is like as hard as you can get. This is hyper arid, and it's 10 acres of almost dead flat, completely salted landscape, 400 meters below sea level, the lowest place on earth, 2 kilometers from the Dead Sea, right, to about 2 kilometers where Jesus was christened. We've hardly got any rainfall. We've got temperatures in August that go over 50 degrees. Everybody's farming under plastic strips. Everybody's spray. Everybody's putting synthetic fertilizer.
And by the way, shout out to Omar, because this is what Israel brags about, is these aluminum sheds, and they say, oh yeah, the Arabs are dum-dums because they can't grow anything in the desert, but the types of things that they're using is these aluminum sheds and pesticides, in order to quote unquote green the desert. But that's actually the things that are leading to the desertification, as we're seeing here in this video.
Interesting. I had not seen this side of it, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a cool video for sure. The introduction to this is awesome.
Eyes are on. Overgrows with goats, just like maggots eating the flesh off the bone down to the bones of the country. Literally like maggots, giant maggots eating it to nothing. So we designed up a system that would harvest every single bit of rainwater that fell on it. On 10 acres, there's 1.5 kilometers of swale water harvesting ditch on contour. And when they're full, 1 million liters of water soak into the landscape. And they'll fill quite a few times over a winter. And then we heavily mulched those swales with organic matter, which was trash from organic fields nearby. We put that almost 0.5 meter deep. So we saved that and mulched our swales, which are about 2 meters wide and 0.5 meter deep on the trench. Then we put micro irrigation underneath the mulch. And then on the uphill side of the water harvesting trench, we put nitrogen fixing very hardy pioneer desert trees, which help shade and reduce wind evaporation, and also put nitrogen into the soil and structure the soil for us. And then on the lower side of the trench, we put fruit trees, majoring in date palms as the long-term overstory in the end. And then figs, pomegranates, guavas, mulberries, now some citrus. Within,
see, that's the diversity, element there, where he's, putting different types of things together, right?
And you see also the structure, the terraforming with the brim. So this is what I talk about. The ancients knew about this. This is why they built terracing up the pyramids, because they actually used it for agriculture. And this is being found now in parts of Canada. They're unearthing old ancient structures, and they're showing this terraforming and terracing.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Cecil.
Oh yeah.
"4 months, we had figs a meter high with figs on, which is impossible. We've done a course, male and female course, trained up some locals, and we got a translator who's working for the project. He had his degree in agriculture in the Jordan University. And he got onto his mates and said, in the agricultural department, well, you said we couldn't grow figs. We got figs growing and we got figs on them. You better come and test the soil, because no matter what you say, we're either growing in salty soil what we shouldn't be growing, or we've desalted the soil, and we'd like to know what we've done." They came in and the salt levels were dropping. So they became interested. The salt levels were dropping around the swales. They said, you must have washed it through. See, normally put a huge amount of water on and wash the salt through to the lower levels, which just makes the groundwater more salty. In the end, you'll salt it 20 meters deep if you keep doing that. And then it will take 1,000 years to recover. And we used only 1/5 the amount of water. So the water, they thought we'd washed it all through. No, we used 1/5. That really got them when they realized how much water we hadn't used. With the same amount of water normally used on that much area, we could have done 50 acres. Originally, people laughed at us because we didn't put straight lines in. We went on contour with these swales. They thought, why don't you put, so you've got a bulldozer, you can flatten the desert, you can straighten. So we want to go on contour because we've got a longer edge and we harvest the water passively. Then we planted more non-fruiting trees than we did fruit trees. So they laughed at us. You're planting unproductive things more than productive things. What's the point, you know? In soil that won't even grow anything, so you know. And then we covered all the inside of the swell with a huge amount of mulch, where they scrape all their organic matter off and burn it, like most traditional agriculture. In the middle of winter, we got a funny email saying, "We've got a problem. We've got mushrooms growing in the swale." Well, they called it fungus, but when we saw a photograph of it, it was mushrooms, because they'd never seen mushrooms, because they never had that much humidity. And
See, they're calling it a problem, right? That's the solution, right? You got the mushrooms going, right? Life serves life. There's gonna get mushrooms and bugs and stuff.
Absolutely imperative for the soil. Yep.
Yeah, within the mulch, and that
Exactly.
means now it's
Like
teeming with
biochar.
life. You know, so they're like, "Oh yeah, we got a problem," and he's like, "Well, this is what they wanted. They wanted to create, you know, the fungus. You know, now the things are getting going."
in history in the soil. And when you open up the mulch, there's all these little animals there, you know, there's little insects, and the soil has come alive. And the fungi net that's underneath the mulch is putting off a waxy substance which is repelling the salt away from the area. And the decomposition is locking the salt up. And the salt is not gone, it's become inert and insoluble. So we could regreen the Middle East. We could regreen any desert, and we could desalt it at the same time. And if we can do it on an insignificant, flat, little bit of 10 acres of flat desert, if you give us something with catchment or a wadi or, you know, a canyon or any of those erosion gullies, we can turn it right around completely. You can fix all the world's problems in a garden. You can solve them all in a garden. You can solve all your pollution problems and all your supply line needs in a garden. And most people actually today don't actually know that. And that makes most people very insecure.
Yeah, some people get pissed off at this kind of conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And then they actually go and harvest the poop from the pigeons. They just have pigeons around. They actually harvest. They create pigeon coops and harvest the poop from the pigeons and use it to fertilize their, you know, farming. You know,
Actually, I was talking about this on another show. Won't say where. I found out, and I didn't know it was quite like this, but that actually the city of Chicago, and I wouldn't be surprised if Milwaukee was doing the same thing because of their issues with their own sewer control. But they're actually taking human waste and laying it out and drying it out, and through a certain period of time, so to let obviously certain things evaporate out of it, and then turning it into organics compost and selling it as organic soil. This is, if you guys ever heard of Andrew Millison, he's probably one of my favorite permaculture, water retention, terraforming guys.
Wait, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, for sure.
I'm right along with it because I'm all for the terraform water shedding. And that's what we need, and that's what they're using to recover all these lands. That's going to draw not just by the plants. You're going to draw like the insects and the rabbits and the birds and the prey and the predators. And here in America, on American soil, we've got the Southwest desert area that does not have bears anymore. They can't travel that long, expansive desert because there's not enough prey and stuff. And they were evacuated long ago, and they've not returned.
Yeah, it's pretty, I think, critical. I think that's what we're seeing happen in the Cascades right now, and we don't have. We've just reintroduced wolves, because they're trying to bring back the rivers in that way. But anyway, yeah, it's really interesting because I mean, it gets controversial too because people will gripe and say, you know, the dams have prevented the salmon, but a lot of people don't know about the farms that are being established right off the coast that are actually prohibiting the salmon from going upstream, and that's a lot of what's causing the problems, and then also the bacteria and all the crap that's causing. So it's, yeah, not to take it off subject, but yeah, it's very complicated. with how discombobulated it's become.
Well, what do you think about the dams and stuff? Because we're talking about the water shedding, and that I think is one of the biggest problems is the dams. I don't think we should be building these dams like this to generate power. We can still use these rivers to generate power, and just like they did before with the big wheels and stuff. We just have to find a different way of positioning, you know, and understand.
Yeah, you don't need to take up the entire river to.
Right.
Yep. But also, like that coincides for me with free energy in general, that we're just totally mismanaging our use of energy. And I just was talking about, again, my friends have shown and proven over and over again. I have a friend who has a pretty basic, you know, it's maybe about this big total. It's a copper coil design, and he can power an entire house with it. He's been able to show it with setting up the proper tools to test. And obviously these people come with a pretty lengthy engineering background anyway. So we should be doing things a little bit differently. And we're overcomplicating, we're over-sterilized, we're overstimulated. Anyway, I think you get it. You want me to play this? This is, again, Andrew Millison. He's like one of the bigger permaculture guys, but he talks a lot about terraforming and greening the desert concepts. But he's big on water retention.
Yes,
it's one of my favorites. Awesome.
This was a barren wasteland. Nothing had been grown here for 40 years. When the UN World Food Program told the villagers that they were going to bring this land back as part of the Great Green Wall, they said it was impossible. But here we are in Africa, in the desert at the northern edge of Senegal, and life has returned. And the stakes couldn't be higher, because when the soil washes away and land becomes a desert, then people leave. They head to the cities, and places like this just fall apart. But thanks to the work of the villagers and the World Food Program, using techniques and systems that I'm going to tell you about in this video, the tides have changed, and natural wealth is growing back and growing the livelihoods of the people here. Welcome to Senegal. I'm here during the rainy season to see the work of the Great Green Wall of Africa. My wife and I, we started in Dakar, a city of about 4 million people. It's the biggest city in Senegal. It is the westernmost point of the entire continent of Africa. I met with the World Food Program there in Dakar to discuss our trip. So then we drove with the World Food Program. It was about a 7-hour drive through the Sahel. The ecosystem really changed a lot. In the southern part, the trees were larger, dispersed amongst the millet fields. As we drove north, the trees became smaller and smaller. This is late in the rainy season. This land is as green as it gets right now for the whole year. I've never seen this many grazing animals. The entire Sahel is like one big free-range pasture. So we drove up to the point where it transitions to the Sahara Desert, which is the Senegal River. We are here at the Senegal River, which is the border between Senegal on this side, Mauritania on the other. When you look from space, you can actually see the lateral sand dunes of Mauritania where they hit the Senegal River. The Senegal River is really the divide between the Sahara and the Sahel in many parts of the river. So the Senegal River here, it serves not only as the border between Senegal and Mauritania, and not only as the border between the Sahel and the Sahara, but if this river zone is vegetated, it could represent the first line of defense of the Great Green Wall of Africa. The Great Green Wall of Africa is a vision, the project to plant a barrier of trees across the entire width of the continent of Africa, from Senegal to Djibouti. And the purpose of this Great Green Wall is to stop the southern expansion of the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert has expanded about 10% in the last 100 years. So we have the Sahara Desert, then we have the Sahel, then we have the savanna, and then we have the rainforest. The design is to actually have a barrier of trees to stop the expansion of the desert southward. So I'm here on the ground at the Great Green Wall to show how we can restore degraded landscapes, we can keep the Sahara at bay, create abundance, have people living here and thriving.
We are here at WFP project site. We are in a very degraded land area. In the early beginning, when we presented the process and the idea, the community didn't believe. They said, no, this is not true. This is not feasible. We cannot recover this land. More than 40 years, we are here. Nothing is growing on this side. The process started with the community-based participatory planning. By the end of this process, it was agreed that one of the major action is the land reclamation or land recovery project. This is a sort of school. They come to learn how to improve land. The people believe and they are convinced and they are also committed. You can see.
At WFP, we have planted and rehabilitated some 300,000 hectares of land over the past years. And what you see here is 30 hectares out of those 300,000. This is a contribution to the Great Green Wall because the Great Green Wall is like a patchwork, a mosaic of forests that together create this wall that will protect the Sahel from being encroached by the Sahara Desert. We're working on degraded land and bringing it back to life. And that takes a few stages. When we start with a soil like this one that we see right here, okay, that is crusted, that is sun-baked, that cannot support any kind of life because it is literally hard as cement. There's no way seeds or any plants can actually take root here. We bring it back to life and we bring it back to production so that it can feed people and it can feed the communities and communities can start thriving again. We need to create water harvesting structures that maintain the water on site. If we look at the soil the way it is right now, the water cannot stay here. So it rains and it flows away. So these half moons, they are the first step in this rehabilitation process, in this soil build-up process. On this site here, we have 7,500 half moons, each of which has a 4-meter diameter. This takes one person to dig 1 half moon per day. This site has been dug by a team of 150 people. So how does the half moon work? The rain basically comes here and we have put the half moons on contour lines, which means the rain, when it falls to the ground, it flows into this area here, which is a little bit lower so that it retains the water. And we create this embankment, okay, that's a little bit higher up and make sure that the water doesn't overflow, okay, and it stays here and it feeds these plants. So we are mainly using local species like the sorghum and the millet that actually has been domesticated here many thousands of years ago. So it actually comes from the Sahel and produce a maximum quantity of biomass as well. So they are perfect to rehabilitate the land while feeding the people at the same time. This is nothing new. We have not invented a technology here. The half moon technology is actually an endogenous technology to the Sahel and has been forgotten over time. We have rescued it from the past. So the sorghum that you can see behind us actually grew only with rainwater. Around 10 to 15% of water that will be caught here will enter the ground and will recharge the groundwater tables. That way we actually achieve a balance of water. So we are not depleting the water resources, but we're making sure that we keep enough water in the ground for future generations. Then we have another system that mainly consists of planting lines. We have horticulture beds where we can plant tomatoes, okra, and so on. Here we have trenches where we have planted moringa, we have planted pigeon pea, And we have planted also some okra that has grown wildly here. And the idea here is that we have biomass trenches that will provide biomass as the system grows. In between these trenches, we have planting pits where we have planted fruit trees. We have guava, citrus. This is just the very first step in this pilot. We'll also be using other native species that we'll be planting in the pits that will drive the rejuvenation of the soil and the protection of the soil as the system starts growing into abundance and producing food and life for the people here. In its mature state, this system will look like a forest, forest lines that will be producing biomass and fruit, and we'll have other lines in between where we'll be producing horticulture, vegetables. This is exactly the way nature works. We came across syntropic farming, which is a type of conservation agriculture that has been developed in Brazil based on global indigenous knowledge. In the whole world, many indigenous populations have a similar way traditionally to do agriculture that is different from conventional agriculture and which mimics forest dynamics. In the next step, we'll be growing trees here. So if we look at the vastness of this area here, we can plant 10,000s of trees into these structures.
Sometimes you come in the villages, you don't see nobody. You can just see some animals to say, okay, I think people are here. Usually every year after the rainy season, most of the young people migrate to Dakar and other big town in Senegal. This is the internal or the local migration. Some leave Senegal to go to Spain. What they are going to do there? Agriculture, that they leave behind. They go to harvest apple there, while they leave the same activity here. Before, they were thinking about how to migrate, but they told me now they don't think about that. With this borehole we put in place, now we are going to work 12 months on vegetable production. Now these young boys who are very key for the village security, for the village development, now don't need to go to leave just the old people in the village. Now they will contribute to the local dynamic of the community. Now they are together, they have social cohesion.
Now, this project was really, really interesting because the World Food Program wanted to demonstrate how you could take the most devastated areas and turn them back into resilient food-producing locations. And they specifically placed their project on a very degraded landscape that had been taken down to bare, compacted earth. This is actually the front line of the Great Green Wall of Africa. The Senegal River, at least for this region, that's where you're gonna have your real true dividing line between the Sahara and the Sahel. So the work of the WFP is solving this problem directly here on the ground with the Great Green Wall of Africa.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think?
Absolutely.
So you see what I mean? Like, the terraforming, like
they're trying to use human feces as fertilizer in Chicago.
They already are.
Can you imagine the smell?
Like where I wonder where they do that. You know, obviously, but you know, landfills. Like if you've ever there's this one place here in Salem that you can go on this hike, and I didn't realize like how right on top of the landfill it was. It was pretty bad. There was a section where I was gagging. I was like, yeah, and I won't be doing this one again.
It's like some North Korea communism shit. That's what they do in North Korea.
I feel like that's what it sounds like, them doing it that way.
No, they literally do that in North Korea because I don't know why.
Well, why wouldn't they if they're not importing and they're having to rely on their own resources? So this is actually like a pretty common ancient practice. This is kind of what we're getting into, like biomass too. It all comes back in. And so being able to sort it out now, generally you're going to like take over a year before you actually utilize it as that. But it goes through a, currently there's actually should pull this up. That'll be the next video. There is an apartment complex in Portland that is actually doing permaculture on a low level. Now they're using like their rain collection water system is based off of the house, collecting it, and the, you know, like rain barrel style sort of. But it's cool. You'll see they have this piping system for it to trickle through, and collect. So regardless, though, they have this composting set up, and they have it for their urine as well. Now you can actually directly pee on your own garden. You don't want to do it frequently, and you always want to dilute. This is just like if your dog over pees on your lawn and your lawn starts dying, it's because it's over nitrated and you need to dilute it, and that'll help solve some of the problem. So with your poo, you compost it through a series with your mulch and other food items. So like your overall compost, and you do it through a series. So you have like a, you know, it sits in one spot and then you have to turn it over and you need to like move it into another spot. And having bugs and worms and the nasty shit that everybody's grossed out by fluctuate through that system helps eat what needs to be taken out and clean it. And that's all part of the process. And then after that time, after so much, you know, see, I don't even think you guys realize, like most organic compost is a mix of manure from cows or...
Imagine the smell though, like the massive methane cloud just rising up.
That's why you let it sit for, you have to, because it's heavily like saturated in too many certain minerals or nitrates.
Right, when like birds are like flying by and like dying because they're getting strangled to death by the fucking smell of the mighty.
So that's your visual. You just like go straight to like, it's just like Death Valley.
The methane cloud. You know?
Clearly they do it in a place where nobody lives.
The birds
that's funny. That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, it's very plausible. It's not
really human feces, and then like some crow is like flying by and it's like, oh, and it fucking just dies and fucking falls into human shit because the feces odor is like so overpowering.
You'd think that'd be happening right now with like current landfills and just like the filth. And I mean, you've seen other places in other countries where like the pollution is out of control, just like mass right up along the side of some sort of ocean.
Yeah, that landfill is definitely a manifestation of Beelzebub.
But I mean, they do have birds randomly, and this is partly in prophecy too, right? But they do have birds randomly dying, dropping from the air and dying. There's been documents of this. Same thing with the fish, just like certain algae and just like mass die-offs. So you can't deny that those things aren't happening, but then that's, to me, that's just like an imbalance to the situation, imbalance to nature, especially in general. Like when they talk about water systems or pools, you can have natural ponds. You can put your own natural plant systems in it so that it eats the bacteria and it can work like a really healthy, normalized, you don't even need the salt water, swimming design. And that goes for houseplants in your own house, like spider plants. One of the most common houseplant ever kills mold. Most people don't even realize that. You should probably have houseplants. I'm at my friend's house right now. I'm like, she needs some houseplants.
Yeah.
But beyond that, there's other benefits than just that. So but that goes in like, even right now, like, I do talk about like building materials are counterproductive for this sort of permaculture type living too, or just being more connected to nature. But also, if you could have living roofs and you could have our living walls even, and just have more of the outdoors inside, those things are hugely beneficial. Make sure you open your windows. It's like so crazy how over sterilized people are.
Yeah.
There's microbes that work with the microbes on our skin and in the dirt, and if we don't have contact with them,
Exactly.
we become subject to illnesses. Actually, if you put plants in a window in a hospital room, your patient will heal faster.
Yeah, so they did an
it's crazy
experiment.
shit. Yeah.
They did an experiment where they put a picture of a brick wall outside the patient's window, and then they did one where they did a nature scene, and they actually measured the healing, and so the patient with the nature scene healed faster than the brick. That was one of my favorite things I first learned when I got into the medical
Yeah,
field.
absolutely. Yeah, just contact with nature. Nature gives off healing vibes. It actually, nature it has healing elements in it. This is what it is. So whether or not we see that or not, it's not just pagan. It's just there's something more to it. All right, but yeah, let's go to this little talk here. We'll play a little bit of this, and I think he gets to some sort of point here about nature
I'll
and
pull up-
natural systems. Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, I was just going to say I'm going to pull up that video that I just explained about in the city of Portland, this place exists. I'm actually going to go there and do an interview with these people. But what I was just explaining, like what they do, I'll have that video ready. Not that we need to watch it right this second, but I'm like ready to go. Like you told me what the subject was, I was like, all right, I'm loaded.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna be doing this for quite a minute, so it is what it is. Yeah, I definitely appreciate your input, and yeah, definitely, there's a reason why I called you here.
Appreciate you.
You can imagine a railroad in your head and run your mind along it to infinity, and then you've inspected the infinite railroad, and lo and behold, at no point did the rails cross. So you accept this as true. Then you can reason from it. Now, in the case of the Euclidean proposition that parallel lines don't meet, you test the truth of it by carrying out this imaginary inspection of the items involved and verifying that the statement appears true in all cases that you can imagine. But other branches of human knowledge also use deduction. Interestingly enough, theology. So theology reasons like in the following manner. God exists. This is perhaps not Christian theology, this is a generic theology. God exists because Christian theology would seek to go further back and prove in some cases, such as in scholasticism, that God exists. But let's just start with the given assumption that God.
Yeah, and we went to, Plantinga and and Kant and presuppositionalism. That's no longer true now. So they've gotten rid of that caveat. Of explaining the origins of the world.
God exists, and then a second assumption, and God loves us. Given these two assumptions, then deduction goes to work and elaborates an explanation for why we are not with God, how we can get to God, and so forth and so on. So deduction is useful. Notice that my two examples have been drawn from, in the case of Euclid, mathematics, in the case of the second case from theology, a branch of philosophy. So deduction seems to have an important role in these abstract systems. But remember, I said it was one of two forms of reasoning that are ordinarily dealt with. Now, the second form of reasoning is, to my mind, more interesting. The second form of reasoning is induction, not deduction, induction. And induction, for those who believe in it, is thought to be, without doubt, a superior form of reasoning to deduction, because it leads to a control and a manipulation of real consequences in the world. Okay, what is induction and how it works and how does it work? Well, it works like this. When I hit the water with a shovel, it makes a splash. Every time I hit the water with the shovel, it makes a splash. Therefore, this is the leap, the therefore, shovels can be used to make water splash. Now, notice what is interesting about this in contrast to deduction is that there is no untested first principle. You don't state something and then reason from it. You make repetitious observations, and then those observations which are most repetitious you raise to the status of laws, induction. And this was abhorrent to philosophical thinkers because it doesn't have this Aristotelian purity that deduction has. It doesn't have this mathematical elegance. It's messy.
By the way, this is an important bit, and I'm just going freely off of this presentation. At some point, he talks about how nature is about creating your own calendar, and it's about looking at the seasons and all this idea. But right now, he's kind of going slowly, and this concept of natural law was really created to remove the intelligence from nature. It's really created so that you could say that nature is subservient to these mathematical principles, right? That there's laws, right, that exist, and really it's philosophically an untenable position, because you either have to argue that the world is eternal, the universe is eternal, or that God created these natural laws, and then somehow nature is organized through these laws, right? Even though nobody can really come to any conclusion about what these laws actually are, right? So all we have is constants. The constants are not really laws. What is natural law? What exactly is a natural law, right? And what were the natural laws doing before the world came into existence, right? Because natural laws are based on principles of observation, cause and effect, right? Those principles of cause and effect can't go all the way back to infinity, right? They have to start somewhere, right? So it leads to all of these philosophical problems. Now, many of the medieval philosophers thought it untenable because they wanted God to be involved in the creation. As Ghazali said, looking at natural law, that cuts off God's hands from creation. It says that there's this mediating force that God has to create through, and yeah. So it's like, in a way, limiting God's power. God has to be, part of every part of creation. But yeah, go ahead, Ezra.
I was just going,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just because then it's sort of like the concept then almost that the earth would be like the opposite or the antagonist. So you get your little polarity fluctuation.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you go to Hegel, he actually says that. He says the antithesis of nature is mind, and the synthesis of nature and mind is humanity. So there you go. Man himself is born through a conflict of mind and nature, right?
Yeah.
Very
which is
interesting.
which is horrifying, right? And Kabbalistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Cannibals.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck Hegel. Hegel was a bitch. Quote me on that.
Someone clip that.
And Aristotle was a Nancy boy. You heard it here first on The Machine Lies.
Lead up.
you know.
Let's throw Freud in there maybe too.
Yeah, but this
Yeah.
whole concept. Let me open up. What should I open up? Maybe Aldo Leopold. Let me go to Aldo Leopold here, and talk about this stuff. The land ethic. Let me summarize some of his. He says the godlike Odysseus returned from wars in Troy. He hanged all on one rope a dozen slave girls of his household, whom he suspended of misbehavior during his absence. The hanging involved no question of propriety. The girls were property. The disposal of property was then, as now, a matter of expediency, not of right and wrong. Concepts of right and wrong were not lacking from Odysseus' Greece. Witness the fidelity of his wife through the long years before at his black proud galleys clove the wine dark seas for home. The ethical structure of the day covered wives, but had not yet extended to human chattels. During the 3,000 years which have since elapsed, ethical criteria have been extended to many fields of conduct, with corresponding shrinkages in those judged by expediency only. Any comments on that?
Crickets.
Yeah, I'm not.
Nobody's going in on slave girls tonight. I mean, man, it's a rare night. You know, usually everybody's talking about slave girls around here. I mean, come on. I mean, yeah. Anyways, let's move on then. Let's move on then. The extension of ethics so far studied only by philosophers is actually a process of ecological evolution. Ecological evolution. In the sequences may be described in ecological as well as philosophical terms. An ethic ecologically is a limitation on freedom of action in the struggle for existence. I'm going to read that again, but first I'm going to mute the fuck out of Cecil again. Cecil, you're producing lots of noise pollution, right? Right, but yeah. It's all good though. You know what I mean?
So a lot of us are neurodivergent. So just remember that, you know, all those sounds kind of get us going sometimes. I'm not saying that about you, Mo, but I am.
Wait, what does that mean? They trigger you, or what is neurodivergent? Trigger?
Well, like neurodivergency can cover like, you know, all the like ADHD or any sort of like OCD type or like any autistic spectrum.
It means you're retarded.
I ride the special bus. Too bad I did have a decent career though in a medical specialty for a long time and was trained to read brain activity. But let me know, Cecil, if you are able to do that, then we can definitely, you know, duke that out. So
no, I'm not retarded.
It's a special kind of retarded. Thank you.
Oh boy. Yeah, so I mean, you know, that is some fucking definitioning that yeah, I mean that's like Arne Næss, you know, but you know, Arne Næss's work is, you know, in the 60s and the you know, based off of works that are produced in the 60s. This is all the way in 40. Let me see, 47. What the fuck was it? 49. 49ers. They was good people. But yeah, let's go to this. It says an ethic ecologically is a limitation on freedom of action in the struggle for existence. Okay. An ethic philosophically is a differentiation of social from antisocial conduct. These are two definitions of one thing. The thing has its origin in tendency of interdependent individuals or groups to evolve. There's that packed word, right? Loaded term, evolve, right? We don't like that word. And it's interesting that although Leopold is using it in 1949, it suggests something interesting about his education. But yeah, evolve modes of cooperation, the tendency of interdependent individuals or groups to evolve modes of cooperation. The ecologist calls these symbioses. Politics and economics are advanced symbioses. Okay. Bam. In which the original free-for-all competition has been replaced in part by cooperative mechanisms with an ethical content. Okay, and this goes to Mumford too. You know, the civilization is a mega machine, right? Society itself, the social rules, the conduct of humans within the society, right? And it goes to that idea, of course, of fucking bitch boy Hegel, right? Who talked about the apotheosis of the state, the spirit of world history and autocratic government. And, obviously Spinoza and Hobbes, as Rousseau said, he said, if it were not for the printing press, the views of Hobbes and Spinoza would be left to the dustbins of history, and the whole world would have been better as a result, right? And I kind of agree with him, all right? But yeah, politics and economics are forms of advanced symbioses, right? And include the ecology within that, right? So, if you could imagine, I think there's somebody else in the back here. Okay, here we go.
So,
hey, greetings. Hey, greetings. Yeah. I love that terminology, advanced symbioses. This is from Leopold. Even the complexity of cooperative mechanisms has increased with population density and with the efficiency of tools. It was simpler, for example, to define the antisocial uses of sticks and stones in the days of mastodons than of bullets and billboards in the age of motors. Okay. All that in 1949. Interesting. The first ethics dealt with the relation between individuals. The Mosaic Decalogue is an example. Later accretions dealt with relations between individuals and society. The Golden Rule tries to integrate individual to society. Democracy integrates social organization to the individual. There is no ethic dealing with man's relation to the land and to animals and plants which grow upon it. Land, like Odysseus' slave girls, is still property. The land relation is strictly economic, entailing privileges but not obligations. The extension of ethics to the third element in human environment is, if I read the evidence correctly, an evolutionary possibility and ecological necessity. And an ecological necessity, it is the third step in a sequence. The first two have already been taken. Individual thinkers since the days of Ezekiel and Isaiah, and I read to you guys the sources about the Sabbath of the land. Okay, this concept that we opened up with, right? Okay, within the Jewish literature, right, have asserted that the despoilation of the land is not only inexpedient but wrong. Society, however, has not yet affirmed their belief. I regard the present conservation movement as the embryo of such an affirmation. That from Aldo Leopold, the founder of the conservationist movement, right? But yeah, interesting stuff. Comments, critiques?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Well, just, when I was talking about the Anastasia, the Ringing Cedar series earlier, like one of the things that with the way that they had set up the land was there was this definite connection in like symbiosis with the predators and the wildlife, but especially the predators, because obviously you guys know this is in Russia. And what I find hilarious about this is that, with some of the videos that come out now with the internet. There's so much with the bear, like people having their own bears and everything, especially in Russia. But anyway, she actually, Anastasia, because the story orients around her life so much, she gave birth with a bear and a wolf present in the same setting. They weren't there to eat the young. They were there for protection. And that had to do with this symbiotic relationship she had built with them. Not saying like she's sitting there like feeding them or she raised them as young either. So she gets into this detail in her book, but it just has so much to do with like once you're at that peace, then you can actually, live amongst this and without it being about competition, as we've been told. It's all just blood and guts, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's tales of Haile Selassie who defeated the Italian army, that he used to walk with the lions, and just chill out, and just walk with fucking lions. And I guess the whole idea is that he wasn't afraid of them and they weren't afraid of him as a result. They could smell fear. or
That's
something like
definitely
that.
pushing it.
Yeah,
That in tigers, right?
definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Move organization with Mumia Abu Jamal and John Africa, they would go and free the animals of the zoo until they were bombed by the police. The famous police bombing, of the Move.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. They had this, and the city was inspecting them for like, having like wild, plants growing on their property and shit, and then they got bombed by the police in a Philadelphia neighborhood in 1996, I think. I don't know. Yeah.
Wait. Where? I thought this. Sorry, where did this happen?
This is in Philadelphia. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And then
I don't.
yeah.
You'd think you'd remember that. That's
That's
really interesting.
And guy Mumia Abu Jamal, if you read his writings, he talks straight up facts about the international monetary system and the global economy, and and yeah, I mean, he even has some of these views of deep ecology and all of this type of stuff. But yeah, a lot of people think that he was set up by the police. But yeah, I don't want to take too many opinions on that. But yeah, it is what it is.
No, I hear you. And that, like in anarchy in general, it's interesting to find out these people are like heavy, like conservationists at that deeper level, at this like ecology level.
Yeah, and then Hank mentioned eco-fascism with Mussolini and Ebola. There's a huge streak. We're going to go into the idea that they were going into ideas of agrarian reform, and Julius Evola was even going into a sort of neo-paganism, where he had came up with this concept that the whole concept of the modern world was based on the Christian idea that, we were in a fallen state and that nature was like some sort of curse on humanity, that the pagans never had this concept. And the Italian fascists all understood this idea, just like the the Thule Society and those people like Lanz von Liebensfeld. They had a built-in idea about evolution and scientific progress, that they built up their own mythology in a sense, the fascists, which is very, very interesting. But yeah, and that goes to another realm of looking at things, which is eco-theology, and also transhumanism, which is a quasi-religious concept, borrowing ideas from, the merger of evolution and Aquinas with the idea of the omega point in Teilhard de Chardin, and which is then used as the template, and also the process theology of Alfred North Whitehead used for this template of, this new age religion, really, where in the Lindisfarne Institute, it talks about that one of their mission statements is, quote unquote, the planetization of the esoteric. Okay, I'm not playing. Okay, so if you can realize that, yeah, that's like that they literally admit in their mission statement where they're inventing concepts like Gaia theory that they want to create a world religion, Jack. So how about that? You're just gonna have to deal with that one, all right?
Well,
You know,
that's pretty
yeah,
evident.
let's not so let's not get lost in the sauce. All right, we're
Have
looking
you
at these
guys?
ideas. Yeah.
Well, I mean, something that I will say that I get at is that I do feel like a lot of this all connects, like on the religious to the science, that if you really look into it, I mean, obviously there's very distinct points that you can't say connect, but there's enough, in my opinion, to bring it back into like one core root. It comes from something and it's stemmed out into others. Now, I'm not going to disagree though that like diversity has everything to do with the proper structure of humanity, like if that even makes sense. But like also in that balance concept, you don't want toxic, on the polarity end, positivity or negativity. There's some sort of a balance that needs to be sort of sought out, or that's sort of what is going to happen anyway. If you're pushing too much on one side, it's going to bounce back on you regardless. So where does that core root come from? Because you can't really deny that, and that also is what I think brings all of us together, is what connects it, all the religions and some of these concepts, honestly. And that is partly what I've sought out to do with some of my videos, trying to bring those connections together. And I am doing it on a science end, but if you really are listening, it's like very much connects to the spiritual on a multitude of levels. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. And this whole concept that diversity, not talking about the diversity of global homo and the non-diversity that they practice is really of a monoculture, but actually exemplifying and revivifying the local communities by replanting wild nature and preserving the natural diversity of that exists, and preserving those life forms that are there. So
I don't think we're supposed to be so clumped like in the cities. I don't think.
Oh yeah,
and I'm not trying to say like everything is right or wrong. I'm really working on having a bigger perspective, but it does feel that we are supposed to be broken down into smaller sectors. And this is the difference of a monetization system versus a barter and trade versus a gift economy. Because in the family sense, you're in that gift economy establishment, which actually can fluctuate more into a smaller community base. Outside of that, yeah, I do think you're going to need a stronger setup, like a barter and trade. And then it can obviously, like, monetization is going to come into play because of precious minerals. But this is where we've gone over again. We've gone over the top. We're over focused on the wrong mechanisms. Right now, it feels like an extreme on that end. Again, when we talk about these giant machines that are actually causing earthquakes, so the earth is going to have to respond to this and fluctuate because it's not necessarily like stable, and it's going to have to flip. And in the momentum of humanity will show that through. I mean, it already is. It already is. But I do think that transhumanism is a part of that extremism. And it's potentially a flux with, potentially energy at play. I don't know. I know that's kind of far-fetched. I can go on and on. So sorry. No, I'm not sorry because I'm trying to work on that. Hank, I'm just kidding.
Sorry, not sorry.
Exactly. Hank's was a support for me the other night because he knows I kind of get shut down sometimes. I start talking a little too woo-woo, and then everybody's like, where's your source? Where's your source? And I'm like, hold on. And I get in the back chat, but by that point, everybody's all in a fury. Like, you can't say shit like that.
Yeah, I'd say transhumanism is a form of Malthusianism. It's a trap.
I think it's a
It
form of
feels that way to me.
insanity.
It feels
I,
that, yeah. Yep.
I think I think it's a form of insanity.
Yeah, it's like scientific hubris translated into pseudo mysticism. Where they have this concept of geomancy and necromancy obviously being abused because life serves life. This is why Christ says, "Let the dead bury the dead." We are not here to carry out on behalf of dead things, on behalf of dead matter, right? So what
Yeah.
we really have is this idea where they invert this concept and they put life into dead things. This is the golem of Kabbalistic lore. It's the total inversion of the life-giving principle, right? And it's opposite of nature as well.
Which is also a part of Christian prophecy and Revelation.
Yeah, iron mixed with clay, and also the Kali Yuga, the age of iron. It's interesting that they have these conceptions of devolution, and devolution symbolizing, even in Plato, man's merging with matter, right? This is the lowest form, right? And this is where the Neoplatonists and the Kabbalistic idea comes from, of the Sitra Atra, merging with the mineral type, with the mineral soul. The lowest type in Aristotle is the mineral soul. Then above that is the plant soul. Then above that is the, animal soul. The appetitive. Then is the, rational, right? So
How do you feel about plants feeling pain?
I think
and being
plants.
sentient in that sense?
Yeah. I think plants are 100% conscious, and I think that actually, bacteria is conscious.
Yeah.
If you could most
They've
likely.
shown that, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So even bacteria, it goes down to bacteria. Really. So microorganisms display elements of consciousness. So yeah. So what
Just like
is
because of like the tier thing, sometimes I don't know if I resonate with that. Like that it's specifically like a pedestal, like a human soul over animal soul over a plant
Yeah, I
soul.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
And I
Yeah, I
fight
agree.
for this a little bit with the argument with veganism, and how like the respect and we kind of were just getting into this like with ecology and the balance and why it's so important for these specific animals to be in these placements for this this sort of development to grow, right? And this goes into like there's a book like there's no such thing as a vegan because and I do think there's some controversy on this. I'd be curious. I've worked. There's one guy who he says he's successfully implemented his gardening with only plant material or whatever. But like the idea of bone ash, and where does salt actually come from? And some of those oils and liquids and stuff actually do come from more of
It
the
sounds like a
animal.
mental disorder to be like worried about if animal touch this seed or anything like that, right? Because it's not for the sake of the animals, is it? From their purview, from what you can tell, Ezra?
Like, sorry, what do you mean? Like a vegan's? Like it's not for the idea of all that.
You were explaining sort of an extreme veganism, right?
Yeah. Which is like what they'll tell you is that they don't need to any animal product in any form of their how they grow their vegetables is needed.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
understand.
would say based on like that would depend on the minerals you have and then like what are they buying and bringing in? They don't even know the animal product. I'm not saying like obviously like compost would be different, but like any like animal body part.
Sure. Yeah,
right?
but I mean, to me, it sounds very similar to a germaphobe, right? Like in terms of, I've known
Mm.
people in my life,
Ooh.
not many, who were like, I won't go out to eat anywhere and I won't eat anyone else's food ever. And that's it.
Yeah.
There's no going around it.
Oh yes, okay. Because there's others who are, they actually get a little particular about the idea of you coming onto their land because exactly. Oh, this is so good because this gets into germ theory too, and I'm not a big believer of that. I could go down that road. Regardless, I like how you brought that up. That's a really good example. Yes, it is.
So that's why I was
It's
saying,
like a hypochondriac to some extent too. I mean,
yeah, well, that's why I prefaced with it seems kind of similar to a mental disorder like OCD or whatever the case, because the truth is you could never ensure to a molecular degree that animal hasn't touched your food or another person hasn't touched your. There's no way to do it.
or like the death of another animal isn't already influenced in your soil, which is the whole reason you can grow, because the pH balance is there. But to have that pH balance is to have those dead animals decay and process like biomass. That's why I was saying like some of the key words and what we've been watching tonight about terraforming and greening the deserts is biochar and biomass.
Water,
but also
air, the wind, right? From what I understand about Monsanto, kind of on a different topic, but I'm bringing it to this. So they had sued small farms.
Yeah, this is an important case. Yeah, please tell people about this case. Yeah, because this is a very important one. Yeah.
So I'm no expert on it. I'm trying to remember, but I think approximately what happened is Monsanto kind of conspired, it would seem, to take over the land and crops of small farmers. And what they did was they would plant their GMO patented seeds. I may have that a little bit incorrect, but it's about right. And when the seed would blow over, just naturally through wind, whatever, rain even, that then they would own the property of their neighbors, the small farmers. So it was really an aggressive act.
Yep.
Again, it seems, I wasn't there, I wasn't part of the case, but it seems to me it was ganging up on. It was we're gonna make our company, Monsanto, GMO, etc., a monopoly of the food source, because now we can take over by having the property, intellectual property, whatever it is, for GMOs, and therefore that food is now ours.
Exactly. And this is actually what happened in Venezuela, and with the I'm forgetting the acronym, but that international farmers that went down there, and that's exactly how they did it. And that's why you saw those farmers in Venezuela committing suicide. There's another country this was going down in as well, because they were just destroying and taking over the lands. Also, they were able to take over the land because they were destroying it and they weren't able to pay for what it was going to take or the time it was going to take for it to recuperate in order to grow their plants and use their pesticides, which, we were talking about that earlier too, because there's a connection with Ancient Orange. And even though they would deny that glucosidase had any connection to it, the collection of the barrels off of the Gulf Coast does coincide with the start of Roundup. And now they're saying that Roundup is so ineffective, they have to use the other half of Agent Orange, which was an herbicide, on the crops because it's become resistant. And this is the other reason farmers are killing themselves, because it's just like a perpetuating cycle and they can't control it. And then, like you're saying, it's spreading. It's so easy to spread. And it's funny you're saying that they sued because small farmers were trying to sue in advance. And so now they're hitting it at the head. They've like, oh, this is how we do it. So then we can actually just buy the land and they're fucked. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah, so
It's
I
not
guess
surprising.
Right, yeah, unfortunately.
Right.
So I guess just to the point of, you can't control all these environmental variables. So when someone tries to control it to the degree that you're describing with the animal product food growing, that sounds to me like they have a mental issue of sorts.
Well, I would say so. And there are people like there's this farmer, I could show this as one of the things we watch as well. There's a farmer in Wisconsin and he's doing this heavy duty like permaculture type concept. Again, everything is planted and growing in symbiosis with each other. And he's surrounded by, and this is, you know, where I grew up. So heavy cornfields. Most of it's like they're just growing corn mostly. Obviously, other forms of like hay or animal feed. But so he's surrounded by it and his land is still unaffected. His food is still clean. You know, like his things are still thriving. It's not dying because he's up against this. You know, he has like a little bit of a parameter, but at the same time, it's like there would still be some influence. But again, the land is able to withstand it, consume it, and process it because that's how it was built. And this is just like our bodies to some extent as well. So anyway, this is a great conversation.
Like how far extreme can they take it though? Because you basically have to do everything yourself. You'd have to make your own clothes without the use of other people because other people will be eating meat. You know, like is your house made of plants? Is your clothes made of plants? Like I don't understand.
You mean like veganism, like true veganism?
Like the extremist sense of veganism, trying to take it to its logical conclusion.
They are making clothes out of plant material now, but it's not necessarily holding up that great. But it's, you know, I mean, there's bamboo, but when you
sure
talk about
try.
when you make clothes out of bamboo, to get it, you have to use heavy chemicals to process the bamboo for it to be used as a fabric.
Well, that's sad, trombone.
Yeah, Darwin works everything out. You know, one thing I've learned over the years in the more meta picture is at the end of the day, there's no reason to argue what anyone should do. I mean, some things we might say are obvious, right? If you're dying of thirst, you should probably drink water. And there's always these exceptions to the rules, no doubt about it. But, you know, what I'm getting at is reality will always tell us the truth. Now, it doesn't mean it'll be this moment, but at some point, I think all things reconcile. You figure it out. It's just a question of, is it too late?
But is there a too late?
When you're dead, it's definitely too late.
Right, or reincarnate.
Well, sure. If we want to go that route, then sure, in your next life. But what I'm saying is, for this life, what we have, it would be too late if you're no longer alive, right?
Yes, that is a fact.
That's all that comes out of my mouth are facts. Sometimes.
Nice.
But I do like understanding how people's minds work, even though we can't really know. But, you know, we come to conclusions based on what we perceive to be evidence, right? Which, unfortunately, a lot of times ends up being, well, this person said. And many times they didn't say that or quite that. And even if they did say that, it doesn't mean they actually meant it. And it seems to me that most people tend to go with how confident the person is in saying it. You know, I'm very confidently the Queen of England. And there'll be some people that, you know, they're like, well, no, it was very believable.
YouTube is an example of that, don't you think? Because there's like so many people that are so quick to put some of these people on pedestals.
Yeah. There's a lot of pedestalization, and many times it seems for all the wrong reasons.
He could, like, you know, spit out some other stuff too on natural health, but like his, like where he's gone and where people have placed him. I mean, there's other examples that are similar to that. But it's interesting, and I totally agree. Well, this goes with politics, too, and what we're watching happen right now.
Yeah. And I've, you know, seen, I'm going to say, the reality that for us human beings that it's imperative that the more power we get as an individual, as society, that we have the ability and therefore implement not abusing that power, right? And it seems to me it actually works the opposite, not reality, but the way that society is running. Whereas the people lowest on the totem pole, whether socioeconomically or clout, whatever it is, they many times often seem to get the most consequence, the most accountability, i.e. the wrong people. Whereas ones at the top, so many people I've met, it seems more than not, will just say, well, you know, that's just how it is. There's, you know, it's the president, or he's a judge, or, you know, whatever authoritative, you know, movie star doesn't apply. And to me, that's some of the dysfunctional chaos we have is, at the end of the day, the people, most people, let's say lowest on the totem pole, have the power. They literally have the power to hold these people accountable. And I think the main point that I see is they don't believe they have the power, and therefore they kind of just give up. It's defeatist.
It's like, when did that happen? Does that just have to be, is that like a product of wars and generational trauma?
Well,
they'd rather
yeah.
just like be quiet and subdued.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, right? We only have history books to go off of, I guess, if we're talking 1,000 years ago, thousands. But it seems like this has always been the case, and societies have moved in ebbs and flows. I don't believe there's any superior race or gender or culture or anything. I think many of them are,
like even
you know,
even going back to the concept of like matriarchal tribe societies, there's still no perfectionism in that. You know, even though it's, some people put it on a utopia pedestal. I agree. And that's why I think it all connects at the core root of it too. But I still feel, I will say, in what, with this whole conversation of returning back to nature and simplifying, and just that we've like so overcomplicated our way of life, and sort of forgotten like how basic things are. And you know, we're anxious because we've been sitting in front of like blue screens, you know, for days on end, and finding out that, oh, if you actually just like literally go outside and chop some wood, you feel quite refreshed.
Well, we're doing unnatural things. We're consuming unnatural substances, stimuli, physically, psychologically. And for most people, again, I'm thinking, it seems there's no recovery or balance to that. So they end up sort of in a loop, as a good friend Tommy would say. This loop of, you know, sort of victim mentality, angst, being on edge, fear. Fear is a big one.
It is dopamine looping, by the way. Because like if you're in a group with, I think The Body Keeps the Score actually touches on this, but it might be in that book. Regardless, when you're in like a group with PTSD combat vets, and they.
So you mean my friend group?
Can you imagine the smell?
This. Cecil, hold on. I'm focused on an important topic here. I mean, based if that's your situation, potentially. But what I want to get at here real quick is that they have shown with this that it's not that it's not beneficial. There's definitely benefits to this, just like talk therapy. But in that sense of somewhat of talk therapy without there being a rewiring of the activity, that it's possible that what's happening is like they're just dopamine looping, that they're focused on like their own situation, and it's just re-looping it for them. So like it releases the dopamine in their brain. Okay, sorry, I was almost done.
Yeah, she just likes to interrupt.
I don't want to imagine that smell. Oh no. Sorry.
No, I'm gonna have to mute you, Noel, just for a second. But yeah, go ahead, Ezra.
No, it's just finishing about this dopamine. Like it is a real thing, and this goes beyond just support groups. But this is why they say sometimes like just basic talk therapy isn't effective enough. That strategies like EMDR or like light sound vibration therapy are a little bit more beneficial.
Light sound, fuck yeah. See my freaking rims? See my 5 aluminum rims?
What? Cecil, can you build us an engine? Can you rebuild an engine?
Yeah.
Cecil needs.
All right, that's good.
Go somewhere.
Yeah, as long as it's like an older engine and not one of these newer engines that's all full of electronics and stupid shit.
Yeah, I hear that.
You know.
Well, Margot is here.
But right now I got 5 pieces of cast aluminum right here. See it? I'm gonna turn them in for between 52 and 56 cents a pound. Because I recycle.
Excellent. Now let's go to this expansion of the ethics to land concept in Aldo Leopold. He's now talking about the community concept. Now this gets to some interesting. Okay, Noel, I'm gonna have to go ahead and mute the shit out of that. Thank you so much for joining. What the fuck is that? Is that Cecil? Cecil, what? Cecil,
Possibly.
are you throwing around those rims? What are you fucking? Are you fucking monkey wrench?
Can I talk, please? Machine Lies, sorry about that noise.
Yeah. So what do you want to say?
How is your day, Machine Lies, and what are we talking about?
It's pretty good, Noel. We're talking about living in harmony with nature. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? So yeah, how do we live in harmony with nature, right? Cecil, I'm gonna have to mute the shit out of you, dude. What is this? You're fucking clanking some fucking monkey wrenching around in there.
I want to say hi to that metal boy.
Which man?
With the wolf.
What's up?
So can you how is your day today?
It's all right.
Yeah. Okay, I will mute.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for joining us. And thank you to the 37 people that are here.
Do not kick me out. I want
No,
to
I'm not.
stay in here.
No, I'm not kicking you out. No, I'm not kicking you out. Just chill out. And we got Dominic and Alpero is here in the chat. We got Noel here. JG is here. Let's see who else is here.
TML.
37 people here. Yeah, we also got Be More Busker. Thank you so much for joining us, friend. How you doing?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you doing okay?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you look at Monsanto, they're involved in creating all types of chemicals back in the day. They're related to chemical manufacturing, mustard gas, and there's an uneasy link between medical, pharmaceutical industry, the oil and gas companies, and also the people who make pesticides. So it just so happens that all of those companies are really owned by the same people, and they rely on each other to for industrial farming techniques and all that. So it is an interconnected system. Whether or not we take a look at how it affects the ecology or not, we're already, just cogs in the mega machine here. So it's just a whole different. It's just on what level do we want to apply our influence and our efforts. Do we want to put it back into the life-giving systems, or do we want to put it back into the machine? Right? We get to decide. But once we look at what part of the system serves what other part, right, then we can come to the same conclusion about these things, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so this yeah, and also I think Ezra's got something here. You know, what is this?
I always have something weird. I'm the woo-woo expert.
It's all good.
Most apartments in Portland in general, most commercial properties, multifamily properties, the landscaping consists of the minimal, easy to maintain landscape.
Basically, usually just paved parking spaces.
Grass. It's basically, if it's not parking space, it's grass, or there's a sprinkling of ornamental shrubs. You know, they don't produce any fruit or anything. So, I mean, it's a tragedy. It's a kind of a lost opportunity. If somebody changed that model, I mean, the place could become like this sort of one giant food forest. Hey, Stephen. Everybody knows everybody, and people eat together and party together and garden together. Hey, Neil. They're actually where we meet each other more than anything else is gardening together.
Honestly, yeah, this squash is kind of, I think.
Looks like you have some sage
Some
there,
sage,
or
yeah,
herbs.
I was just about to say, I always want to call it lavender for some reason, but it's sage.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I've been in Portland since the 1990s, and we've been on the sustainability trip, but it's all been sort of individual family, you know, the household doing gardening and composting and things like that.
A good one.
Eventually, we wanted to develop a community. So this seemed like a great place to try this out. It was a kind of a rundown apartment building back in 2007. Imagine 14 or 15 years ago, this was a giant parking lot, and there was just crew-cut grass on either side of that. So when we started, the grounds were totally bare. Okay, grass, we're talking grass, pavement, and a few ornamental shrubs that were pretty pathetic. No fruits or anything like that. So let's walk into the circular garden. But it had a big space for garden. So right here is the center. And what makes a circular garden so unique is that from this one point, you can irrigate a vast area very, very easily. This space is gardened by our group gardens program. We have about 20 families gardening together and growing things that you wouldn't normally grow in your own individual garden plot. For example, squashes. You can see a lot of space is taken up by squash, and you wouldn't have that space to do something like that in your own garden. Okay, we have carrots and peppers, sunflowers, chard, cabbage, cauliflower, and broccoli. You can kind of see the fruit trees here. Look at the fruit trees, they're just totally loaded. These are the ground falls that we picked up so far. And they may look a little dubious, but actually these are great for apple pies, apple sauce. You can dry these too if you wanted to. So we get a huge bounty of fruits here.
And you planted all these?
We planted all these, yeah, right. When we started out, this was just grass here in the planting strips. And from here up to the building was a parking lot in the middle, and then grass and gravel on each side. There were a few ornamental shrubs right at the base of the building, but it was essentially just a big, open, kind of dead space. And you can see once you depave, we depaved the parking lot there, and now it's a fabulous garden, right?
So did you buy?
So we bought it, yeah. So we worked with a bank. You gotta convince a bank to put the money behind, because it's a huge investment. This was $1.7 million. This was considered a kind of a high risk investment, so they required a 30% down payment. Behind you, I wanted to point out that this is our intersection repair. So 2 years ago in August, we got together as a community. We closed the street at both ends, and then we painted this pollinator themed street painting. That's one of the fun community projects. Builds community We learned a lot of our neighbors. We had a lot of our neighbors that we'd never met before. Really a great community building project. So we need a garden space because that's key to permaculture, is having some space where you can plant different things, trees and annual plants and things like that. So we decided to utilize one of the local organizations called DPAVE. DPAVE, their mission is to remove parking lots and turn those spaces into garden spaces. So we worked with them. We had probably 40 volunteers here one day, and we pried up all the asphalt and hauled it off. We filled up like 9 dumpsters full of asphalt. Then we discovered a gravel layer and actually a house foundation underneath. You never know what you're going to find when you depave some space, but undaunted, we continued on. We removed the house foundation, removed all the gravel, and started gardening. And this is 10 years later or so. The soil is very fertile. We probably created this much topsoil on top of the previously just bare areas. So I mentioned we depaved this space. One of the amazing things, this was parking lot right here. We discovered this old concrete pond that was hidden under the pavement and long forgotten. So when we discovered this, we decided we'd remodel it. And look at what we've got now, these gorgeous cattails out of a pond that was essentially hidden and buried under the pavement for probably 50 years, that we then unearthed and now returned back to pond. It's a beauty, it's a water feature, but it also provides a mud source for certain insects that use mud to create their homes, like mason bees and mud dauber wasps. Also swallows use mud to make their mud nests. So this is a perpetual source of mud that they can tap into. Now behind this is our well. So you'll see that little square structure with the living roof. We actually have a 100-foot well there that we've drilled, that we tap into the aquifer underneath, that we replenish with the rainfall. Rather than using cisterns to store rainwater, we use the earth as our cistern and then tap it with a well. It percolates into the ground, into this gigantic aquifer under the city of Portland, and then we tap into that. So we're replenishing the water that falls on the property here by keeping it in place. When we started this project, the driveway and the roof were sent into the sanitary sewer. So we were exporting rainwater to the City Bureau of Environmental Services, which then had to treat that when it's mixed with sewage. A big problem. We've avoided that problem, or remedied that problem, really by keeping the water on site, percolating it into the ground, and replenishing the aquifer that we draw from. So the rain is drained to each side of the building. You'll see a pipe coming from that side. That channels all the rainwater from the north side of the building to that center, and then it comes across, and then it's conveyed through these rain chains to fall around us here. So the building is split down the center. It's a kind of a gable roof. And so we get about 150,000 gallons that land on the north side of the roof. There's another 150 from the south side. So the building itself probably contributes 300,000 gallons. This is the north side rainwater. And because it goes through small orifices in front to channel it to the rain chains and other places, it's important to keep sediment, leaves and things out. So what this does is it catches these leaves. Look, how did the peanut get up on the roof? But so several times a year, we'll go through and clean the filters out. And basically you just tap them like that. And that way it keeps that material out of the rainwater chains, which would clog them, and you can put it back again. So whenever it rains, there are 3 waterfalls on this side of the building.
What are you doing? I'm storing the rainwater creek, we call it. You see, the stone path, it goes all the way to the big swale. And it starts up here. When it rains, you see the black, the downspout. So the water goes down and comes out here in that stump. And then it starts to run all the way down there. So it's fun to come out here when there's a downpour.
When we started, we had contemplating going into a co-housing, which is a condominium model. You co-own the place with a bunch of other people. The problem with that is we kind of do things a little bit radical, like human manure composting our pee and poop. This is the basis for our fertility. And we figured your typical co-housing community would not necessarily go for that. This is what we call the additive for our compost toilets. So we're importing carbon from the city, which normally would go in the landfill. Believe it or not, some people put this in the landfill. And yet this is exactly what you need to balance the high nitrogen inputs from urine and kitchen compost and excrete or poop. Excrement, toilet paper, and additive are what we compost to create fertility and
Let's
kill.
pause it for a second right there.
And everybody has a compost toilet.
No.
Yeah, well, we will come back to this video. Yeah, we will come back to this video. I think B More Busker had a note about the poop. You got anything to say about poop, B More?
Yeah, poop.
Is that human shit?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Dude, fucking hell, man.
It's the human poop.
Dude, I was like, the first thing I thought, well, what about
It's human poop?
All the pollution in the rain, first of all, but now they're using human poop. Oh my god, dude.
Uh-oh.
I was wondering when that would come up.
Do you understand the idea of composting and actually like what he just was talking about? That this specific type of biomass that he's using to mix in with the poop pulls out all the elements that make it not usable for a garden, you know, but I don't think you're realizing where your organic soil is coming from and actually how much of it is animal poop.
Well, animal,
the majority of it is animal poop. Now, human poop, if you're eating a healthy diet, shouldn't that not be the same?
It's a big if.
Especially if you're fucking allowing it to settle and, you know, cultivate, and you're doing like, and so you'll see their system. They don't touch it for over a year. It goes through a whole process before they touch it. What's up?
Imagine the smell.
Seriously.
So I could just shit out my McDonald's in my herb garden and it'll freaking make it grow better.
I think McDonald's might be prohibiting, but if you use electroculture, you could still have a chance.
Well, all those McDonald's chemicals, probably not.
What about Jack in a Box? Is Jack in a Box nutritional enough for the grow the herbs?
Probably none of it, I would imagine.
So you're spinning. And I know you're about to like list another fast food restaurant. Not gonna make a difference. They're all about the same. So.
Okay. but listen though. But home cooked food and non-fast food is going to be way more nutritionally like better than fast food, though, for sure, right?
Well, if you want to get down to the science of it, yes, there's actually been studies done that organic food has higher nutrient value than processed or like the heavily modified food. And this is the whole, by the way, scam with the idea of bugs also. Like, people have been eating bugs for fucking years. You're also not realizing how much bugs are biomass and are definitely a part of your compost, and then also, like, you know, just in your everyday life. You actually, how many spiders do you swallow? Is it in a year? Maybe it's not that many, but I'm just saying that people have survived on that, and there's other forms of the use of it. I'm not saying that you should go out and only eat it, but that is a scam and a fear tactic. And it's just to make you feel like, oh, germs, oh my God. So this also then, again, I would backtrack into everything that we've been getting into with ecology and the way that things flow and vibration against each other, and how they fluctuate with one another has some sort of deeper purpose and value. And what that will come down to, especially in the idea of health in German New Medicine, is when you hear me often tag emotional warfare. This is a game of the minds. And I have a lot of examples that back that up with cited sources that I can pull up.
Well, let's get some bugs.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. So, sure. How about some mushrooms? You guys want to go foraging for some mushrooms? Little chicken of the woods?
I'd rather have the mushrooms than the bugs.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Overall, yes, I would agree. But yeah, I mean, I was in 6th grade. I had this amazing science teacher who took us mushroom hunting, and we collected grubs and crickets. I didn't really care for the crickets, but the grubs were surprising and actually quite tasty. And I was young, and he also cooked us up octopus. He had like a taxidermy museum in his little classroom area. One of the coolest and most influential teachers I ever had. So, you know, I wouldn't be too concerned. And again, animals roll in dirt to clean themselves, so we are just way over sterilized. And again, if we need to start going into germ therapy, I don't think, if you would like to do that another night, Mo, I can be 100% ready with plenty of sources for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we have time for it. And
Word.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, any things you want to present here, definitely just let me know. And same goes for anyone out here. But yeah, definitely. Of course, I will have to approve it in advance, but it is what it is.
No problem. And one of the things I always kind of talk about is like whether something's copyrighted or not. I've actually played her stuff multiple times, full episodes, never had an issue. And I think, again, because you talk through it is part of what they're looking for. I also had a conversation with another guy who played his stuff. He kind of got weird, but when I talked to him about there was no monetization and like it wasn't about that, he was super cool. And he just said, hey, I just want you to talk about it. Like, and it was the circumstances. I was doing those private meetings. I took all that stuff down. But, you know, in preparation for our project, I was doing these. So I was just playing content. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Fair use.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We have tons of I mean, I've talked maybe collectively for, you know, possibly like 3 hours or so about deep ecology, even with Pill Eater and Hank at the beginning of the episode. So it's been a long ride that we've taken people on. And but I just want to acknowledge these 38 people that are here at midnight on a Wednesday night. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. And yeah, we're definitely going to take a music break and we're going to come back to this video here. We're only 10 minutes into this video and it's definitely on point with all the topics we're covering. Thank you to Joe Mills for being here. Reddington, JG, I think I acknowledged Jack's Law. You know, thank you for being here, Jack's Law. Good to see you again. And you know, we have several notable people here in the chat that were here. Axis Rap Blood, thanks for being here. Yeah, not so many people in the chat. There's lots of people watching, but nobody chatting. Wonder what that's about, right? But as I think everybody already knows. But yeah,
sad trombone.
Yeah, we get lots of attention, whether it be negative or positive. You know, doesn't seem to matter. You know, infamy is as good as fame. Yeah, oh ye idiot. All right. And we are going to play a couple songs here and then get back to Sarah's video. Thank you guys so much. You know, it's 4:20. Yeah. Yeah, of course. You know, 4 hours 20 minutes into this. 4:20. So yeah.
Uppity puff pass.
Exactly. You know, let's go to this J Live. All right.
Yeah. How you want to do this? You know what I'm saying? Alright, so basically I'm gonna come in. Alright. I want you basically we go back and forth for it, alright? Okay, bet. That's gonna work. Got it. That'll work. What's he gonna be doing? Once y'all get it where y'all want it, I'm gonna come back in and go over for the whole thing, right? Okay, bet. Exactly. Teamwork.
Be not just said but heard, not just heard but seen, not just seen but felt. Behind your means be substance, beyond your like you know. Let's see your wise words form this constant flow. Be proof at the show proof for life. Captivate minds, eliminate strife, decimate the trife like check but not mate. Real kings move with ease, we block, move and take the best food for thought. We grill like the foreman, build upon blueprints, designs enduring. Time spans for lifetimes now seem to join in. Meetings of minds that never get adjourned. Fuck with your head like octopus porn. And fire up synapses, never found boring. See, my synopsis here is adoring. All y'all to rise like the sun every morning. Let's go. Spit like it's no time to waste. Spit like I can't stand the way this world tastes. Spit for rebellion, spit for resistance. Spit for accuracy, spit for distance. Spit like it's no time to waste. Spit like I can't stand the way this life tastes. Spit for survival, spit for existence. Spit for accuracy, spit for distance. Take heed when rivals cheat with the score. They tip the playing fields, we seen this before. When opportunities knocking, they lock the door. You unlock your barriers, headlock your doorman. Slide past security, strike without warning. Contact authorities just to inform them that the stack quo's been dealt a swift blow. My people, sleep has been so long dormant. Now hold the keys through peepholes, exploring options, ways and means to ensure them. Names are recorded, false claims retorted, heroes are lauded, jerks are reported, deeds are applauded, works are rewarded, food, clothes and shelter all are afforded. Love, peace and happiness, pride in your nappiness. Plots to destroy your cultures get thwarted. Seeds of self-hate and doubt get deported. Beyond your borders, belay the orders. Delays and setbacks get drawn and quartered. Teach the lambs to repel that slaughter. Teach the horses to drink that water. Teach the builder to destroy like mortar. And like muscle tissues get tore. Let's grow from these lessons stronger than before. Let's go. Spit like it's no time to waste. Spit like I can't stand the way this world tastes. Spit for rebellion, spit for resistance. Spit for accuracy, spit for distance. Spit like it's no time to waste. Spit like I can't stand the way this life tastes. Spit for survival, spit for existence. Spit for accuracy, spit for distance.
Yeah, the rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when my brothers stay physically and mentally trapped in the cage, my heart fills up with what? The rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when my brothers stay dying of everything else but old age, my heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what? Against the machine that come in between me and my other mother siblings. Caught up in the green and things that you can get beyond food, comfy clothes, and a home. So the streets they roam without a civilized dome. To realize that the traps are set, hounds is loose, pigs is juice. To put another neck in the noose without a second to lose. The powers abused, brothers are bruised, the devil's amused. Squad cars cruise through ghettos where governments hold everything that you own to a level where you're poverty prone. The half of us to sell whatever it takes to make pay, while the other half of customers with hopes of escape as they hallucinate, still in our fate despite the fact that your legacy's great. They rather sit home and wait while the means to survive and thrive are shut down. So those that know wrong but can't afford right, say what now? Rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when my brothers stay physically and mentally trapped in the cage, my heart fills up with what? The rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when my brothers stay dying of everything else but old age, my heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what? I guess my baby's fake educated. The lieutenants to the legislators and haters, consistently faded since our traitors betrayed us with the sadist plot to decimate and degrade us. Before we old enough to be first graders, putting pins in my baby's head. He could have grown to be physically thoroughbred, but mentally dead. They hide the lies in the books that were meant to be read, in the schools that either ignore them or can't afford them. Now the bigger they come, the harder they fall. But the younger they fall, the harder it gets to stand tall. Cause the blind man's deaf son will be the dumb father of a blind child, saying the hell with them all, with no family ties. So the next man's family cries at the funeral cause somebody tried the wrong mother with the wrong nine. Doing the long time where he learns that he committed the wrong crime in the first place. What's this? He need to point the same gun at the criminally insane justice system that dissed them and kissed them goodbye from the start. Cause his worldview was based on a lie. The rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when the fight breaks out, every time it's in hip-hop on stage, my heart fills up with what? The rule of Allah is God's equality. Desire for my brothers, the same as I desire for me. But when you talk trash like you hard, but your heart pumps lemonade, my heart fills up with what? When it's wartime and you don't know where to throw the grenades, my heart fills up with what? When my baby said role models for a victim on the front page, my heart fills up with what? When my brothers stay physically and mentally trapped in a cage, my heart fills up with what? When my brothers stay dying of everything else but old age, my heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what? My heart fills up with what?
Yeah. A blind man's deaf son will be the dumb father of a blind child. Right? Absolutely. Right. And
It's like it's a really sad story.
It's common, you know. Unfortunately,
I know. Sadly, I do know. When
Yeah.
you work in healthcare, you realize again the trauma connection, and like the stories are like, wow. And as a they say as an empath, I don't really like that term because I just feel like it's construed. I don't even know what that means, but I've always been that person that people come up and tell their life story to immediately, and the kind of deep, like, and out of nowhere they'll just kind of grab you, like, do you know what happened to me? Can I tell you my story? And it's like really sad. Anyway, I could get into that, but we're not going to because we're not bringing the show down.
So we're talking about plants.
That's right. We're talking about terraforming and transforming the world one little plant tree at a time. I think, is it me or is machine rotating?
It's not you. It's I see it too. Looks like he's crashing.
And we lost him. Well, this would be a perfect time to go ahead and play a little bit more until he comes back.
So there's probably about a dozen of us who use the ecological sanitation project. Every unit, generally speaking, has a toilet in it, and some people will supplement with a bucket of wood chips and then a lovable loo next to it. And this is a typical one-bedroom unit right here. So it's about 565 square feet, consists of this living area and a kitchen, and there's our bedroom. And then we also have the bathroom in here. And what's unique about our bathroom is we have a compost toilet in it. This is normally where the toilet goes right here, this hole that's covered in the floor. We've removed that because we have our own compost toilet here. And this is what a compost toilet looks like. This is called the lovable loo. It's a 5-gallon bucket that you pee and poop into. If you're willing to save your urine separately, that's even better, and that's what I do. So I have my own pee bottle here. I just pee into my bottle. And my wife pees into her bottle using this contraption. So you see there's a little bottle there and a funnel. So very easy actually to collect your pee separately from your poop. Okay.
And it doesn't smell at all.
There's no odors here. Okay. So what's amazing in between use is the wood chips that we use for covering. These are the wood chips. So after you pee or poop in here, then you cover with this. And wood chips are well known as an odor absorber and barrier. That leaves the interesting question about what happens when you're pooping. Okay, there's odor that's coming into the room. So that's what this is right here. So when we come in here to poop, we turn on this fan. So now we actually have a fan that's inside here, sucking air into the lovable loo and then venting it into the attic space above. So when we're pooping, unlike toilets in any place in the world that I've ever seen, we have no odor. The state-of-the-art American toilets, the state-of-the-art even Japanese toilets that can run several $100s do not have this feature, and I'm not sure why.
It smells like the forest.
That's what you get with wood chips here. So these have a kind of an earthy smell. Very, very nice.
I bet they do.
So that's how our bathroom looks, and otherwise we have a regular sink here and a regular shower.
Yeah, let's pause this real quick.
So
because I want to acknowledge these.
Bottles. So I'm going to show you how we do it.
These lovely terms that our audience has invented, like vagina funnel and fart attic, to explain these happenings, and also pooping in a bucket. Good old fashioned.
That sounds like everybody. Hold on.
It's high tech.
Yeah.
Hold on to your seats, pun intended. We should if I play it a little bit further where he's walking to, he's going to get into how they actually store the urine, and I don't mean to laugh, but I know this is, we have to. This is
We'll make it through it together, folks. We'll make it through it together, folks. Just imagine you guys have pipes of shit and piss that go underneath, and they go into the ocean
together.
Yeah, they go into the ocean supply. So we literally poop and pee where we fish. That's just the reality of things. You know, right? So this is the world. You know, right? So where do you think the poop goes when you flush it? Right? Just ask yourself. It's much worse scenario than what they're doing here. A much worse scenario, if we imagine. But yeah, anyways.
For real.
Exactly. Sorry, I had to clear. So I know this is foreign, and now that I can speak a little clearer, I know that collecting it, I want you to consider that. Oh, thank you, sir. It's rude right at this moment. That these people live in the city, so they're a little bit restricted with their ability to fully use this in a to have to collect it up in a room like that. Like, it would probably could be set up differently. You could actually still set up. If you've of natural septic systems, they're laid out in a so that it's not something you have to come and collect. Other than there's a filtration aspect if you're doing toilet paper, other products that don't evaporate, and so there's a way to accumulate that to pull it out. But it has a system so that the whole thing filters like gray water through a filtration system through the land, and it goes through rock, sand, clay, because that's what the earth is set up and naturally meant to do. Yes, JG, sewer conscious.
Maybe it cuts down on their utilities a little bit, I would imagine.
Exactly. So these people, in what I think if he didn't explain, it's half and half. Half of this apartment is set up with the traditional city water sewer system, and half is set up with what he's doing.
Yeah. And I'd love to quote Shang Tzu at this minute, right? Because there's a key passage in the Shang Tzu that sort of illuminates where he says, where they ask him like, "Where's the Tao?" and the guy's like, "Is it in the grass?" And then he's like, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Is it in the fucking dirt?" And he's like, "It's in the dirt." And then he goes, "Is it in like, just fucking garbage and just waste of stuff?" And Shang Tzu goes, It's in the piss and the shit. That's what he says. That's what he says back to the guy. So yeah, it's interesting. Passage from the Shang Tzu. You know, to quote Shang Tzu, it's in the piss and the shit. That's a key line from the Shang Tzu. But yeah.
I love it. It's perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, sewer conscious, exactly.
Girl, can I please talk to that girl?
Yeah, sure.
What's your channel? I
It's
want to
called
subscribe to it.
Mindful Exposures.
Can you put it into it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me a second.
Can I be up there? Like, I want to be right next to her.
Okay.
Because I feel comfortable with her. Thanks.
And on that note, brother, I'm out. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Be blessed.
Yeah, thank you so
Peace,
much,
peace.
Wizard. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thanks for
Night,
being here.
Wizard.
Yeah, peace. Yeah, have a blessed night.
Girl, why you do not text me on Instagram anymore?
Noelle, are you directing that at me?
Yes.
There's like echo. I can't.
Yes.
Sorry, it's weird. I can't quite hear.
Yes. Girl, why you don't? Please.
So, Noelle, can I think we've talked a little bit before and not a ton, but I would prefer not to talk about it like this on Mo's channel, if that's okay. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yo, let's go ahead and play this video. Thank you for watching this video with us, Noel. Blessings.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 1 second. Here we go. This is a good part. This kind of gets into the dissection of how we're going to do what we're going to do with the pee and the poo.
So these are our urine tanks. And this is 1,000 liters or 1 cubic meter of urine right here. So you can see it's about to right there. We fill them up to 90% and then we move to the next tank. So I'm just going to uncap this. And you can see here, we have a funnel and then a little cap with a rock on it to hold it. And I'm just going to dump this in very simply. Add my pee to the communal pee. And then after 6 months, then here's where you drain the urine out. And typically what we do is we attach a pipe here. And you can, if you look over here, you can see that barrel down there. Yeah. Okay, with the hose coming out. So come on down here and I'll show you. This is what we do is we typically will attach a tank. In this case, that's attached to the urinal tank inside our urination station. So we drain that tank whenever it gets full into the barrel. And then inside the barrel, you can look over there and we have a sump pump that's connected to the hose. And that hose goes up to our compost area. So we drain that tank into there, turn on the pump, and all the hose is pumped up to our kitchen compost area, and we distribute it into the bins there.
You're chasing them. That's why they're not listening to you. And you keep trying to sell them, and that's why they're not buying from you. You're chasing and you're selling. You sound like a psychopath. Like nobody's buying your content, nobody's buying your message, nobody's investing in you the way they...
Let's go ahead and remove that until the commercial ends. But yeah, we'll be back with that in a minute. But yeah, piss patrol. You know,
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
Out 3 months to fill a tank. So after the tank is filled, then you mark that it's finished, and then you have 6 months from that point.
So after 6 months, the urine...
So this is unaged urine. That's why you can compost that. It's not a problem, but you wouldn't normally use that directly on plants. And this is just to follow the technical rules. Unlike your own personal pee, That's a little bit different because it's your own organisms inside you. So this is my personal plot. And normally pee goes into the public urine depot and then it's sanitized by the high pH. But if you use your pee on your own plot, you don't have to do that. So this is my personal pee. And I'm going to show you what I do. I just dump it here. Very, very simple. And now pee can develop an odor. When it's fresh, it doesn't have an odor. So you want to wash the leaves. This is just well water. And then I go through and wash the foliage. That dilutes the pee as well as washes any urine off. And that way we don't have any odor ever.
What's the property of pee what are you getting from it?
Okay, so it's how we excrete most of the nutrients in our body that plants like. And the carbon obviously comes out in our feces, right? The pee, everything that's liquefied is in pee. And so it's minerals, potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, as well as nitrogen. So nitrogen comes out in the form of urea. And when it's broken down, the urea breaks into ammonia. The plants love the nitrogen. It's primarily a nitrogen source for gardeners.
So otherwise you'd be buying inputs.
Exactly, yeah. So if you garden, you know nitrogen can be a challenge because all plants need nitrogen. It's like the fundamental nutrient that all plants need, besides oxygen and carbon dioxide.
Only my tree, manage and own this place. And at first, I was a little frightened of them. I didn't know what they were about. I wasn't sure if I was going to go along with it. But then as they talked more and we related to one another, I said, I think I could go along with this, and I cared about the environment, and they cared about it a lot more. I've been here 35 years. I watched it change from dilapidation to a grand forest. Yeah, I wouldn't live here if it was otherwise. It was just a simple complex. I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, make sure you don't drink from the wrong Welch's grape bottle there.
Pretty much don't ever use the plastic Welch's grape juice bottles. Always make sure you transfer yours into your own glass bottle or some sort in this scenario. Agreed. Thank you. This is the local community PSA. They have that in their newsletter or their guidelines.
That grape drank.
Can we have to have some fun with this because it is a little awkward. I get it. But it's important to address, I think, because we make it uncomfortable. Now, again, reminder, these people are they're in the city. This is in Portland right now. So these people are in a condensed area, and what they're doing with the space is part of it. So they're with them carrying this down, obviously, that's not efficient. You would obviously establish some other better way to deal with this. Thank you very much. You want me to play more or hold off?
Yes, play more. Play more.
For sure.
Solar shower. This morning, I actually tested it out with the smoke. We're not getting a lot of heat, but let me turn on the faucet here. And so it's on pure hot water, and I'm going to see if we get any. Yeah, we're actually getting a little bit. It's not really hot. So how it works is there's a solar collector on the roof there. That series of pipes absorb the heat. That contains about 8 gallons of water that's heated up. The cold water comes in one side and it comes out hot at the other end. And then it's conveyed to the shower here. And we actually have a thermometer here that tells you what the temperature is of the incoming hot water. It's about 80 degrees right now. So it'll probably go up maybe close to 100. Now, one thing to note is you have to use biologically safe, low sodium soaps. Otherwise, it's going to contaminate. This is a permitted gray water disposal system that we have here. So here's the conveyance pipe, actually. So we have 2 zones of gray water. This right here is the switch to go from one to the other. Move it from one side to the other. So now the water's going that way. or you can make it go that way, and then that's just the tightening. So this zone right here is this artichoke patch. So the water comes down here, goes across. This is the splitter. So half the flow goes that way, and half the flow goes that way. And this is another splitter. So when the water comes here, it splits it between these two sites. And this is where the water actually percolates into the ground. And the same, the water that's split there comes down and is split again here and goes to those two spots. So it moistens in 4 different spots. And there's a similar moistening down in this other plot. If we turn it this way, then this pipe goes down underground to here. The water is split and it goes to 2 spots there and 2 spots there. This is a kale patch here. So that's how the gray water works. Hey, Neil, would you like to meet Kirsten and...
Hi, you're working hard.
So Neil is our farmer.
Wannabe farmer.
So he sells all our spare produce. We do thousands of dollars of sale at your farmer's market, right?
Yeah.
We have a lot of surplus here, so he sells.
Yeah, he's
all
like,
kinds of
hush,
stuff.
hush.
What do you sell?
This week, figs.
What the hell?
Cleared out
Is
the
that-
figs,
is that
greens,
EBT?
Kale, collards, chard, and cucumbers. Ollie's kale. This is Ollie's patch of kale. We grow for ourselves, and then we realised
I
we were
think he's
growing
from
more than we
Australia,
can
but-
eat, so we decided to start selling the excess.
And you live here as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
How long have you lived here, Neil?
It's probably 10 years. I took 2 years trying to live in rural area. The reason I got into food growing was because I recognized what was coming down the pipeline.
What do you mean by that?
As far as collapse, systemic collapse, you know, our financial collapse. So I wanted to learn to grow food and then have in place a system that could step in. We have water and we have food, and you know, everyone says the minute the collapse happened. I mean, we've seen it with the pandemic. Like, what was the first thing to disappear off all the shelves? And people were afraid, and they were asking the farmers, "What do you think?" You know, they were looking for some sense of security that when the food distribution chains go down, that there will be local food. You know, so it was my first experience of what it's going to be like when systems start going down.
So this is our 1,500-gallon cistern. So typically a person needs a gallon a day during an emergency. So
Let's pause that
we
real
have
quick.
1,500 gallons divided by 50 residents.
Because it's interesting. Neil just said that this is how we're gonna live when the systems start going down. Pretty basic statement
he's
by
awake.
Neil. I know he's you know, looks like he read a little bit of Kaczynski or something. It's pretty funny.
I love how he had to throw that in. Like, he realized, he was like, he started talking about it, and he's like, okay, I have to kind of be a little bit diplomatic. So he sort of like skewed it in just the right direction, but he was definitely calling it out.
Yeah,
It's great.
He's a collapse theorist. It's
It
hilarious.
was funny though. The guy was like saying, "Oh, we make thousands of dollars," and Neil's like, "Yo, shut up, shut up."
Oh, really? That's hilarious.
Honestly, like, this is I mean, and this is what I mean. Like, so I bet that these they actually fund most of the markets in the area, and that's, I have to be honest, most people don't realize the beauty of Oregon is in the aspect of the local farming and actually how true they are to the organic part of it on so many different levels. So on the mushroom level, went to a market, got some like local lion's mane oil, you know, on top of some other edible mushrooms for cooking, but also, you know, just what these guys are doing. I'm sure they're selling almost the majority of their products to the local community, because none of those people have, I mean, some of them have no doubt some raised beds and it's happening and spreading, but there's a lot of them that don't, you know, can't cultivate like what these guys are doing. So it's, they're actually probably doing, and I feel like at some point, because they didn't get into it in the beginning, at some point they get into how they paid for this. And it was a collective thing with multiple people, and sort of like a PMA concept like I get into, where they're paying in a membership, but it all funded it, and it funded it at a pretty significantly low cost. I know somebody was talking, I saw in the chat like earlier, something about like a huge down payment. I think that was the total cost, but if you get into it, they'll discuss, I think they actually got a grant as well for the project. I know, but it's not all grants are government based, by the way. That's important. So go ahead.
But yeah, I like this comment by Newmain. Yeah, it's the irony of, that, if the system collapses, they'll raid, this place, and then, steal those techniques, so that's essentially the thing is that
Yeah. Being in
survival
the
will have,
city.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
So it's like survival is like, so that's the thing is that, is that once we revert back, then we'll need these methods, but what having them here now, they'll be the first to be gone, so that is the interesting irony of
So
the
I would say
situation.
yes and no on that, actually, because also it's spreading out so far and so many people are doing this at this point that you can't really stop the momentum. So I just like to show this example. I do think that these people would be targeted. I mean, think about it. Of course,
Yeah.
they're right. Like they're in the immediate resource. People would just be hounding at their doorstep for every little piece of what they had. And they're not cultivating animal. There's no animal agriculture here. And that's
Exactly.
key to the whole aspect. But I wanted to show this because of the composting concept and also it being in this condensed city idea. So this is like I'm trying to make you more comfortable with it, to be honest. Right?
Yeah, it's really interesting because this is a very rudimentary example of that kind of thing in kind of the environment that doesn't tolerate it at all, that it could actually create itself in that inhospitable environment. So that is more of what it's really an example of than an ideal situation concerning these uses and concepts. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering how they fare the winter since it's in Portland. I didn't really see any greenhouses there. Seems all outdoors mostly.
Now that you say that, I don't know if they do have on that property. But there's a
Presumably they're handling it well. It's still there.
Hold on a second, because if I actually just kind of let me just double check, because I think they do have it's not a big one, but just here, you see where does it show on the screen how I hovered and there's like a smaller box? There's like a series.
Yeah.
Let me just go to it. There's a series of structures. I think it's lined with solar. Oh,
You can sell this $5 spatula.
Womp womp.
While it plays, and then I'll skip it. DM. I'm sorry, I don't have premium. I'm not rich. Do you see that? Do you see those coverings? I think that's like their makeshift. So also in Portland, it is also rainforest-like. So you don't need to establish full-on greenhouses in that sense and where they're at, because they get enough rain. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like we don't get cold enough temperatures. Like frost does happen if they have these coverings in these little spots. So, and also this goes with companion plant. This is kind of what I get at with if okay, there's another video I could play where he really gets into the hardiness of a plant. You have to allow the plants to die off, especially when they're first growing. To some extent, it's like survival of the fittest in a sad way. But their own regrowth will help cultivate the plants around them, and then those ones will become hardier based on the seasons. So a lot of these plants that thrive in these scenarios are based on their ability to get through the season. But this is very much a wet. What's this? If you know of the planting zones, I think we're considered, if I remember, planting zone 8. It's like in the higher humidity zone. And this is like close to Japan, and they're very rainforesty-esque. They get snow, they have the mountains like us, but there's parts of Portland and Japan that are very similar. Or Northern Oregon, not just Portland.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, yeah. Do you want to play more of this video, or I mean, it's up
Or
to
we can
you.
play something. I could always play something else, or we could get if anybody has like. I don't mean to dominate this because I do feel like I am, and it's getting towards my bid time. Not that close, but close enough.
For sure,
So I don't want to
yeah.
dominate this entire conversation if somebody else.
No, it's
You think-
okay. It's okay. Yeah, you
I
can
feel like-
relax if you want to.
and
you
hear me
know,
out. I appreciate everybody that's come on. So I just, thank you guys for giving me this time. And
Yes.
this is obviously like a hot topic for me, especially with the project I'm doing, hence the website tag. I'm not, telling anybody to go to this. We actually are very primitive in our initial steps, but the process and what's actually going to happen is going to happen really quickly. So in the next few months, we'll have some pretty significant updates. I'm pretty excited. Regardless, it connects with what we're watching and why I'm so passionate about how simple this whole thing is. It's really way less complicated than people are putting it out. And a lot of what we're doing is to help others just do this, have a blueprint so you can do this yourself. And that's why I'm showing you guys like these little tiny things, like that half moon. You're terracing down a hillside, you're developing that water retention system. Just doing that alone can change so much. So if you're in a dire situation, if you're not doing it right now, it's a simpler way of living. And everybody agrees that like whatever you cultivate or you grow yourself and you eat, it tastes better.
For sure.
So, yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate it so much. Really. I've been shut down a little bit recently, and I'm not trying to bring that up because it doesn't matter and I know things will resolve. But like, yeah, like Mo, you're my brother, and like you've been there for me so much in certain situations lately, especially. So I just really appreciate you giving me this time, and I knew you would know that I would be so passionate about this topic. But we have more we can get into, and I'll definitely get on this with you again. And then like what I was talking about too, with that whole idea of the electromagnetic field, the biofield, and alternative health. So thank you.
Yeah,
I'm going to shut up. Do you want me to play this over a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. We will play it, but I just want to say that, I thank you for your contribution, and you're always welcome. And I knew I could count on you on being passionate on this topic here. So I really appreciate your time, and definitely I want to say to the audience that it's been 5 hours here, and we've only scratched the surface of these issues. So, I only read minor definitions. We've only discussed the just like the rudimentary principles of deep ecology. So please, we will be opening up this topic further in the future, because we're not just going to talk about the problem of technology without then looking at the obvious fact of what we're supposed to do about wild nature, right? So there's this whole other side of the equation, right, where and it's a much larger side of the equation if you really pay attention to it. But yeah, the politics of food and all of these ideas, and we're also going to come back on Wednesday and expand on this topic. So yeah, I definitely thank you for being here.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
So this is our 1,500 gallon cistern. So typically a person needs a gallon a day during an emergency. So we have 1,500 gallons divided by 50 residents. We have 30 days worth of emergency water. This is the group garden greenhouse. Right now it's kind of the low part of the season, but you get a sense of how utilitarian this space is. I don't know if you've heard of the Cascadia subduction earthquake zone. We're in this zone where it's not a question of if, it's a question of when we're going to get a Richter 9 earthquake, which is like one of the most catastrophic in human history. I mean, they come every 300 years in the Pacific Northwest. Usually they're accompanied by tsunamis. We don't have to worry about that, but the ground is going to get shaken for probably upwards, a severe shaking for upwards of 5 minutes. That's going to break all kinds of grids. The power grid is likely to go down, the sewer grid almost undoubtedly, and it's probably going to be gone for months, if not years. It could take years to get the
Definitely
sewer
years.
system going again. This is our urination.
On that scale, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to stop it. I mean, there's more to play, obviously, but that, I mean, don't get me wrong. And I've actually done a lot of good research on land in this area because Oregon is one of my favorite states. And there's so much with being able to cultivate on the land end of it because of the rainforest temperament. There's more to it than just that in certain spots. But what I would say is that there are still places that are easily, and they always talk about west of I-5. And actually, when my parents moved out here, we all had this agreement, like, you guys can't, you have to move west of I-5 because it's going to get, like, he's talking about 5 minutes, like west of, or west. I said west of I-5, didn't I? I'm so sorry. I meant east. Oh, wow. Okay. So, but to the west and to the coastline, that there's a mountain, like a coastal mountain range, and it's going to get just like devastated. Especially also, I could show you some mining, some mining maps of the way they had a grid-like structure in the southern part of the state. It very well indicates if a earthquake happened, it would just devastate that entire mountain range. It's already very tumultuous, and it's very remote, most of it. Most people don't even live out there, so it's not like the end of the world, but it's the same thing with most of the coastline. But yeah, it's no joke, and it's something I talk about also with, like, the Hanford Nuclear Center has been decommissioned now, but if there was to be a blowout, it would have taken over a good chunk of Oregon, except for the fact that there's huge parts where the mountain ranges would intercept and or redirect the flow. So it's protected, and there was like an ancient lake bed, so that with the greening of the deserts concept, which they talk about is coming back in itself, Oregon's actually a really good state. Not where these guys are. Please don't move to Portland. Portland's very, like, actually not stable at all. Like the mountainsides, they've actually done a lot of evaluations. My friends actually lived in this condo that they bought, and they did sell it, but they were warned that the whole hillside had this, like, element. If you get an earthquake, it's going down. So not promoting
Like
that
a
at all.
landslide kind of deal, or?
Yeah, major landslides. And if you look at some of the surrounding areas, that would, these guys where they're actually at, they're in a pretty flat area, but you're talking major flooding. He's like, oh, we'd probably be okay. Yeah, you have no idea what the Columbia is going to do in the surge of the tsunami coming off. And then also with the Willamette, these are major river systems that converge right in the middle of Portland. Portland would be flooded and devastated, where he's at most likely. So anyway, I still think it's relevant, though, to get, like we've talked about, I appreciate the ability to get into the details of what he was talking about. He showed like this tiny greenhouse. I thought they had a big, like, for the land they have, right? Like, that was a tiny greenhouse. My mom has a greenhouse that size, and we have a super small property. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to dip out, and you trust me, you don't want to watch the rest of that, but I have some other stuff I can play at other times about this topic and then other topics. So we've talked about it already, that we'll be in touch, and I'll be sharing some of my project with you. And I mean, mindfully, I'm no pun intended. I am trying to keep some of this information private until we're like fully vetted. And then there's only certain platforms, especially in this community, part of it, that I'm going to actually share it with. So I think understandably, right? All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You have a good night, guys.
Thank
Much
you.
love.
Thank you so
Easy.
much. Yeah. Blessings. Thank you for sharing your time, sis. Yeah. Thank you. Blessings.
See you soon.
Well, that was a worthwhile contribution from Sarah. Definitely. And yeah, hopefully one of many contributions on this subject, because I'm trying to expand on the subject of how we could look at different solutions and looking at the community aspect of things. And yeah, I'm gonna try to expand on that really with this Aldo Leopold, continue with this Sand County Almanac, the conservationist movement and how it relates to deep ecology, fundamental principles of deep ecology is pretty clear. But yeah, let's go to the community concept. And Aldo Leopold, he says, all ethics so far evolved rest upon a single premise that the individual is a member of a community of interdependent parts. His instinct prompt him to compete for a place in a community, but his ethics prompt him to cooperate, perhaps in order that they may have a place to compete for. The land ethics simply enlarges the boundary of the community to include soils, waters, plants, and animals, or collectively the land. This sounds simple. Do we not already sing our love for the obligation to the land? Land of the free, home of the brave, yes. But just what and whom do we love? Certainly not the soil, which we are sending helter-skelter downriver. Certainly not the waters, which we assume have no function except to turn turbines, float barges, and carry off sewage. Certainly not the plants. Certainly not the plants. And I'm only going to read a little bit more of this because we focused on this topic for 5 hours. So it really is time to move on to something such as Schmidt and then maybe Kaczynski, because I'm not going to. I'm going to promise you I'm not going to be here for 11 hours this time, because the last 3 or 4 shows we did, I was here sitting in front of the screen for 11 to 12 hours. And that was, way too much time to be sitting in front of a computer, for sure. I usually like to go 8 or 9 hours and then play a video so that I could organize some files or go and read, or go and take a nap so I could get up and do something else. So yeah, so I love that you guys are here, because I'm only like to go here yeah, so sorry, some tab opened up and started playing music here. But yeah, I'm gonna read a little bit of this Aldo Leopold, and then we're gonna move on to Schmidt, that we were reading the theory of the partisan and his concepts of the partisan and guerrilla warfare and the technical aspects of it. We will continue on with that when we look at some ideas from Father Camilo Torres, one of the key writers in liberation theology, and his ideas of guerrilla warfare and sociology and how they relate to technology and those things. But right now, we're reading Aldo Leopold and his seminal work, Sand County Almanac. Okay. We cited some concepts: dark ecology. We had Pill Eater in the house. Deep ecology of Arne Næss. And the ideas of Rachel Carlson. We looked at the ideas of Greening the Desert by Alan Savory. So we've cited different ideas, and we were gonna look at Gaia theory, Gregory Bateson. I think I'll bring that up next time. So we'll expand on this idea next time too, with more of the readings of Arne Næss and Gaia theory, of course, the ecology of mind by Gregory Bateson, and how he connects cybernetics to nature, to natural systems, right? So we could look at many different concepts and expand on this, and those ideas, of course, made it into the Lindensfarne Institute and then subsequently the Esalen Institute, right? So obviously guys like McKenna and all of these guys, they were heavily influenced by these thinkers, Bateson and these other thinkers, right? But yeah, now we call it the New Age movement, right? And in the New Age movement, the Gaia theory is rather prominent. The big New Age channel, right, where they have New Age propaganda, is called Gaia TV. Interestingly enough, right? But yeah, and I think that many have produced documentaries for that, including Jay Dyer, right? So yeah, let's go to this here. Community concept. Oh yeah. Okay. So I'll start at this page. Whoosh. Okay. A land ethic. Okay, so in short, a land ethic changes the role of Homo sapiens from conqueror of the land community to plain member and citizen of it. It implies respect for his fellow members, and also respect for the community as such. In human history, we have learned, I hope, that that the conqueror role is eventually self-defeating. Why? Because it is implicit in such a role that the conqueror knows ex cathedra just what makes the community clock tick, and just what and who is the valuable and what and who is worthless in community life. It always turns out that what he knows neither. That he knows neither. And that this is why his conquests eventually defeat themselves. Now, remember, he talked about politics and economics as advanced forms of symbiosis, much in line with what we're reading in Kaczynski about long-term trends and what we were talking about in terms of complex system dynamics, right? And of course, we applied that to natural ecosystems as well, right? But the trick is that it can be applied to human society as well. Now, this idea of advanced symbioses, right, that he's talking about, right, that goes to an interesting idea, right, within deep ecology, right, which is so this is proto, proto deep ecology, pretty much, in terms of Aldo Leopold. But yeah, he says in the biotic community, a parallel situation exists. Okay, here, hold on. I think I skipped a whole paragraph. In human history, we have learned, I hope, for the conqueror's role is eventually self-defeating. Why? Because it is implicit in such a role that the conqueror knows ex cathedra just what makes the community clock tick, and just what or who is valuable, who is worthless in community life. Okay? But he knows neither. That's why his role is self-defeating. In the biotic community, a parallel situation exists. Abraham knew exactly what the land was for. It was to drip milk and honey into Abraham's mouth. At the present moment, the assurance with which we regard this assumption is inverse to the degree of our education. The ordinary citizen today assumes that the science knows that that science knows what makes the community clock tick. The scientist is equally sure that he does not. Okay, we went over this, right? He knows that the biotic mechanism is so complex that its workings may never be fully understood. The man is, in fact, only a member of the biotic team, as shown by an ecological interpretation of history. Many historical events hitherto explained solely in terms of human enterprise were actually biotic interactions between people and land. The characteristics of the land determine the facts quite as potently as the characteristics of men who lived on it, right? Okay. So, okay, family, economy, right, and nature, right? There is a word for all these things in ancient Greek. It's called oikos, right? So, this idea of oikos deals with a kind of a word for ecology, right? And also you have the idea of the planes and the wires and the trains and the boats and all this this international system of communications, right, which is basically what brings us food and security and military and all of these aspects of life, right? Okay. Advanced communication systems, right? Okay. Now, one could think of those as an ecology, right? You know, technicity, right? Just as there's iconicity, there's technicity, right? In the vicinity of technology, right? Just as you're in the vicinity of nature, right? Okay. Anyways, we're gonna move to some different issues here. We'll continue reading this at another time. But yeah, we're gonna go to let me continue reading this just for a little bit so I can move to this. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, we'll go to this later. Yeah, we'll go to this later because he's gonna give some historical examples. So yeah, hopefully we'll continue this at a different time. We have these 8-hour streams. I will be continue doing this twice a week. So hopefully we'll move back to these issues, on Wednesday. On Saturday, I'm not sure what the show is really going to consist of as of now. I'll figure it out. I think maybe I'll introduce some different topics. And then on Wednesday, we'll bring it back to deep ecology. We'll expand on that issue. But yeah, I'm going to move on to some other issues here. And we'll take a musical break and we'll play some Carl Schmitt, Theory of the Partisan, the conclusion of that work, and talk about all of the different aspects of warfare in our age and the revolutionary and the revolutionary supporter, which is the partisan, right? And his role in politics of our age. Obviously, the role of the partisan and factions within democratic society, and the technical aspect of warfare that sort of accelerates the influence of the partisan, these global communication systems, right? Increased mobility, okay, increased technical capabilities, right? And all of that. So anyways, we were looking at that with Schmitt, the rules of modern warfare, okay, modern politics, compulsion towards global politics, right? And the global technological system and its influence in that. And then we could move to Kaczynski and his speculations on society. You know, we'll be doing that for another hour and a half. But we'll at least do another hour with Schmidt. And then we'll do an hour and a half close to that with Kaczynski. And we also have our friend here. Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, we'll be looking at Schmidt here in a minute. We have our friend Firestarter back here. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, I'll play a song here, a couple songs, and then we'll play Schmidt, as I was saying. Thank you guys so much for joining. Blessings. Play some industrial music. Might go with it.
Oh snap!
Some Ministry and then the band The Shizit, which is a band that me and Pill Eater were talking about, industrial music. But yeah, thank you. And then we'll move on to Carl Schmitt, Theory of the Partisan. Thank you so much. Yep. Econo being by the Shizit. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and skip 120 to 150 in this presentation so that we can leave out the historical context that he gave with Mao Zedong and all those unless you have something to say about it, Firestarter.
Not too much. Mao Zedong. I mean, I can summarize it. Mao Zedong says 90% of the war should be partisan activity, which is like small scale poke you so you're annoyed. And then the last 10% should be the conventional knockout punch, which mostly describes the Vietnam War. Like for 10 years, it's guerrilla warfare over and over, except like a couple times. And then at the end of the war, the North Vietnamese come down with tanks and they just roll over everything in like a month. Which is why North Korea failed. They tried to roll in the tanks at first.
Yeah, so there's several aspects that he goes over here at this juncture in part 3 that relate to his previous presentations, and some of the main aspects that he talks about in the Partisan is the rise of the partisan due to the nature of democratic politics and the large states, the large nation states, that emerge. Basically, the compulsion towards global politics, the idea of technological advancement. He talks a lot about that, and also how that leads to an increased mobility, within a certain class. The partisan is sort of the party that breaks away, that has this compulsion towards international politics, and he's sort of compares it to the pirates of the past. That there's pirates are like the revolutionaries, that they work within these international goals or aspirations, and you can see that within some of the ideas, even in guerrilla warfare. Like I was reading last time, let me go ahead and bring this up again, because it's interesting what the fellow says, in the beginning of the forward of this this gentleman who fought in the guerrilla war with Che Guevara. He says, for Che, the role of the guerrilla fighter was to be a catalyst that would accelerate the conditions of struggle among the people, consistent with the principle that the role of the revolutionary is not to sit back and wait to see the cadaver of imperialism pass by, but to facilitate the conditions that lead to its collapse. So that's an interesting. So, this idea that, you're entering into a conflict where the struggle has to be continued at all costs. So there's no end to the global struggle. There's just simply adding. So this idea of global struggle and even world war, the ideas of world war, come from this stage of global politics, technological advancement, communication between all parts of the world, the increased mobility and the increased technological capabilities of the guerrilla fighter, and the ideas that support partisanship, which in the eyes of those who crafted the democratic system was seen as faction. They had to remedy this ailment of democracy itself, which is factionalism, parties. So partisan politics becomes a reality, but it becomes a reality in an irregular scale. Sometimes on an international scale, dealing with international laws. So this is the compulsion towards global politics that is a new feature. So all of these are sort of new features, and through these new features, certain global scale conflicts emerge. Yeah. So in other words, it's not a coincidence that these, uh, you know, guerrilla fighters are adopting these, revolutionary aims that are compulsion towards global affairs, right?
Well, actually, the partisan can be revolutionary or not revolutionary. I
Right.
would say the Taliban are, for the most part, non-revolutionary. At least, like, they want tradition, but they're definitely partisan, a partisan force. And I would say partisans are very anti-democratic. Democracy would imply that there's a political engagement that is nonviolent, that you can make change within the system. The partisan rejects the system and rejects the system's illusion that you can change the system within the system.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And yeah, let's play some of this part 3 for sure. And thank you for joining
Also,
us. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
one thing. The Vietnam War, at least the American part, would not have happened if the Southern Vietnamese government allowed I think it was the 1958 referendum. Vietnam was supposed to vote on whether to reunite or not, and the Southern Vietnamese government made it illegal to vote because they knew that everybody loved Ho Chi Minh after he defeated the French, that they would vote for Ho Chi Minh and reunite. So that's why the guerrilla movement in Vietnam started, because the democratic system failed.
Yeah, it's interesting. He mentioned several of the of course he wasn't that wasn't happening at the time when he wrote this, but that was a little bit later, but the ones he mentions are the ones in Algeria, the ones in Cuba, so it's interesting. But yeah.
He wrote this in 62.
62, okay. Yeah, thank you for that.
So fighting in Vietnam would have started 4 years before he wrote this.
Okay, so it had started already, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but America hadn't really sent troops yet.
Okay,
America
cool.
started sending troops during, I think, Lyndon Johnson in 65. So maybe 3 years after this book.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well, that lets us know a lot. That lets us imagine a lot about the historical context in which the historical milieu in which he actually composes writing. So that's actually fascinating as well.
It would be interesting if he ever added in that the guerrilla tactics completely defeated the greatest technological power in the world. He hadn't yet got the news.
Yeah, it's interesting because he mentions technology a lot in this, especially in this last part. He goes he starts explaining some aspects, and then he sees it as completely ensconced within the technological, and then he just moves to the technical aspect. So yeah, it's almost like this first part is on the spatial aspect, and he says basically it's technology itself which alters the spatial aspect, in terms of communications, in terms of just having a phone in people's house, how that changes it, the level of propaganda that's available, on a mass scale, how that changes the ideas of, the partisan and also the revolutionary and also global politics and all these ideas. And yeah, could you imagine there even being the ability to have a world war without newspapers? You know, it just seems like almost impossible, right? But yeah, it's an interesting element of things that, you know, he definitely addresses. You know, so yeah.
By spatial, he means to say like, at some point in history, people were fighting with spears and shields, and then a gun is introduced. Now people must change the way they're fighting. That is the spatial that he means. And with modern combat, you have many different spaces that are separated and combined with each other. So like you have tanks that fight with other tanks, and you have infantry that need to cover the tanks, and then you have planes that fight each other, and you have submarines that fight each other, and they are separated in their own spaces, but they have to synergize with each other to win the battle. And he says the partisan creates his own space without needing more technology. And then I think at the end of the book, he says there may be a time that technology will be so advanced, the partisan will finally be defeated. But he says maybe even in space, the partisan will find his own space to reignite his revolutionary spirit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he has some words about that. Definitely. I think I remember listening to that part as well. But yeah, let's hear some of this. We've introduced the shit out of this. So yeah, thank you so much, Firestarter. Blessings.
Part 3. Aspects and concepts of the final stage. In the labyrinth of such a situation, typical for modern partisan warfare, we will try to distinguish 4 different aspects in order to gain some clear context.
And please, if you have any commentary, you know, just holler and I'll pause this at any point.
Yep.
The spatial aspect, then the disintegration of social structures, then the integration into the geopolitical context, and finally the technical industrial aspect. This order can change depending on relevance. It goes without saying that in concrete reality, there are not 4 isolated independent areas, but only their intensive interactions. Their mutual functional dependencies form the overall picture, so that every discussion of one aspect always contains references to and implications for the other 3 aspects, and finally, all of them are included in the force field of technical industrial development.
By the way, that sort of gestalt, you know, framing of things is very ecological in its own sense that, you know, he's not categorizing 4 unique aspects of anything. He's saying these are interrelating aspects, you know, and really the conclusion is that you have to draw out these 4 aspects and how they interrelate. You know, in reality, it's going to be the interrelation between them that's a significant feature and not these unique aspects, right? But yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning of the book, he says, if we're talking about a current theory of the partisan, we have to distinguish that there is no old theory of the partisan. The partisan has always been part of humanity.
Yeah, definitely.
The spatial aspect, completely independent of the good or ill will of mankind, of peaceful or warlike purposes and aims, every increase in human technology produces new spaces and unforeseeable changes in the traditional spatial structures. This applies not only to the external conspicuous space expansions of cosmic space travel, but also to our old earthly living, working, ritual, and play spaces. The sentence, "the home is inviolable" today, in the age of electric lighting, gas supply, telephone, radio, and television, brings about a completely different kind of containment than in the time of King John and the Magna Carta of 1215.
Okay. Right off the bat, you know, technology Okay, the rule of experts has invaded every aspect of our lives. Okay, technology is in the home. Advanced technologies are in the home, right? So this idea, right, that the home is inviolable, right? Well, no, the home is subject to rules of international trade, right? To rules of experts, right? Derived, right, by people that they'll never meet, right? So the home is inviolable, has a totally different meaning. He's saying technology creates new spaces, right? Indeed it does, right? It creates you know, spaces like a nuclear power plant, right, that are part of a federal agency and also maintained, right, in parts given to them by international corporations, and also they're regulated by and maintained by the laws of whatever municipality they reside in, right? So there's all of these ideas and concepts and laws and forms of laws and rule of experts that are interrelated, right, within modern technological systems, right, that create new spaces, right? They create new legal aspects, and they come into our private, okay, world, right? They invade into the home, right?
And in the partisan struggle, there has to be at least three factions. There's the partisan, the occupation that the partisan resists, and the third party. Now, the third party is usually a a legitimized organization that supports the partisan in his struggles, and it gives him weapons. For example, in the Vietnam War, the third party would be the Soviet Union or China, that gave Vietnam weapons and protected North Vietnam from getting bombed too much sometimes. And the occupation will label the partisan as a criminal, immoral, evil, a terrorist. But the third party legitimizes the partisan by saying he is the hero. He'll play propaganda for the partisan. He'll defend him in international law so that he doesn't get tortured in Guantanamo as much, maybe. And yeah, you can probably put this three-party rule for most things. Like in a courtroom, there's a prosecution, the defense, and the judge. The judge would be the third party. But for the judge, he's supposed to be neutral. The third party and the partisan has to support the partisan.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he mentions the third party a lot. So thank you so much for clarifying that, because later on, when people are going to want a definition, they have one.
When the lord of the castle could raise the drawbridge, the technical increase in human efficiency has shattered entire systems of standards such as the maritime law of the 19th century. From the unclaimed seabed emerges the space off the coast, the so-called continental shelf, as a new sphere of human activity. In the untamed depths of the Pacific Ocean, bunkers for nuclear waste are being built. The industrial technical progress changes the spatial structures as well as spatial order. For law is the unity of order and orientation, and the problem of the partisan is the problem of the relationship between regular and irregular battle. A modern soldier may be personally optimistic or pessimistic about progress. For our problem, this would not be so important either. In terms of weapons technology, every general staffer thinks in a practical and rational way. On the other hand,
Right. There's regular and irregular battle, and there's uniformed and ununiformed soldiers. Right. That's the reality of modern war. Right.
Yeah.
Due to the
Yeah.
And I think it went over already, but the reason a soldier has to wear a uniform is to display that he controls. He's the one in charge. Even though all uniforms are fucking camouflage and you're supposed to not see it, obviously they want you to see it, which completely negates the Geneva Convention on uniforms. But yeah.
Yeah.
the war, the spatial aspect is also theoretically obvious to him. The structural difference between the so-called theaters of war in land warfare and naval warfare is an old topic. Since the First World War, airspace has been added as a new dimension, which at the same time has changed the spatial structures of the previous theaters of land and sea. In partisan combat, a complexly structured new space of action is created because the partisan is not fighting on an open battlefield and not on the same level of open frontal warfare. Instead, he forces his enemy into another space. Thus, he adds another darker dimension to the surface of the regular conventional theater of war, a dimension of depth, in which the displayed uniform becomes deadly. In this way, he provides an unexpected but no less effective terrestrial analogy to the submarine, which also added an unexpected dimension of depth to the surface of the sea where the old-style naval warfare took place. From beneath, he disturbs the conventional regular play on the open stage. He changes, by way of his irregularity, the dimensions of not only tactical but also strategic operations of the regular armies. Relatively small groups of partisans can tie up large masses of regular troops by exploiting ground conditions.
Okay. So this is very intriguing what he's saying. He's saying that within this technical aspect, there's irregular aspects of warfare where the warfare isn't actually taking place in any battlefield. There's not like a set battlefield where the war is actually taking place, right? So there's new spaces. There's a depth emerges in terms of forcing your enemy into a place where you can arrange a conflict, right? So there's this whole idea of where the uniform itself becomes a tactical aspect of warfare, right? Because employing a uniform on a in a civilian setting is itself a a tactic, right?
So when he says the partisan creates a different space, in contrast to the conventional is like 100 guys. To stop 100 guys, you need around 100 guys to stop them. With the partisan, you can use 10 guys, not in uniform, and the enemy needs to send 100 guys to chase around those 10 guys. With the submarine example, let's say you got 10 ships, and normally you have to send like 10 ships to keep them from attacking you. But with the submarine, those 10 ships have to chase around a submarine. One submarine. So, with partisan activity, less is more. Because a submarine is a lot weaker than a normal destroyer. But if you send in like 10 submarines and 10 destroyers, the destroyers would kill all the submarines. But if you send one submarine against the destroyers can't find the one submarine as easily as they can find 10 submarines if you group up the submarines. Same with the Partisan.
Yeah, it's an excellent point.
Partisans don't work if you have too many partisans. This is also why democracy does not work with partisan activity, because the partisan is always a very small minority in the population. If it was the majority of the population, the occupation would easily find them.
Yeah, to quote Machiavelli, that Pinoid quoted earlier, it says, war makes criminals, peace hangs them. Interesting quote. But yeah.
Thus, the aforementioned paradox of Algeria. Clausewitz already recognized it clearly and described it succinctly in a statement already cited above, saying that a few partisans who dominate a space can claim the name of an army. For the sake of the concrete conceptual clarity, we hold fast to the partisan's Tellurian character and do not designate or even define him as a corsair on land. The irregularity of the pirate lacks any relation to a regularity. The corsair, on the other hand, takes spoils of war at sea and is equipped with an authorizing letter from a state government. His kind of irregularity does not therefore lack any relationship to regularity, and so he was able to be a legally recognized figure in European international law until the Treaty of Paris of 1856. In this respect, both the corsair of naval warfare and the partisan of land warfare can be compared with each other. A strong similarity and even equality is apparent above all in the fact that the saying, against partisans one must fight like a partisan, and the other saying, a corsair et demi, against the corsair, a corsair and a half, say basically the same thing. Nevertheless, today's partisan is something other than a corsair of land warfare. The elementary contrast between land and sea remains too great for that. It may be that the traditional differences between war and enemy and booty, which have hitherto been the basis of the contrast of land and sea under international law, will one day simply dissolve in the melting pot of industrial technical progress. But for the time being, the partisan still signifies a piece of real soil. He is one of the last posts on Earth as an element of world history, which has not yet been completely destroyed. By the time of the Spanish guerrilla war against Napoleon, already things could only be fully illuminated by the great spatial aspect of this contrast of land and sea.
Yeah, there's that line that you were looking for, that the technical progress will grow, it'll just eliminate the partisan altogether. But yeah, interesting.
He says even with upgrading technology, like you had a musket, there were partisans. You had a repeating rifle, there were partisans. You have machine guns now, but they're still partisans. And in theory, in the future, there will be a technology so great that the partisan will no longer be able to compete. But for now, the partisan can compete with all the technologies of any military.
Yeah, fascinating.
England supported the Spanish partisans. A maritime power used the irregular fighters of the land war for its great martial ventures to defeat the continental enemy. In the end, Napoleon was brought down not by England, but by the land powers of Spain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The partisans' irregular, typically Tellurian way of fighting entered into the service of a typically
You can
maritime
put it at
world
double
policy,
speed too.
which for its part in the field of naval warfare relentlessly disqualified and criminalized any irregularity at sea.
I think this is okay for now. Yeah. Most
Normally,
of these
I
people,
listen to this at 3 speed.
Yeah, most of these people are half asleep. I don't think they're operating on the same level there. But yeah, it is what it is.
In the contrast between land and sea, different types of irregularity become concrete. And only if we keep in mind the concrete peculiarities of the spatial aspects characterized by land and sea in the specific forms of their conceptualization are analogies permissible and fruitful. This applies first and foremost to the analogy that we depend on here for an understanding of the spatial aspect. In the same way that the naval power England used the indigenous Spanish partisan in its war against the continental power France, which changed the scene of the land war by creating an irregular dimension, later in World War I, the land power Germany used the submarine as a weapon against the naval power England, which added an unexpected dimension to the previous space of naval warfare. The masters of the sea's surface at that time immediately tried to discriminate the new type of combat as an irregular, even criminal and piratical weapon. Today, in the age of submarines with Polaris missiles, everyone can see that both Napoleon's indignation against the Spanish guerrillero and England's indignation against the German submarine were on the same intellectual level, namely on the level of indignant condemnations against unaccounted for changes in space. Disintegration of social structures. The French experienced a monstrous example of the disintegration of social structures in Indochina from 1946 to 1956, when their colonial rule there collapsed. We already mentioned the organization of the partisan struggle by Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and Laos. Here, the communists also made us of the apolitical civilian population. They even commanded the domestic staff of French officers and officials and the auxiliary workers of the French army supply. They collected taxes from the civilian population and carried out terrorist acts of all kinds to induce the French to counter terrorism against the local population, thus fueling their hatred of the French even more. In short, the modern form of revolutionary warfare leads to many new subconventional means and methods, the detailed description of which would go beyond the scope of our presentation.
Yeah, it's funny that he mentioned the submarine as you know, one of these primary subconventional means, the creation of a new space, you know, new aspect of warfare, you know, due to technological means of innovation, right? And also he talks about, you know, that this was talked about, you know, as, you know, early as the 1600s, because of course, you know, Great Britain was this seafaring, you know, colonial force, and of course it had this aspect of it, you know, which it also had pirates and all these things. But yeah, the whole idea of the Leviathan, you know, in Hobbes, you know, or the New Atlantis, where, you know, I mean, in the New Atlantis, you know, we talked about this. Francis Bacon actually describes submarines and a class of philosopher scientists that rule the world through planes and submarines. You know, so it's actually interesting. You know, he predicted that the invention of things like planes and submarines would soon bring a compulsion to global politics, right? But yeah, you know, that was back in the 1600s, right?
Yep. The people in the 1600s, the leaders of the 1600s, wanted to do the same terrible things that our leaders do today. But
exactly,
back then they didn't have the technology to do all the horrible things that they do today.
that's precisely right. Yep.
Polity exists as res publica, as a public sphere, and is called into question when a non-public space is formed within it, which effectively disavows this public sphere. Perhaps this indication is enough to make us aware that the partisan, whom the specialist military consciousness of the 19th century had repressed, suddenly became the center of a new kind of warfare, whose purpose and aim was the destruction of the existing social order. In the modified praxis of hostage-taking, this becomes palpably visible. In the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, German troops took hostage the notables of a place, mayors, priests, doctors, and notaries, as protection against franc-tireurs. Respect for such notables and dignitaries could be used to put pressure on the whole population, because the social standing of such typical bourgeois classes was practically beyond doubt. It is precisely this bourgeois class that became the real enemy in the revolutionary civil war of communism. Whoever uses such dignitaries as hostages works, as things stand, for the communist side. Such hostage-taking can be so useful to the communist that he can provoke it if necessary, either to exterminate a certain bourgeois class or to drive it to the communist side. This new reality is well recognized in a book on the partisan, which has already been mentioned. In partisan warfare, it tells us, effective hostage-taking is possible only against partisans themselves or their closest collaborators. Otherwise, one only creates new partisans. Conversely, for the partisan, every soldier in the regular army, every uniform wearer is a hostage. Every uniform, says Rolf Schroers, should feel threatened, and with it everything it stands for. One must only think this logic of terror and counter-terror through to the end and then apply it to any kind of civil war to see the shattering of social structures at work today. A few terrorists are enough to put great masses under pressure. The narrower space of open terror is joined by the wider spaces of insecurity, fear, and general distrust, a landscape of betrayal described by Margaret Bovary in a series of 4 exciting books. All the peoples of the European continent, with a few slight exceptions, have experienced this for themselves as a new reality in the course of 2 world wars and 2 post-war periods. Geopolitical context. Our third aspect, the interdependence in geopolitical fronts and contexts, has likewise long since penetrated the general consciousness. The autochthonous defenders of their native soil, who died pro aris et focis for altar and hearth, the national and patriotic heroes who went into the forest, everything that was the reaction of an elementary Tellurian force against foreign invasion, has meanwhile come under an international and supranational central control, which helps and supports, but only in the interest of its own, quite different world aggressive goals, and which, depending on the circumstances, protects or abandons. The partisan then ceases to be essentially defensive. He becomes a manipulated tool of world revolutionary aggression. He is simply burned and cheated of everything for which he took up the fight, and in which the Tellurian character, the legitimacy of his partisan irregularity, was rooted. In one way or another, the partisan as an irregular fighter is always dependent on the help of a regular power. This aspect of the matter was always present and even recognized. The Spanish guerrillero found his legitimacy in his defensive posture and in his conformity with kingship and nation. He defended his native soil against a foreign conqueror. But Wellington also pertains to the Spanish guerrilla war, and the fight against Napoleon was fought with English help. Full of ire, Napoleon often recalled that England was the real instigator and also the real beneficiary of the Spanish guerrilla war. Today, the connection is even more obvious because the continuous increase in the technical means of warfare makes the partisan dependent on the constant help of an ally who is technically and industrially capable of supplying him with the latest weapons and machines, and indeed of developing them. If various interested third parties compete with each other, the partisan has leeway for his own politics. That was Tito's situation in the last years of the World War. In the partisan struggles that are being fought in Vietnam and Laos, the situation is complicated by the fact that within communism itself, the opposition between Russian and Chinese politics has become acute. With the support of Peking, more partisans could be smuggled into North Vietnam via Laos. That would effectively be a stronger aid to Vietnamese communism than the support from Moscow. The leader of the War of Liberation against France, Ho Chi Minh, was a supporter of Moscow. The stronger assistance will be the deciding factor, be it for the choice between...
Yeah, and I was talking about this earlier, in terms of, these characteristics where, certain thinkers will invent their own mythology to go along with their political movement, like Julius Evola, and the eco-fascism of Mussolini, the Thule Society and Hitler, right? And their sort of scientific idea, of this technological advanced race of people that existed, right? And then you have this concept of a political Zionism being, the cause of nationalism, but also you have secular, Judaism in a way that's actually Bolshevism. So you have this idea where this concept of international unity is used by the Bolshevik movement, right? Who's made up of primarily Jews. And you have this idea of political Zionism being used to justify nationalism of all types, such as in India, right? Where you have Hindu nationalism. So you have all sorts of expressions of these, I guess, political mythologies, right? And also he mentioned that idea of terrorism, right? As it being itself being used for propaganda purposes, right? Taking of hostages and dignitaries, that's that they use, that the goal of certain acts of warfare are for the media coverage, effectively, which is interesting, right? That's a new
Yeah.
aspect of warfare.
He says, he said at the beginning of the book, only a pre-industrial, pre-bourgeois society can successfully wage a partisan people's war, because when you're poor and you don't have technology, you don't care that the enemy has captured, let's say, Taylor Swift or Trump. You know, when you're poor, these famous people don't mean anything to you. So the enemy taking hostages does not affect you. But because the enemy is industrial and he is bourgeois, if you capture any one of his soldiers, that soldier is now a bargaining chip for whatever you want from the enemy. And that's why he's talking about the hostages. You can't take partisan, well, you can't take hostages as a weapon against the partisan, because people then that would only increase recruitment for the partisans. And the partisans can capture as many hostages from the occupying forces as they want, because that just shows that the partisan is increasing his power.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Between Moscow and Peking, or other alternatives that arise in the situation. For such highly politicized contexts, Rolf Schroer's previously cited book on the partisan has found an apt formula. It speaks of the interested third party. This is a good expression. This interested third party is not just any banal figure, like the proverbial laughing third party. Rather, he pertains essentially to the situation of the partisan and therefore to his theory. The powerful third party not only supplies weapons and ammunition, money, material aid, and medicines of all kinds, he also provides the kind of political recognition that the irregularly fighting partisan needs in order not to sink into the non-political, that is to say, into crime, as the robber and the pirate do. In the long run, the irregular has to legitimize itself by the regular, and for this it has only two possibilities: the recognition by an existing regular, or the enforcement of a new regularity by its own efforts. This is a difficult choice. To the extent that he becomes motorized, he loses his connection to the soil and grows dependent on the technical industrial means he needs for his struggle. In this way, the power of the interested third party also grows, so that it eventually reaches planetary dimensions. All the aspects under which we have considered contemporary partisanship so far seem to be subsumed in this way in the all-important technical aspect. Technical aspect. The partisan also participates in development, in progress, in modern technology and its science. The old partisan, whom the Prussian Landsturmedict of 1813 wanted to press into taking up the pitchfork, would cut a comical figure today. The modern partisan fights with submachine guns, hand grenades, plastic explosives, and perhaps soon with tactical nuclear weapons. He is motorized and connected to an intelligence network with secret transmitters and radar. He is provisioned by air with weapons and food by airplanes. But he is also, as in Vietnam in 1962, attacked with helicopters and starved out. Both he himself and his opponents keep pace with the rapid development of modern technology and its form of science. An English naval expert called piracy the pre-scientific stage of naval warfare. In the same spirit, he would have to define the partisan as the pre-scientific stage of land warfare and declare it the only scientific definition. But even this definition is immediately scientifically outdated, for the difference between naval warfare and land warfare is itself caught up in the vortex of technical progress and appears to the technical experts today as something pre-scientific, thus already settled. The dead ride fast, and if they are motorized, they move even faster. In any case, the partisan, whose Tellurian character we hold to, becomes a nuisance for every person who thinks rationally in terms of purpose and value. He provokes an almost technocratic effect. The paradox of his existence reveals an imbalance. The industrial technical perfection of the equipment of a modern regular army in contrast to the pre-industrial agrarian primitiveness of effectively fighting partisans. This paradox had already provoked Napoleon's fits of rage against the Spanish guerrillero and had to increase accordingly with the progressive development of industrial technology. As long as the partisan was only a light troop, a tactically mobile hussar or marksman, his theory was a matter of military scientific specialty. It was revolutionary war that first made him a key figure in world history. But what will become of him in the age of nuclear weapons of mass destruction? In a technically organized world, the old feudal agrarian forms and ideas of struggle and war and enmity disappear. This is obvious. Is that why struggle and war and enmity are disappearing generally? And are they being reduced to social conflicts? when the inner rationality and regularity of the technically organized world, immanent according to the optimistic opinion, is completely established, then the partisan may not even be a troublemaker anymore. Then he will simply disappear of his own accord in the smooth execution of technical functionalist processes, not unlike a dog disappearing from the highway. For a technically oriented imagination, he is then hardly a problem for traffic police, and incidentally, neither a philosophical nor moral nor legal problem. That would be one aspect, and indeed the technically optimistic aspect, of a purely technical handling of the subject. It expects a new world with a new man. With such expectations, as is well known, old Christianity, and 2 millennia later in the 19th century, socialism as the new Christianity, entered the scene. Both lacked the all-annihilating efficiency of modern technical means, but from the purely technical point of view, as always with such purely technical reflections, there is no partisan theory, but only an optimistic or pessimistic series of ambiguous value judgments. Value has, as Ernst Forsthoff aptly puts it, its own logic, for this is the logic of worthlessness, and the destruction of the bearers of that worthlessness. As far as the prognoses of this widespread technocratic optimism are concerned, he is not at a loss for an answer. That is, he is not at a loss about the assessments of value and worthlessness that are evident to him. He believes that an unstoppable industrial technical development of mankind would in and of itself raise all problems, all previous questions and answers, all previous types and situations to a completely new plane where the old questions, types, and situations would become practically as unimportant as the questions, types, and situations of the Stone Age after the
Okay. So that is quite an interesting section there. I almost feel like going back and playing that again, and I think I will. But before I do that, I want to sort of talk about the key elements there that I recognize. He's talking about Christianity and communism and, you know, the idea of them, how their moral character would be transformed by the use of, you know, technical supremacy, but technical supremacy itself transforms people into a sense of worthlessness, because the average citizen has no real power within this technological system. You know, even so that it's going on to eliminate the partisan, you know, in a way that it's going to clear a dog from the highway. Interesting analogy that he uses. I mean, right? But yeah. Let's go back and play that again, because he says that this is the all important aspect. The technical aspect is the all important aspect, and he alluded to that many times during this whole entire thing. But yeah, let's check this out.
technical aspect. The partisan also participates in development, in progress, in modern technology and its science. The old partisan, whom the Prussian Landsturmedict of 1813 wanted to press into taking up the pitchfork, would cut a comical figure today. The modern partisan fights with submachine guns, hand grenades, plastic explosives, and perhaps soon with tactical nuclear weapons. He is motorized and connected to an intelligence network with secret transmitters and radar. He is provisioned by air with weapons and food by airplanes. But he is also, as in Vietnam in 1962, attacked with helicopters and starved out. Both he himself and his opponents keep pace with a rapid development.
See, this is why the spatial aspect was so much connected to the technical aspect, right? They're really one and the same thing, right? And that's why it's so interesting why in cybernetics and even in postmodern philosophy, where they sort of blend objective and subjective, you know, going forward to that old idea that we were talking about ecology of mind in Bateson and other things.
Yeah. So when warfare increases in technology, the partisan is still mostly primitive, but he still has to upgrade his technology to respond to the conventional forces. So eventually, once technology is so much, the partisan will be forced to adopt the same technology as the conventional forces, which he won't have the resources to do. Then he will finally be destroyed.
Or absorbed into the board. Resistance is futile, or feudal, as some might say.
Yes, thank you for joining Neurojack.
Yeah, well, I have stuff to add, but I don't know how much longer this is going to go. If it's going to go a long time, I'll jump in after the next section. If not, I'll do it sooner. But yeah, because this is I was actually annoyed with what this guy is saying until the last section, so I am kind of interested to hear that part again.
You're annoyed with Carl Schmitt?
Yeah, because he's saying essentially the part you can't resist in the age of technology that we're in now. So he's basically saying there's no point to resist. So there's no point to what he's saying, but now he's getting into the meat of the matter. So
No, he says it might happen, but it might not happen.
I mean, he pretty much said that it's totally over, but I mean, at least he did just a minute ago. But
Well, he's talking in the sense of the 1960s. They thought everything was going to die in nuclear warfare.
well, I'll get into what I mean, but I don't want to interrupt because it sounds like he's kind of bolstering the points I want to make. So I want to give him a chance to do that.
Development of modern technology and its form of science. An English naval expert called piracy the pre-scientific stage of naval warfare. In the same spirit, he would have to define the partisan as the pre-scientific stage of land warfare and declare it the only scientific definition. But even this definition is immediately scientifically outdated. For the difference between naval warfare and land warfare is itself caught up in the vortex of technical progress and appears to the technical experts today as something pre-scientific, thus already settled. The dead ride fast, and if they are motorized, they move even faster. In any case, the partisan, whose Tellurian character we hold to, becomes a nuisance for every person who thinks rationally in terms of purpose and value. He provokes an almost technocratic effect. The paradox of his existence reveals an imbalance. The industrial technical perfection of the equipment of a modern regular army in contrast to the pre-industrial agrarian primitiveness of effectively fighting partisans. This paradox had already provoked Napoleon's fits of rage against the Spanish guerrillero and had to increase accordingly with the progressive development of industrial technology. As long as the partisan was only a light troop, a tactically mobile hussar or marksman, his theory was a matter of military scientific specialty. It was revolutionary war that first made him a key figure in world history. But what will become of him in the age of nuclear weapons of mass destruction? In a technically organized world, the old feudal agrarian forms and ideas of struggle and war and enmity disappear. This is obvious. Is that why struggle and war and enmity are disappearing generally? And are they being reduced to social conflicts? When the inner rationality and regularity of the technically organized world, immanent according to the optimistic opinion, is completely established, then the partisan may not even be a troublemaker anymore. Then he will simply disappear of his own accord in the smooth execution of technical functionalist processes, not unlike a dog disappearing from the highway. For a technically oriented imagination, he is then hardly a problem for traffic police, and incidentally, neither a philosophical nor moral nor legal problem. That would be one aspect, and indeed the technically optimistic aspect, of a purely technical handling of the subject. It expects a new world with a new man. With such expectations, as is well known, old Christianity, and 2 millennia later in the 19th century, socialism as the new Christianity, entered the scene. Both lacked the all-annihilating efficiency of modern technical means, but from the purely technical point of view, as always with such purely technical reflections, there is no partisan theory, but only an optimistic or pessimistic series of ambiguous value judgments.
Yep, he just said basically, in other words, resistance is futile or futile.
He said maybe. God.
Okay, well, he just he reversed it. Let's see if he said maybe. I think he said pretty definitively that there is no resistance, basically.
I think maybe 2.5 minutes back, that'll do it. Let's check it out.
In the age of nuclear weapons of mass destruction. In a
Stop
technically
it.
organized
Stop
world,
it.
the old feudal agrarian forms and ideas of struggle and war and...
Wait, what are you saying, Neuro?
If he says maybe, let's stop it, because I didn't hear that. So.
Okay.
Enmity disappear. This is obvious. Is that why struggle and war and enmity are disappearing generally? And are they being reduced to social conflict?
Yeah, he's saying that in the new age of technology, there's like the idea of the enemy. Well, the whole idea of partisan is based on who's a friend and who's an enemy, and this whole idea of enmity in today's time is a totally different question in the technological world, right? Where we're all interconnected. So he's going with that, and then he's saying that yeah. So he expands on that here. Let's see.
When the inner rationality and regularity of the technically organized world, immanent according to the optimistic opinion, is completely established, then the partisan may not even be a troublemaker anymore. Then he will simply disappear of his own accord in the smooth execution of technical function.
Yeah, may not. And it's basically like, yeah, if you have like RoboCop patrolling the street, it's not possible that there's like partisans because they're not able to compete on a technological level the same as the state, right? But right now they have the capability. We're in a unique stage of technological development where they're avail of a lot of the same technological capabilities as the state, right?
Actually, I think in RoboCop 3, RoboCop becomes the rebel, so he becomes the partisan against the Japanese corporate takeover, I think.
Oh shit. He starts listening to Public Enemy.
Plot twist.
Yeah. He gets like a gold chain. A giant gold chain.
I don't know what that is.
You never heard Public Enemy?
Is that a band?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Quite good one, in my opinion, I would say. First two albums, at least. I haven't really listened to the rest. But...
Yeah, I agree. It's an excellent band. Historically speaking, it's very notable band. But yeah.
Processes, not unlike a dog disappearing from the highway. For a technically oriented imagination, he is then hardly a problem for traffic police, and incidentally, neither a philosophical nor moral nor legal problem. That would be one aspect, and indeed the technically optimistic aspect, of a purely technical handling of the subject. It expects a
that
new
would
world
be
with
one
a new man.
aspect.
With such expectations, as is well known,
Okay,
old Christianity and 2
second.
millennia later in the 19th.
Let's go back. I want to make sure that we're listening to the same thing. Let's make sure that I'm hearing what you're hearing.
Oh my god.
No, because this is important. I want to make sure that I'm hearing what you're hearing. Let's go back. Sorry.
Are you even listening?
Well, it's
He
only
says-
50. Well, it's only 50 seconds here, but yeah, let's check it out.
Now they being reduced to social conflicts. When the inner rationality and regularity of the technically organized world, immanent according to the optimistic opinion, is completely established, then the partisan may not even be a troublemaker anymore. Then he will simply disappear of his own accord in the smooth execution of technical functionalist processes, not unlike a dog disappearing from the highway. For a technically oriented imagination, he is then hardly a problem for traffic police, and incidentally, neither a philosophical nor moral nor legal problem. That would be one aspect, and indeed the technically optimistic aspect, of a purely technical handling of the subject. It expects a new world with a new man. With such expectations, as is...
Yeah, it's interesting. It says the technical world expects a new kind of man to emerge for it to be successful.
Yeah, he is posing a question, but he's answering it right now. So that I understand what that you're saying. He's saying maybe, but I mean he's saying maybe, and then he's like, but no.
He's
But
presenting
it's one aspect of it.
perspectives. This is what a not loaded question is. He's presenting multiple perspectives.
Well, I mean, multiple perspectives of how you don't have a choice, basically. But yeah.
I think you're too often, you watch too much of those debates where they just talk about one thing and they're, you listen to the dumb debates where they only talk about one thing and they don't talk about the different perspectives of the other person. And then when a guy talks about different perspectives, you think it's like he's lying.
Okay, I'll hear the rest and then I'll respond to what you're saying.
Is well known, old Christianity, and 2 millennia later in the 19th century, socialism as the new Christianity entered the scene. Both lacked the all-annihilating efficiency of modern technical means, but from the purely technical point of view, as always with such purely technical reflections, there is no partisan theory, but only an optimistic or pessimistic series of ambiguous value judgments. Value has, as Ernst Forsthoff aptly puts it, its own logic, for this is the logic of worthlessness, and the destruction of the bearers of that worthlessness. As far as the prognoses of this widespread technocratic optimism are concerned, he is not at a loss for an answer. That is, he is not at a loss about the assessments of value and worthlessness that are evident to him. He believes that an unstoppable industrial technical development
says
of mankind
him.
would in and of
He's
itself
not talking
raise all
about
problems,
himself.
all previous questions.
Him being the partisan, am I correct?
No.
Okay, who is he talking about then?
Oh my God.
Who is him? Not the partisan that he's discussing.
He's
I
talking about
believe
the
he's talking about Clausewitz.
He's talking about the person who likes technology. He's talking about the person who is
He's talking about he's generally talking about the technical optimist. You know, so like the technocratic person, right?
the guy that thinks, you know,
The-
technology is
that
getting
person.
better.
Yeah, that person essentially wants the partisan to disappear, right?
Okay. Yeah. So where is he wrong at? It sounds like that's exactly what's happening, but okay. Let's go ahead. I'll explain what I mean. Go ahead. Let's hear
Not
it.
at a loss about the assessments of
For sure. My bad.
value and worthlessness that are evident to him. He believes that an unstoppable industrial technical development of mankind would in and of itself raise all problems, all previous questions and answers, all previous types and situations to a completely new plane where the old questions, types, and situations.
Yeah, he's partly talking about like people like those people he mentioned earlier, like Clausewitz
Bill
and Lenin.
Gates.
Yeah, to an example too, though. You know, because he's saying, well, you know, the communists are like this too. You know, because they're like, you know, that they don't have the technological supremacy they need to just erase the partisan. He's saying, well, the old Christian and the new communist, you know, had they the technical aspect, they would have gotten
They
rid of
want
the
to
partisan.
create a paradise.
Yeah. Had they the power had they the technological capability, they would have erased the partisan. But they don't have that capability, you know. And because the power that the technology gives you, you know, the values that you need to have the value system to make that possible, it doesn't actually give you it. The values it gives you are basically ones of worthlessness, right? So he's saying that, you know, actually, you know, he's sort of you know, presenting an irony. But yeah, let me see.
And he says the partisan proves the contradiction of his beliefs because he said Napoleon was angry that he kept losing in Spain because Napoleon is one of the guys that wants to create a paradise on earth. And, you know, the illiterate Spanish guerrilla fighters keep messing up his plans.
Right, but what he's saying is that by, you know, I'll finish. I'll just tell you what I'm saying after, because it's too heavy if we're going to continue listening. So let's just listen to whatever else we're going to listen to. I'll make my point.
It's about the assessments of value and worthlessness that are evident to him. He believes that an unstoppable industrial technical development of mankind would in and of itself raise all problems, all previous questions and answers, all previous types and situations to a completely new plane where the old questions, types, and situations would become practically as unimportant as the questions, types, and situations of the Stone Age after the transition to a higher culture. Then the partisans would become extinct, just as the Stone Age hunters became extinct, unless they succeeded in surviving and assimilating. In any case, they would become harmless and unimportant. But what then if the human type who had previously comprised the manpower of the partisans succeeds in adapting to the technical industrial environment, in using the new means and developing a new adapted type of partisan, let's say the industrial partisan? Is there any guarantee that the modern means of destruction will always fall into the right hands and that an irregular conflict will become unthinkable? In the shadow of the present atomic balance of the world powers, under the glass bell, so to speak, of their enormous means of destruction, a margin of limited and contained war could be delimited with conventional weapons and even means of destruction, the degree of which the world powers could agree openly or tacitly. This would result in a war controlled by these great powers and would be something like a dogfight. It would be the seemingly harmless game of a precisely controlled irregularity and an ideal disorder, ideal in that it could be manipulated by the great powers. But besides that, there is also a radically pessimistic tabula rasa solution of technical fantasy. In an area hit with modern means of annihilation, everything would of course be dead, friend and foe, regular and irregular. Nevertheless, it remains technically conceivable that some people might survive the night of bombs and rockets. In view of this eventuality, it would be practical and even rationally expedient to plan for the post-nuclear situation and to train people today to immediately occupy the craters of the bomb-ravaged zone and occupy the destroyed area. Then a new type of partisan could add a new chapter to world history with a new type of conquest. Thus, our problem expands to planetary dimensions. It grows even beyond planetary into outer space. Technological progress makes it possible to travel into cosmic spaces, and this opens up immense new challenges for political conquest. For the new spaces can and must be taken by humans. The land and sea conquests of old, familiar to the history of man, would be followed by space conquests of a new type. But taking is followed by dividing and reaping. In this respect, despite all other progress, it remains the same. Technical progress will only bring about a new intensity of the taking, dividing, and reaping, and will only increase the old questions. Today's confrontation between East and West, and especially the gigantic race for immensely large new spaces, is all about political power on our own planet, however small it may seem by now. Only those who control the so seemingly tiny Earth will take and use the new fields. As a result, these immense areas are nothing but potential battlefields, a battle for dominion on this Earth. The famous astro or cosmonauts, who up to now have only been used as propagandistic stars of the mass media, press, radio, and television, will then have the chance to transform themselves into cosmo-pirates and perhaps even cosmo-partisans. Legality and legitimacy. In the development of partisanship, the figure of General Salan appeared to us as a revealing, symptomatic manifestation of the final stage. In this figure, the experiences and effects of the warfare of regular armies, colonial...
You want to say something?
Yeah, so here's the thing. It's like, I mean, first of all, who does that sound like? Elon Musk, the Fallout series.
You're not listening at all. Jesus. He says, even if with total technological warfare and full destruction, there might be a scenario that people survive and occupy the destroyed wasteland as partisans. So even if technology advances to an endpoint, there still might be partisan activity.
Okay, but do you not see the parallel with Elon Musk, StarCraft?
Tell us the parallels.
Turning humans into space pirates and fighting for human dominion in space.
Go on.
You know, it's odd that Tucker Carlson loves this guy, Mencius Bulldog loves this guy, Charles Haywood loves this guy, the Christian nationalists love this guy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's...
I don't care what they say.
You don't see where they're pulling their imagery from, which is this guy. I mean, I'm sure there's other people, but I'm just saying, like, they quote this guy all the time. So I'm just saying, like, and again, I'm not even getting to my point yet.
I don't care what these people say. This isn't high school.
So you don't care what the people who are spinning a narrative to confuse people say?
Well, if I don't listen to them, I guess they're not confusing me.
Okay. You sound pretty confused about what's going on here, but
what's going on?
So first of all, let's go back to Vietnam. So you're saying that in Vietnam, we lost the war because they were fighting the guerrilla war. What's the current state of Vietnam right now? Do you think Vietnam's going to be a totally independent state for Another 100 years?
I have no idea what's going to happen to
Do
Vietnam in
you think
100 years.
Vietnam is a totally independent state right now?
I don't think most countries are.
Right. So who really won and who really lost the war?
Obviously, America lost the war because America isn't in Vietnam anymore.
And who's winning the war right now?
What are you talking about? The war is over.
So you think that all war is with bombs and guns and not ideas and money printing? And
You're not making any sense. The Vietnam War ended in 1975 when the North reunified
are
with the South.
Vietnamese people free of whitey over them right now?
Yeah, sure.
Really? You think so?
Sure.
Are you seriously saying that, or are you just trying to be ironic right now?
Yes, sure.
So my point is that people are looking at this like, oh, we can still resist this or resist that. But at the end of the day, whoever holds the power to the technology and subversion and lies that are believed are going to win. I mean, that's just that's obvious right now.
Well, what about the Taliban?
Who do you think's funding the Afghan government right now?
The Taliban?
Yeah. How did they get all their weapons that we just accidentally left for them?
Are you saying the American government funds the Taliban?
Would you be surprised?
I don't think the American government funds the Taliban.
Well, they didn't. They didn't fund them. They just left $10 billion worth of weaponry there for them. But
well, that's because the Taliban defeated
I think it was 200.
Americans.
Right, and they're completely isolated and cut off from the world, or they are not totally isolated and cut off from the world. Either way, are they winning? Are they gonna conquer India next week? Are they going to conquer China next year or 100 years from now?
It's hypotheticals.
Why would they want to do any of that?
Meaning, if the point of human flourishing is to kind of expand your way of life, how are they going to be able to do that?
Why would they need to invade China?
I'm not saying they need to, but what I'm saying is,
why do you say they want to?
I'm saying, would they have the ability to do so if they wanted to?
I don't think they want to. I don't think.
But if they wanted to, could they?
Why would that matter? They don't want to. Where are you going with this?
So you're saying that the goal? Are you trying to imply that the goal of everything that you're talking about with guerrilla warfare is just to hold out a little bit longer? Did all the guerrilla fighters for all the time hold out their culture, their religion, their people without interference? Or did they help work out the kinks in this global system now? So now they know how to properly subvert guerrilla fighters.
I think they've failed in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, and in other places. In Iraq, in Gaza, even.
Yet the global system continues to absorb more and more people into it via technology.
I don't know. Last week, what was it? Black Monday, they call it.
How many people have a cell phone in their hand in the earth right now?
I don't know. A lot.
How do you think that people are going to resist when everybody has a cell phone beaming stuff into their head all day?
What do you mean beaming stuff in their head?
You think that what's beamed into your head doesn't matter?
Are you talking about the radiation? What are you talking about? The radiation? Are you there?
Did we lose him?
He's muted. You're muted. I don't know. Maybe he's gone. Right. I guess we can move on.
Well, yeah, Neuro he just like loses connection and all of that. So yeah, I bet he didn't mean to do that, but yeah, it is what it is.
Is that a failing of the technology or the conquering of the technology over humanity?
Right, right. That's why we've congregated here to ask these fundamental questions. Definitely. Thanks for bringing it home there. Blessings.
War, civil war, and partisan struggle meet and overlap. Salan has thought all these experiences through to its logical conclusion, with the inevitable logic of the old saying that against partisans, one must fight like a partisan. He did this logically, not only with the courage of the soldier, but also with the precision of the general staff officer and the exactness of the technocrat. The result was that he turned himself into a partisan and finally declared civil war on his own supreme commander and his government. What is the innermost core of such a fate? Salan's main defender, Maître Tixier-Vignancourt, in his grand summation of May 23, 1962, found a formulation that contained the answer to our question. He remarked on Salan's activity as head of the OAS. I must say that if an old militant communist had been at the head of the organization instead of a great military leader, he would have achieved a different action from that of General Salan, page 530 of the trial report. This is the crucial point. A professional revolutionary would have done it differently. He would have had a different position than Salan, not only with regard to the interested third party. The development of partisan theory from Clausewitz to Lenin to Mao has been driven forward by the dialectic of regular and irregular, of professional officer and professional revolutionary. Through the doctrine of psychological warfare, which French officers of the Indochina War took over from Mao, the development has not returned to its beginning and origin in a kind of ricorso. Here there is no return to the beginning. The partisan can put on a uniform and transform himself into a good regular fighter, even into a particularly brave regular fighter, similar perhaps to the saying that a poacher could make a particularly capable forest ranger. But this is all abstract. The implementation of Mao's teachings by those French professional officers does indeed have something abstract, and as it was once called in Salan's trial, something of the esprit géométrique about it. The partisan can easily turn into a good uniform bearer. For the good professional officer, however, the uniform is more than a costume. The regular can become an institutionalized profession. The irregular cannot. The career officer can transform himself into the founder of a great order, like St. Ignatius of Loyola. The transformation into the pre- or subconventional means something else. To disappear in the dark is one thing, but to transform the darkness into a space of combat from which the previous theater of the empire is destroyed and the great stage of the official public sphere is taken off its hinges, this cannot be organized with technocratic intelligence. The Acheron does not allow itself to be reckoned and does not follow every incantation, no matter how clever it may be, and no matter how desperate the situation may be. Our task is not to calculate what the intelligent and experienced military men of the April 1961 Algerian coup and the organizers of the OAS may have taken into account with regard to some specific questions that come to mind, particularly with regard to the impact of terrorist acts on a civilized European population or with regard to the interested third party mentioned above. This last question alone is significant enough as an issue. We have recalled that the partisan needs legitimacy if he wants to remain in the political sphere and not simply sink into criminality. The question is not settled with some now commonplace cheap antithesis to legality and legitimacy. For it is precisely in this case that legality proves to be far more valid indeed than what it was originally for a republican, namely the rationale, the progressive, the only modern, in short, the highest form of legitimacy itself. I do not want to repeat what I have been saying for over 30 years on this still topical subject. A reference to this is part of the recognition of the situation of the Republican General Salan in 1958 to 61. The French Republic is a regime of the rule of law. That is its foundation, which it must not allow to be destroyed by the opposition of justice and law and by the distinction of justice as a higher authority. Neither the judiciary nor the army is above the law. There is republican legality, and that is the only form of legitimacy in the republic. Anything else is an anti-republican sophism for the true republican. The representative of the public prosecution in the Salan trial therefore had a simple and clear position. He repeatedly invoked the sovereignty of the law, which remains superior to any other conceivable entity or norm. There is no sovereignty of justice in relation to it. It turns the irregularity of the partisan into a fatal illegality. Salan had no other argument against this than the reference to the fact that he himself had helped General de Gaulle on May 15th, 1958, ascend to power against the legal government of that time, that he had then committed himself before his conscience, his peers, his fatherland, and before God, and that now, in 1962, he saw himself duped and cheated of everything that had been promised in May 1958 and passed off as holy. Report of the trial, page 85. Against the state, he invoked the nation. Against legalism, he invoked a higher kind of legitimacy. General de Gaulle, too, had in the past often spoken of traditional and national legitimacy and opposed it to republican legalism. Even the fact that his own legitimacy had only been established since the referendum of September 1958 did not change the fact that he had republican legality on his side at the latest since that September 1958. And Salan felt compelled to take a position that was desperate for a soldier, to invoke irregularity against regularity.
So, to explain what's happening, if you guys are confused, General Salan was a French general who fought against the Vietnamese in Vietnam during the French-Vietnamese War, and then he fought the Algerians in Algeria during the Algerian War for Independence from France. And they're pointing this out in this book because the theory is to fight the partisan, you must become a partisan. And so General Salan, the French general of a regular French army, chose to become a partisan, to fight both the Vietnamese partisans and the Algerian partisans. And then doing so, when the French government decided to make peace with the Algerians and give up Algeria, General Salan decided to mutiny against the French government and used the regular French army in Algeria as a partisan army against both the Algerians and the French army.
And he lost, right?
Yeah.
Right. So basically, he showed the empire how not to fail in the same regard again.
Well, in the theory of the partisan needs support from the population, and he needs to understand the land that he defends. Salan did not have the support of either the French population or the Algerian population. And he was running a regular army, and he tried to convert it into a partisan army, which I think he failed because the regular French army couldn't handle the switch.
Well, I think now you're starting to understand the point I'm trying to make, which is that the interdependency of the way the system is becoming, where everybody needs each other. That's what he was saying about war. He's saying war, as we know, it's going to go away unless it's total annihilation, essentially. So it's basically...
No, you're getting it completely wrong. He's saying the partisan does not need the overstretched supply lines that a regular army needs, like the Taliban.
The people that exist in this world do. You are
No,
not
the pre-industrial, pre-bourgeois people do not need the over-technologized society.
And how are those people going
like
to
in Afghanistan?
And how are those people going to defeat an industrialized, interdependent society?
Irregular guerrilla warfare.
Where they starve everyone to death. Yeah.
The Afghans did not starve to death during the American occupation.
That's only because they didn't drop nukes on their head, obviously.
Exactly.
Right, which they could have, so they didn't want to, right? But they could.
Is this the old "I could have won if I tried" or excuse?
No, the point is that they were allowed to quote unquote win, is my point.
Yeah, so it's
they had
the ability, even try excuse.
They had the ability to stop them from winning. They just chose not to exercise it.
So you're saying America didn't even try?
Well, you live in California? How do you think America is sustaining itself right now? Do you think that we're the American people are in control of their own
Sucking the
government
blood out of every other poor nation.
and out of their own citizens as well. Would you disagree?
Yeah. Maybe, maybe not. Most of the labor job is done by immigrants. So if you consider the immigrants Americans, sure.
Right. Yeah, the immigrants that are like begging to come here, right?
Yeah, they're like the slave labor. They're like the new slaves.
Right, and the people who are already here are now the slaves to take care of the other slaves for the slave master, right?
Yeah, the people here are considered the house slaves.
Okay, so okay, I'll take the analogy there.
The house slaves do not like the field slaves, and the field slaves do not like the house slaves.
Exactly right. So now you have
Sure.
now the slave master has insurgency and counterinsurgency, both working for his own end.
No, America does not have any partisan movements.
Oh,
Maybe
sure.
cartels.
Trump versus Kamala.
Nobody's shooting each other yet. Well, that one guy shot at Trump.
Well, there's street crime
Allegedly.
in this country. There's street crime every single day in this country, which is the perfect camouflage for an authoritarian regime to say, "Oh, that's kind of sucks. Wouldn't you just love if we just stepped in and stopped the crime?" Now that you can't be independent with your food supply or your
That is
housing.
the prequel to a partisan movement. If the government were to crack down on those protesters, then there is a potential of starting a partisan resistance movement.
Well, why crack down on them when they're keeping each other busy, dividing and conquering, so the slave master can do whatever he wants?
That's why there is no partisan resistance in America or any other developed nation.
Right. It's a LARP essentially, right? Where there's cosplayers out in the streets cosplaying and even killing each other, but at the end of the day, they're not actually fighting the power, essentially.
Exactly. This is why
We're on the same page. I agree.
This is why only the Taliban type resistance only occurs in undeveloped countries. This is why only an underdeveloped country can practice partisan warfare effectively.
So it's only the people that cannot be enlightened. It's only the people that cannot be industrialized. It's only the people
I
that
think the Taliban are very enlightened compared to the gay protesters in our country.
Yeah, but I'm using it in like the technical sense, not the. I'm using it, the way that most people think of it.
Wait, how are you technically enlightened? Enlightened is like
I'm, the Enlightenment in Europe, like technology is our god, that kind of thing.
Oh. The word for that nowadays is woke.
Sure, but my point is, if the system wanted to wipe out the Taliban and whoever else is in Afghanistan, up in the Goat Mountains or whatever, they really could, or they could just encircle them and starve them out. If and they probably will eventually if they need to. But I mean, the thing is this: the system may keep people around in little ecological preserves, like the Jurassic Park dinosaurs or something. It doesn't mean that they're free. It doesn't mean that they're actually like going to be able to do what they want. Right? Like,
yeah,
they might put us in little zoos out in Turkmenistan or something, right?
Well, it's not going to be zoos. It's going to be prisons. And they'll once in a while they'll pick maybe somebody semi-randomly and they'll uplift them, and as a symbol of, if you follow the rules, you'll be chosen.
Yep.
Those people are like Taylor Swift or what's her name, Billy, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, you and I are pretty on this topic. We're kind of on the same page, I think.
Yeah, but you just don't like the Afghans.
I do. I mean, but also I think
You
there's a lot
kept talking about surrounding them and starving them and nuking them.
I'm saying if the government wanted to do so, they could.
And then you mentioned, they can't invade China and kill all the Indians. It's like, why would they do that? Why would you think they wanted to do that?
I didn't say they needed to kill everybody.
You said conquer and breed and whatever.
People can conquer without killing a single person. if they wanted to.
But you were mentioning the weapons they had.
Well,
from the American withdrawal.
Language is a weapon. Propaganda is a weapon. Food is a
Okay,
weapon.
whatever. You
Water
don't
is
like the Muslims. We can move
I do.
on.
I do like the Muslim.
Well, you keep saying they're pathetic and they can't defeat the Americans.
I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to make a larger point, which
You're
is
saying they're pathetic. They'll starve without the white man's food or whatever.
you're missing the point. The point is this: Vietnam won the war, but now they're more entrenched in, basically economic slavery more than ever. They're interdependent.
Well, yeah, it's
on the rest
50
of the
years
world.
ago. The Vietnam War is ancient history.
Right. And where are they at now? They're more interdependently enslaved than they were before the war, right?
I guess. But the war has nothing to do with today's Vietnam.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I actually think Southeast Asia is a great place because I think if the whole world fell apart, Southeast Asia is the best place to be. The reason why is food is easy to grow. It's everywhere. And the people more or less still remember how to grow it relative to the rest of the world, right?
I think the best places, certain places in South America.
Yeah, there's probably less people there. So, yeah, you're probably right. But I mean, look, the thing I'm trying to point out is, as things stand right now, you're not going to be able to defeat the system or subvert it because the thing is the technology is too great, and the divide between the people at the top of the technology and the people even in the middle are just so vast. Like
it sounds like you're just doom pilling.
Well, if it's the reality, you can
you got to give us reasons why we should doom pill. You can't just say, "Oh, it's hopeless," and then just move on.
Well,
what doom pill do you have for us?
Well, if you're actually interested in winning a war, shouldn't you get a lay of the land before you just march on into it?
Well, what war are you talking about right now?
The war of ideas, the war of philosophy, the morality.
Talking to people is not a war.
Are you serious?
Well, we're talking about theory of the partisan. And in the theory of the partisan, for example, they use the example, Lenin said, the greatest enemy of communism are academic communists, because the academic communists will never start the revolutionary fighting. So this is exactly what is not the war. As to the partisans we're talking about.
Do you think that Tucker Carlson and Mencius Moldbug mention him because his ideas aren't important to their game plan?
Personally, I think Curtis Yarvin is cringe. So, yeah, I think he's
Curtis Yarvin thinks he has the ear of the potential next president of the United States. So,
well, he is a Jew, so that's true, maybe.
Right. So why aren't you a Jew and be in the ear of the next president of the United States?
What? It was a choice to become a Jew? Are you saying I can become a Jew?
Lols.
I'm saying...
Do I have to marry Natalie Portman? Can I Porkman?
You don't understand the point I'm trying to make, right?
Well, you said become a Jew. What are you talking about?
Right.
Is that a metaphor?
Well, you brought it there. I said he believes he has the ear of the next president. Why don't you?
Wait, who believes? Yarvin believes he has the ear?
Yeah, probably the bloody one, but yeah.
I don't care about Yarvin. I hate all his writings.
You don't care about him, but he has the ear of the president. You don't.
I don't I don't like Trump. I don't believe Trump does anything.
Yeah, that's why I have this nice uniform lady as my character. Do you like her?
Is that Kamala?
What do you think?
I guess.
I'm with Shim.
Well, I don't want to be racist and say every brown woman is Kamala, but I guess your picture is Kamala.
I'll wait for the zoom in. Hello, NPC.
Hey, what's up, Jack? How's it going, bro? What's up, Machine, Rem?
Yeah, that's the next president of the United States.
I don't
General
think
Kamala?
it matter.
Yeah, Commander Kamala.
Okay. Fire. Hey, Fire, I heard you're from San Jose. Is that true?
Why do you think I'm from San Jose?
Because I think I heard Pill Eater say that. I'm just
No.
asking. I'm just asking because I'm from there, so.
I
Just
don't
curious.
know who's Pill Eater.
A YouTuber that comes here a lot.
Oh, I don't watch the show. I just come on here.
Okay.
Why does he think I'm from San Jose?
I don't know. You have to ask him. I've heard it like twice in two different occasions, and I was like, interesting. It's San Jose. So
Wait, do you talk about me on here when I'm not on here?
do I talk about you? No, man. It's the first time I ever brought up your name or even talked to you.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not from San Jose, but I know I'm like within 300 miles of there.
Okay, yeah. Cali. Cool.
That's pretty much anywhere.
Yeah,
Well-
I could be any one of 15 million people.
Yeah.
So, anyways, to go back to the point that we were making, and if NPC, if you have anything to add into it, I'm curious because again, I know that my points are probably falling on deaf ears. I'm expecting that at this point. So, if you do understand what I'm saying, please help me communicate what I'm trying to get. If you don't, or you disagree, ask me questions. I'll try to answer what I'm trying to get at because sometimes I struggle to get to my point. I'm really trying to, the main thing I'm trying to say is like, the technology is going to subsume everyone into it basically because, you're going to have to be interdependent to survive. I think that's, if you read the writings of Yarvin or of the Charles Haywood or a lot of these people that are looking at Carl Schmitt, they're basically saying, well, look, dude, what did Noam Chomsky say? You can manufacture consent using language and symbols and all this stuff. And I'm sure other people like Lacan and people I've never heard of, said in a more technical aspect how to do it. So I'm just saying, like, why is Elon Musk's family involved in cybernetics? Probably because they want to learn how to like get you to make a decision and think it's your idea when it's their idea. But that's just my hunch. But hopefully that makes a little more sense.
Is that the doom pill?
I don't look at it as a doom pill, but I see how you could. If you don't know about it, that's more of a doom pill than if you do know about it, I would say. But
Carl Schmitt. The only thing I know about him is this whole thing about the enemy versus the friend theory. That's what politics can be reduced to that.
Friend-enemy distinction.
Yeah. And how are we relating that to technology, or are we?
It's basically challenging the left-right theory of politics. He says, so the left-right theory is false, and what people in politics actually do is this: they think of people as friends and enemies. Like in Congress, people aren't actually left or right. They're just, can I get money from this guy, or can I blackmail this guy to get what I want? People in Congress don't think about politics the same way as everybody else does.
Right. Do you think this is what people are getting at when they refer to the left-right paradigm? How it's like the same, but they're
Yeah.
leaving out this whole friend component, enemy component. So I never heard this until recently, until you guys started talking about it.
Well, Carl Schmitt realized this after World War II.
Right.
I don't know what he did during World War II, but he's German, so I think he was a Nazi, and then he said like it was a mistake. He thought it was cringe later, and he tried to understand why he fell for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he thought of the friend-enemy distinction. He says, politics isn't about ideologies. It's about, making friends and making enemies.
Yeah,
And
I've seen it.
how
I've seen
it
this on.
fluctuates.
Yeah, I've seen this online too. Like, there are people who have different philosophies of life or different religions, and a lot of times when the particular person is by themselves, will talk a lot of shit about people who don't believe their philosophy or religion. But if someone comes on their panel that is like in opposition to their philosophy of life, as long as they're friendly with them, they won't check them. So
Well, that might be the meme. The dogs bark at each other when they're a fence, but when you take away the fence, they shut up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It could be that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Thanks
it's
for unpacking that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go
for
ahead,
sure. No, it's okay. Yeah, but it's interesting. He's talking about new elements rising in the stage of warfare, and some of the interesting elements that even Neurojack picked up on was the space element, and also the spy element, with the advanced communications technology, but the International Space Station, which is actually International Spy Station, and the satellites and space technology actually being an extension of military, capabilities. Obviously, the internet was later, but really around the same time World War II, was developed by the military, right? So, this is all during the same time. But yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I wanted to jump in on the space thing a little bit more, if you don't mind, just really quick. I mean, look, here's the point of me pointing that out on top of the fact that it's all over, other propaganda that seems unrelated, but I don't think it is. Is that okay? So if the choice is between total annihilation or treating the Earth as a giant lab experiment so you can figure out how to A, become transhuman, or B, trick people into get rid of themselves or being absorbed into a culture that you totally control, or at the very least you have a large amount of leverage to get people to act as you want them to do. Like he was saying about, the new society or whatever is going to expect a new type of man to conform to it, right? And so my point is, all this stuff about space and going to Mars and in space, like, well, don't worry, if we just blow up the Earth, we'll just go into space. I think that, if we had any possibility of doing that, which again, I mean, there's a lot of this push about aliens and going into space, and this is a whole topic I wanted to cover for years, which I haven't had the opportunity to do, but I intend to do it at some point if I get the opportunity. But I think that really what you got to think about is that just another LARP to get people to think that the goals are way out there when maybe the goals are a lot closer to home? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that that's kind of what I see. And again, even if they really have the capability to go into space and they are going in space and they're keeping it a secret or whatever, you know, we can't really do anything about that. But what I do know is that I don't think that the world powers are just going to go and do a nuclear exchange and knock out 90% of the Earth, unless they truly believe that it's not going to damage the Earth for those who are going to survive that. So I'm not saying it's not possible. I just think that it's very unlikely that that's really a threat at this point. I don't think Russia, America, or China are going to be, you know, going to do something that's going to destroy the whole Earth. I mean, again, I could be wrong. I think we're either too far in advance of technology with one of the parties, or it's just they've had some sort of superseding leverage that is just not going to allow it to happen. Now, again, if that is going to happen, then really, who gives a fuck? Because the Earth is not going to really be livable anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting aspect to things. But yeah, it's fascinating that they saw these aspects of, you know, the global economy, global um you know, conflicts, and also, you know, not in terms of and even Bertrand Russell and these other guys in the scientific outlook, you know, they're talking about even, you know, the spread of diseases and stuff. You know, you know, Bertrand Russell really says in the scientific outlook that society should be run by the needle, right? And that they should use it. He recommends bacteriological warfare in order to reduce the population. So he actually says that in a very dastardly way. You know, so, you know, the fact is there that he's a and he says also, he ends that statement by saying that, you know, extremely high-minded people don't care about the loss of tons of people. You know, so
Well,
it's
yeah, and I think that, and again, this is the point that I keep trying to point out to people, is like, as you increase in technology, you almost would have to at some point correct for the population, because it's going to equalize people too quickly. And like, I've been asking myself, why did they release, you know, AI and all this ability to hack into systems? I mean, like, I heard today that somebody hacked in and stole every single, you know, social security number of every person in the United States. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's a, you know, a false, you know what, but I'm just saying, like, regardless, the capabilities are there. So why would they make their own system vulnerable? Well, in my opinion, why did Mean Mr. Mustache allegedly do something at the Reichstag, right? I mean, probably because it gave him a great excuse, if you believe the story, right? So this is what I'm trying to get at. So
yeah. Well, we only got 20 more minutes of this. Let's try to get some of this here. We're almost done listening to the, I don't know if it's a audio book. It doesn't seem like a book. It's more like a pamphlet on this issue here. But yeah, very, very interesting you know, writing here, you know. Yeah.
Army into a partisan organization. But irregularity in itself amounts to nothing. It simply becomes illegality. To be sure, a crisis of the law, and therefore of legality, is undeniable today. The classical concept of law, the observance of which is alone capable of maintaining republican legalism, is called into question by the ends and the means. In Germany, the invocation of justice, in contrast to the law itself, has become a matter of course even among lawyers, and is hardly noticed. Even non-lawyers today simply always say legitimate and not legal when they want to say that they are right. But the Salan case shows that even a dubious legality is stronger in a modern state than any other kind of law. This is due to the decisionist power of the state and its transformation of justice into law. We do not need to go into this in depth here. Perhaps it will all be different when the state dies. For the time being, legalism is the irresistible modus operandi of every modern state army. The legal government decides who the enemy is that the army has to fight. Those who claim to determine the enemy claim their own new legality if they do not want to submit to the determination of the previous legal government. The real enemy. A declaration of war is always a declaration of enmity. This is self-explanatory. And when it comes to a declaration of civil war, it goes without saying. When Salan declared civil war, he was in fact making two declarations of enmity: the continuation of the regular and irregular war on the Algerian front, and the opening of an illegal and irregular civil war on the French government. Nothing makes the hopelessness of Salan's situation more obvious than a consideration of this double declaration of enmity. Every two-front war raises the question of who the real enemy is. Is it not a sign of inner division to have more than one real enemy? The enemy is our own question embodied. If our own form is clearly defined, where does the duality of enemies come from? The enemy is not something that must be eliminated for just any reason and destroyed for its unworthiness. The enemy is on one's own level. For this reason, one must contend with him in battle to gain one's own measure, one's own limit, one's own form. Salan regarded the Algerian partisan as the absolute enemy. Yet suddenly an enemy that was much worse and more intense for him appeared at his back: his own government, his own boss, his own brother. In his brothers of yesterday, he suddenly saw a new enemy. That is the core of the Salan case. Yesterday's brother showed himself to be the more dangerous enemy. There must be a confusion in the concept of the enemy itself, which is connected with the doctrine of war, and which we will now try to clarify at the end of our presentation. A historian will find examples and parallels in world history for all historical situations. We have already hinted at parallels with events from the years 1812 to 13 of Prussian history. We have also shown how the partisan received his philosophical legitimization in the ideas and plans of the Prussian military reforms of 1808 to 13, and his historical accreditation in the Prussian Landsturmedict of April 1813. Thus, it will not be quite as strange as it might seem at first glance if we take the situation of Prussian General York in the winter of 1812 to 13 as a counterexample in order to better elaborate the core question. First of all, of course, the enormous contrasts are striking. Salan, a Frenchman of left Republican origin and modern technocratic character, compared with a general of the Royal Prussian Army of 1812, who certainly would never have thought of declaring civil war on his king and supreme commander. In light of such differences of time and type, it seems incidental and even coincidental that York, too, fought as an officer in the colonies of the East Indies. Incidentally, it is precisely these striking contrasts that make it all the more clear that the core question is the same. For in both cases, the issue was deciding who the real enemy was. Decisionist exactness dominates the functioning of any modern organization, especially any modern regular state army. Thereby, the core question for the situation of a modern general is posed very precisely as an absolute either-or. The sharp alternative of legality and legitimacy is only a consequence of the French Revolution and its confrontation with the legitimate monarchy restored in 1815. In a pre-revolutionary legitimate monarchy like the then Kingdom of Prussia, many feudal elements of the relationship between superior and subordinate had been preserved. Loyalty had not yet become something irrational and had not yet dissolved into a merely calculable functionalism. Prussia was already then a distinct type of state. Its army could not deny its descent from Frederick the Great. The Prussian army reformers wanted to modernize and not return to some kind of feudalism. Nevertheless, the ambience of the legitimate Prussian monarchy of the time may appear to the modern-day observer, even in the event of conflict, to be less sharp and incisive, less decisionist and statist. There is no need to argue about that here. It is only important that the impressions of the various period costumes do not obscure our core question, namely the question of the real enemy. In 1812, York commanded the Prussian division which, as an allied force of Napoleon, belonged to the army of the French General MacDonald. In December 1812, York went over to the enemy, the Russians, and concluded the Convention of Tauroggen with the Russian General von Diebitsch. During the negotiations and at the conclusion, Lieutenant Colonel von Clausewitz participated on the Russian side as negotiator. The letter that York addressed to his king and supreme commander on January 3, 1813, has become a famous historical document, and rightly so. The Prussian general writes with great reverence that he expects the king to judge whether he, York, should advance against the real enemy, or whether the king condemns the action of his general. He awaited both with the same faithful devotion, ready in case of condemnation to await the bullet on the heap of sand as well as on the battlefield. The word real enemy is worthy of a Clausewitz and gets to the heart of the matter. It is indeed so in General York's letter to his king. The general's willingness to await the bullet on the heap of sand pertains to the soldier who takes responsibility for his actions, not unlike General Salan, who was prepared to shout Vive la France in the trenches of Vincennes before the firing squad. But what gives his letter its real tragic and rebellious meaning is the fact that York, with all due respect to the king, reserves for himself the right to decide who the real enemy is. York was no partisan, and probably never would have been. But with regard to the concept of the real enemy, the step into partisanship would have been neither absurd nor inconsistent. Admittedly, This is only a heuristic fiction that is permissible for the brief moment when Prussian officers had elevated the partisan to an ideal, that is only for this turning point, which led to the Landsturmedict of April 13th, 1813. Just a few months later, the idea that a Prussian general could become a partisan would have become grotesque and absurd, even as a heuristic fiction, and it would probably have remained so forever as long as there was a Prussian army. How was it possible that the partisan, who in the 17th century had sunk to the level of the picaro, and in the 18th century belonged to the light troops, at the turn of the year 1812 to 13 appeared for a moment as a heroic figure, only to become a key figure in world events in our time, over 100 years later? The answer is that the irregularity of the partisan remains dependent on the meaning and content of a concrete regular. After the dissolution, which was characteristic of 17th century Germany, cabinet wars became a regular occurrence in the 18th century. This imposed such strong containments on the war that it could be interpreted as a game in which mobile light troops played irregularly, and the enemy, as a mere conventional enemy, became the opponent of a war game. The Spanish guerrilla war began when Napoleon defeated the regular Spanish army in the autumn of 1808. This was the difference from Prussia in 1806 to 07, which immediately made a humiliating peace after the defeat of its regular army. The Spanish partisan restored the seriousness of the war to Napoleon, enlisting on the defensive side of the old European continental states, whose old form of regularity, reduced to convention and game, was no longer a match for the revolutionary new Napoleonic regularity. The enemy thus became the real enemy again. The war became real war again. The partisan who defends his national soil against the foreign conqueror became a hero who fought a real enemy in a real sense. That was the great process which had led Clausewitz to his theory and his doctrine of war. 100 years later, when the martial theory of a professional revolutionary like Lenin blindly destroyed all traditional containments of war, war became absolute, and the partisan became the bearer of absolute enmity against an absolute enemy. From the real enemy to the absolute enemy. The theory of war is always about the distinction of enmity, which gives war its meaning and character. Every attempt to contain or limit war must be based on the awareness that, in relation to the concept of war, enmity is the primary concept, and that the distinction between different types of war is preceded by a distinction between different types of enmity. Otherwise, all efforts to maintain or limit war are only a game which cannot withstand the outbreaks of real enmity. After the Napoleonic Wars, irregular war was pushed out of the general consciousness of European theologians, philosophers, and jurists. There were indeed friends of peace who saw in the abolition and proscription of the conventional war in the Hague Convention the end of war in general. And there were jurists who considered any doctrine of just war to be eo ipso just, because St. Thomas Aquinas had already taught such things. No one suspected what the unleashing of irregular warfare would mean. No one considered what the victory of the civilian over the soldier would mean if one day the citizen put on the uniform while the partisan took it off to continue the fight without it. It was this lack of concrete thinking that first completed the destructive work of the professional revolutionaries. This was a great misfortune because with those limitations on war, European man had succeeded in something rare, the renunciation of criminalizing the wartime enemy, that is, the relativization of enmity, the negation of absolute enmity. It is really something rare, even incredibly humane, to get people to renounce discrimination and defamation of their enemies. The partisan now seems to be calling this into question again. His criteria include the extreme intensity of his political commitment. When
Now it's interesting, from Aquinas to Clausewitz, there's this whole idea of the psychological aspect of warfare, and even in Aquinas, there's a separation of church and state and the idea of the military order, right? And all of the ideas of king and justice and all of these things, the separation between the heavenly and the earthly status, right? Kind of brings into distinction these two stations and how the soldier's plight is sort of this battle that he's fighting between two different planes, the heavenly and the earthly, right? And that relates to those notions of God and country. And in terms of, Clausewitz, you're talking about the psychological and moral aspects, moral justifications for war and the perception of it, right, on the grand stage. But yeah, it's interesting. So one could say that this is, as Firestarter said, the partisan's nothing new. But yeah.
Well, and again, just really quick, I wanted to make a mention that this is why I talk about the legal system so much, or I want to, because again, it comes down to legitimacy and, you know, interdependency. So if your government is picking and choosing who's the enemy, regardless of whatever reason they have, even if let's assume that they just manufacture, and again, I think this is what Orwell was really writing about. Let's assume that they just totally manufacture a whole class of people or a whole continent of people and just say, well, this is our enemy now. And then the next day they erase all records and say, now this other people is our totally made up person is our enemy. Who are you to question A, the legitimacy, or B, the veracity of what they're saying? You have no ability to do so. And, you know, and basically no right if you don't know the law, which again, the law is becoming so confusing from where common law once was. And again, this is why I think it's interesting. A lot of YouTube is like all around, you know, auditing and stuff like that. I mean, in theory, I think it's a good idea, but I think in practice, I mean, you know, I asked one of these people about this today and they said, well, you know, it's all about the individual. Well, how are you going to go against the collective of ignorant, dangerous people that are totally unaware of what their position is in the system, or the legitimacy or the legality question, or any of these things? So yeah, I think again, I'm just trying to make the point that essentially, you know, we're looking at a very I mean, the stuff this guy is writing, you know, 50, 60, 70 years ago or whatever is, I think it was a recognition of what already was. As much as he's talking about the future, I think he's talking about probably what was already happening or at the time. But, and again, you mentioned Bertrand Russell and, you know, whoever wrote Brave New World and Orwell and these guys. I mean, you know, like you said, with like even Bacon, Francis Bacon and Plato, for God's sakes. I mean, it's like these people are trying to envision how to manufacture a new man. So yeah, I just think it's very interesting. You know, this is just a very fascinating thing. I mean, to me, it's funny that these people say that they love Carl Schmitt, and no one on the right wing, you know, the Trump lovers or whatever, they never ask, why does Tucker Carlson love Carl Schmitt so much? Because, I mean, you know, as much as he seems to be giving lip service that he may or may not be for it, I mean, he's basically seems like he's very pro Chomsky manufacturing consent, you know, as far as I can tell. That's what it sounds like to me. But
Yeah, thank you to NPC the game for joining your blessings.
Guevara says the partisan is the Jesuit of war. He is thinking of the unconditional nature of political commitment. The life story of every famous partisan, beginning with the Empecinado, confirms that. In enmity, the partisan without right seeks his justice. In it, he finds the meaning of the cause and the meaning of justice. When the shell of protection and obedience which he has hitherto inhabited breaks, or the web of norms of legality from which he could previously expect justice and legal protection is torn apart, then the conventional game ends. But this cessation of legal protection need not yet be partisanship. Michael Kohlhaas, whom the sense of justice made into a robber and murderer, was not a partisan because he did not become political and fought exclusively for his own violated private law, not against a foreign conqueror and not for a revolutionary cause. In such cases, irregularity is apolitical and becomes purely criminal because it loses its positive connection with a regularity that exists somewhere. This is what distinguishes the partisan from the robber chief, whether noble or ignoble. In discussing the geopolitical context, see above, we have emphasized that the interested third party performs an essential function when it provides the connection to the regular, which the irregularity of the partisan requires in order to remain in the realm of the political. The core of the political is not enmity per se, but the distinction between friend and enemy, and presupposes both friend and enemy. The powerful third party interested in the partisan may think and act entirely selfishly. With his interest, he is still politically on the side of the partisan. This has functions as political friendship and is a kind of political recognition, even if it does not lead to public and formal recognition as a warring party or as a government. The Empecinado was recognized as a political entity by his people, the regular army, and the great power that was England. He was no Michael Kohlhaas nor Schinderhannes, whose interested third parties were gangs of criminal fences. Salan's political situation, on the other hand, went down in a desperate tragedy because he became illegal in his own country. And outside, in the realm of geopolitics, not only did he not find an interested third party, but on the contrary, he encountered the consolidated enemy front of anti-colonialism. The partisan then has a real enemy, but not an absolute one. This follows from his political character. Another limit of enmity follows from the partisan's Tellurian character. He defends a piece of land with which he has an autochthonous relationship. His basic position remains defensive despite the increased agility of his tactics. He behaves exactly as St. Joan of Arc specified before the ecclesiastical court. She was not a partisan and fought regularly against the English. When she was asked by the ecclesiastical judge the question, a theological trick question, of whether she wanted to claim that God hated the English, she replied, "Whether God loves or hates the English, I do not know. I only know that they must be driven out of France." This answer would have been given by any normal partisan to the defense of the national soil. With such a fundamentally defensive stance comes the fundamental limitation of enmity. The real enemy is not declared the absolute enemy, nor the ultimate enemy of humanity in general. Lenin shifted the conceptual focus from war to politics, that is, to the friend-enemy distinction. This was sensible and, according to Clausewitz, a logical extension of the idea of war as a continuation of politics by other means. Only Lenin, as a professional revolutionary of the World Civil War, went even further and turned the real enemy into the absolute enemy. Clausewitz spoke of total war, but still presupposed the regularity of an existing statehood. He could not yet imagine the state as an instrument of a party, and a party that commanded the state at all. With the absolutism of the party, the partisan had also become absolute and was elevated to the bearer of absolute enmity. It is not difficult today to see through the concept.
That I think is one of the main points of this whole thing. What he just said about Lenin, that Lenin made war for politics. You know, he brought war into the understanding of politics. You know, so you know, and essentially the extension of what he said about Joan of Arc, that she was able to separate her heavenly duties from her earthly station. You know, that she said, you know, she doesn't know if God hates the English or whatever. You know, that's not what's at issue here. Right? The issue is the political ends of, you know, the war that she's committed herself to, right? You know, so he said that's exactly the stance of the partisan.
Also, early on in the book, he mentions that the partisan group is a lot more totalitarian in their agreement to the ideology that they share than whatever occupying army that they're fighting. For example, in the Cold War, it was a lot of capitalists and communists. The communist guerrilla fighters were a lot more totalitarian in being communists than the capitalists were being capitalists. You could say the same for the Taliban. The Taliban were a lot more religious than the Afghan government because in Muslim countries, it's not the economic distinction, it's the religious distinction.
Well, and this is kind of what I was trying to get at as well. It's like, you know, I think this is the real game at hand, which is to get people not to be partisan, aka like fanatical about their belief system. And I think you know, people who really hold strong beliefs, they will. And I think, again, you know, based on my talks with Pill Eater and other people, I mean, I think this is kind of what people might call a doom pill, but I mean, you know, Stalin was a communist, but what was Trotsky? Because Trotsky seemed to basically think that you're never going to stop the revolution. So, and it seems that the powers that be took Trotsky's ideas and applied them to global capitalism. So now you have a communist ideology injected into global interdependent capitalism. What does that equal, you know? Do you have any opinion on
brought about
Trotsky?
this change in the
Sorry, I was just going to ask, do you have any opinion on Trotsky, Firestar?
Well, Trotsky was a Jew and Stalin was not a Jew. And Trotsky wanted international communism, an international revolutionary, and Stalin wanted more or less multinational nationalist communism. So Stalin did not want to continue the war indefinitely. He wanted to create the Soviet Union as a symbol of why everybody else should be communist. And Trotsky just wanted to fund rebels in every country in the world immediately.
Right. And do you think that perhaps that's what we've seen since Trotsky forward, is that the system
No.
has been testing with rebels in every country to see how they can
No.
I mean, no? Why?
Well, what are you talking about? Are you saying the system is sending communists everywhere? Because Trotsky was a communist. Not
Right.
every rebel all over the world is a communist.
Well, my point is, well, some of the things I want to allude to, I can't, but hypothetically, if you wanted to make the world a one world system, wouldn't you need data to figure out how you're going to get people to cooperate with you imposing such a system?
I don't know.
Well, if you didn't want to do it overtly with, like, the bombs and stuff, and you wanted to do it more quote unquote peacefully, the resistance would kind of give you the data that you would need to figure out how you might do such a thing.
Maybe. I don't know.
concept of the enemy. On the other hand, it is much more difficult today to refute another way of making the enemy absolute, because it seems to be imminent in the present reality of the nuclear age. Technical industrial development has increased the weapons of man into pure means of annihilation. This creates a provocative imbalance between protection and obedience. One half of mankind becomes hostage to the rulers of the other half, who is armed with nuclear weapons. Such absolute means of annihilation require absolute enmity if they are not to be absolutely inhuman. After all, it is not the means of annihilation that destroy, but humans that destroy other humans with these means. The English philosopher Thomas Hobbes grasped the core of the process as early as the 17th century, De Homini 9:3, and formulated it with great accuracy, although at that time, 1659, the weapons were still comparatively harmless. Hobbes says, "Man is more dangerous to another man of whom he believes himself in danger than any animal, just as much as the weapons of man are more dangerous than the so-called natural weapons of animals, for example, teeth, paws, horns, or poison." And the German philosopher Hegel adds, "Weapons are the very essence of the fighters themselves." In concrete terms, this means the supra-conventional weapon supposes supra-conventional man. It does not presuppose him only as a postulate of a distant future. It rather presupposes him as an already existing reality. The ultimate danger, then, does not even lie in the presence of the means of destruction and a premeditated malice in man. It consists in the inescapability of moral compulsion. Men who use these means against other men see themselves as obliged to annihilate their victims and objects, even morally. They must declare the other side as a whole to be criminal and inhuman, to be totally worthless, otherwise they are criminal and inhuman themselves. The logic of value and unworthiness unfolds its entire destructive consequence and forces ever new, ever deeper discrimination, criminalization, and devaluation up to the destruction of all life that is unworthy of life. In a world in which the partners push each other into the abyss of total devaluation in this way before they physically annihilate each other, new kinds of absolute enmity must arise. The enmity will become so terrible that one may not even speak of enemy or enmity, and both may even be formally ostracized and condemned before the work of annihilation can begin. Annihilation will then become quite abstract and quite absolute. It will no longer be directed at an enemy at all, but only serve the supposedly objective enforcement of the highest values, for which, as we know, no price is too high. It is the denial of real enmity that will clear the way for the work of annihilation of an absolute enemy. In 1914, the peoples and governments of Europe staggered into the First World War without any real enmity. The real enmity arose only from the war itself, which began as a conventional war of states under European international law and ended with a world civil war of revolutionary class enmity. Who will prevent the unexpected emergence of new types of enmity in an analogous but still infinitely increased way, the implementation of which will cause unexpected manifestations of a new partisanship? The theorist can do no more than preserve concepts and call things as they are. The theory of the partisan leads into the concept of the political, into the question of the real enemy and a new nomos of the earth.
Great book.
Yeah, I agree. Excellent presentation there, and definitely ties into those other ideas and concepts that we're going to be talking about, including those in the writings of Che Guevara and in the writings of Dr. Kaczynski. You know, let me open up this book here and go to those principles of guerrilla warfare. They're so interesting last time, you know. It says 7 golden rules. 1, do not engage in a fight that cannot be won. 2, move continuously, hit and run. 3, use the enemy as the main supplier of weapons. 4, hide your movements. 5, make use of the element of surprise in military actions. 6, form new columns once some power has been won. In general, this is the last one, proceed through 3 phases: strategic defense, balance between possibilities of enemy action and guerrilla action, and finally, total annihilation of the adversary. That rule 3 stands out to me. Use the enemy as the main supplier of weapons, you know, which is interesting. You know, it means that preparation for such a conflict is extremely low, right? But the interesting ideas there. You know, in terms of Dr. Kaczynski, he talks about, you know, the revolution against the technological system has to be basically sabotage against the system itself, against the political, technological, and economical means, but mainly it's against the technological and economic basis for the society. It's not an attack against the political system or against any of the religious institutions or against any of the cultural institutions of that society, right? So, and actually, it doesn't have to harm any human beings in the process. It could just commit to acts of sabotaging the technological and economic basis for the society. So, in that way, you know, if the human beings within the society agree to take the system down because it's no longer serving human needs, right? Then, you know, it would have no impact on the humans, right? But yeah, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, so that's a key aspect of what Dr. Kaczynski's talking about. But yeah, we are gonna move to a little bit.
I was just saying hearts and minds.
Yeah, hearts and minds, right? But yeah, you know, we won't have so much time to go into Kaczynski here because we've already spent 8 hours here. So you know, I'll have to, you know, let this panel go. And thank you guys so much for joining us here. But I will present some of the old material we had, you know, because I've done these 11-hour shows recently. So please go ahead and check out those huge, long 11-hour shows I did, including the 3-hour debate, or, you know, it's 5 hours really because we had a panel afterwards. But I spent tons of time recently, presenting tons of material. I may come back soon with some type of panel or stream, impromptu, maybe. Who knows? But really, we will be back on Saturday. So that's going to be the main time. We're going to come back on Saturday. We'll play a little bit of the manifesto at the end of the show, but we'll really continue our analysis of it next time. We're at paragraph 100 of the manifesto, if you're wondering. But yeah,
by the way,
yeah,
one last thing about TED.
For sure.
For at least communism, you could say Karl Marx and Engels were like philosophers and like the progenitors of the communist philosophy, and Lenin was the fighter, the revolutionary. But with TED, he is both the philosophical father of the anti-tech thing, and he is the revolutionary for it. And most revolutions don't have that in one person. I think that's why TED is very special in history.
Yeah, and also he carried his movement out as a single person and also was his own propagandist for his own movement. So he fulfilled many roles. As you guys, as much of a one-man army as somebody could manage to be. It was like a one-man fear campaign, right? But yeah.
The partisan is always outnumbered, and in Ted's case, he is the most outnumbered because he's one against everybody.
Yeah, and that is also the danger. The use of lone wolf attackers in terrorism. Is just another feature. Of this whole thing. So as much as we say, oh, it's just a fascinating idea, and we have to look at these things not because we support terrorism, but because we're looking at the weak points in society, the basis for the present society, the signs of weakness, the signs of collapse, and also adhering to those ideas that we were talking about earlier. Is the human element within the society under attack? We have to ask these critical questions, and I think Dr. Krasinski definitely posed those questions. And in terms of Ellul, he talks about the whole way that Marx missed the whole element of technology, because they were ardent supporters of technology and science. So they totally presumed a world where industry was going to lead to this great communist revolution, but they deluded themselves, and that's where you get Ellul. Ellul is criticizing the communist theory from the inside out, because it totally removes the technical aspect.
Well, I think it's because, I mean, I'm ripping off other people, but I mean, it seems that Marx was really a Luciferian that, basically saw humans as, those that will be God and those that are fuel for the fire, essentially. I mean, that's kind of what I get the impression of. I mean, he is not someone who, I think that he, even if he knew the problem with technology, he didn't care. I think so. I mean, for me, I don't necessarily think that he overlooked it. I think that he did. I think that he, it's fine if 99% of people are gone. I think he didn't care about that. I think he's someone who basically just said, the ends justify the means. So
yeah, he was a supporter of Prometheus and Lucifer, and he wrote poetry. in support of these ideas and concepts that he got from occultism. But it's important to realize that Hegel was influenced by occultism. Most of the young Hegelians were challenging those notions, and they were part of the German whole occult revival scene in the 1800s. And these young Hegelians were also, interestingly enough, influenced by Kant. Kant and Hegel were these figures, and Kant believed in all sorts of weird political ideologies. Like, for example, he wrote a work about peace by mutual contraction, and about like world peace, that they're going to form a world government and have world peace. And he wrote a whole writing about it, a whole political treatise, like a world peace manifesto about world government or world peace. So this whole Swedenborgian idea from Emanuel Swedenborg about the kingdom of heaven on earth, this neo-pagan concept actually ripped off by Kant, right? And transformed into this idea. And you look at Marx and Hegel, and they believe in the pseudo-eschatology of progress, or they believe
Well,
it that in the world spirit and progress and all this stuff. Yeah.
and look who else is using Kant these days. I'll leave it at that, but you know what I mean. And it's also funny, if you ever, I would love to do a Twitter stream with you, and I still want to cover that video I sent you sometime, which I know that he's like a evil guy, but I think it relates to what you and Pilliter were talking about at the beginning about this scientific determinism essentially. But there's this group that me and Pilliter follow on Twitter, and it's these I guess it's this group of mostly women who are college students in some group or whatever in New York City, and they call themselves Hegelian e-girls. And so they're just basically talking about how Hegel is the best thing ever, and they're pretending that they're on the right. They're
Are they
right.
hot?
Only one, I would say, but apparently it's a large group, so I'm pretty sure there's more of them. But they're kind of this weird thirst trap for nerdy philosophers who are on the right, allegedly. And the reason why I think this is interesting is, like, do you think that you can be a Hegelian and be on the quote unquote right wing of politics?
Well, it's funny you say that, because Hegel and Martin Luther, they're both seen as the founders of German nationalism, right? So, as much as, I mean, the left-right whole thing is part of classical liberalism. That's why it's interesting. These guys like Moldbug, how are you part of the, how are you going against liberalism when you're, trying to be neo-reactionary, when reactionary is within the left-right, divide, so I don't even understand how they're going, because you'd have to go be before, left-right stuff.
Yeah, you
So you
see,
have to go before classical liberalism. So how are you for monarchy, which is before classical liberalism, if you're supporting ideas like libertarianism? It doesn't make any sense, but there's that's for another time,
well, I just want to say, I think I realized one point. I mean, I know that we've talked about this a lot, but it reminds me that, I think when a lot of people look at left and right, I'm thinking of it as in like left hand, right hand path. But it seems that from the Enlightenment forward, we've been purely left hand path. It's just one part pretends to be a right hand path, and the other one just openly states that they're not. So I think that's the way I look at it. And I would be curious if you think that's a retarded take or not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely got something to do with what's going on. for sure. But yeah, you guys got anything else? I'm gonna here close it off here, for sure. But yeah.
Yeah. I just have one more question. I'll jump off. I think I called Plato or Aristotle the first Hegelian. Which one would you say is more close to Hegel?
Definitely Aristotle, because we're bringing in the time element in Aristotle, right? And also you have to presume ideas like empiricism and correspondence theory, right? So yeah, definitely Hegel is Aristotle. And I talked about how both of them sort of need each other, and how they're both sort of this concept of science and history merging. But yeah.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, if I'm hoping we'll get to do some more stuff. I had a lot of stuff to deal with this week, but hopefully we'll get to more
Yeah,
stuff.
anytime you have to ask yourself which one is more modern, Plato or Aristotle, it's going to be Aristotle. Because as much as we talk about the idea of transcendentalism and all that, the transcendentals of Kant and how it's a key element in modern philosophy. It's something different than Plato's transcendental world. That is basically rejected by Aristotle, and then Aristotle is more of the science guy, and then Plato's more of the math guy, where he's talking about. And I brought that in for a brief period, but yeah.
That gives me a lot to think about, to be honest with you, because the math thing is really what throws me off. Like when I hear Christians say that math proves God, like, is that really Plato or is that Aristotle? Because I don't know. That's really
I'd say that's more Plato. The church was more Plato, and then when you go to Aquinas, he gets into Aristotle. So it's like Augustine is Plato, and Neoplatonism, and then you get into Aquinas, he's more Aristotle. He's responding to Aristotle because they're responding to two different threats. Right?
The two different threats.
Yeah, like for Augustine, he's responding to the Manichaeans. And then for Aquinas, he's responding to the Aristotelians, right?
Okay, that's very interesting.
Yeah, they wrote works on these things, right? Just as in the Aeneads of Plotinus, he's responding to the Gnostics for like a great portion of the work, But yeah.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, and again, I'm sorry to keep dragging it out, but what do you think the Muslim response to math proves God is?
They rejected it.
I mean, on what basis?
Do Muslims need a proof?
Well, it's really in Ghazali. He said even if you study math, he said studying math, if you get obsessed with studying math just for the sake of solving problems, he said that's vanity. He said that's the vanity of knowledge. He said that's to be rejected, and then reducing nature to natural systems, that's like putting God's. I'm saying that God has to create through these natural systems, right? So they rejected it, right?
Colloquially, they would call that Gnosticism in some of the circles around us. Like, I think that's hilarious because I agree with Gonzalez. I think he's 100% correct. Yeah.
Well, no. If you say nature has to be subservient to systems, right? Then that's Gnostic, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with Gonzalez because he's saying that it's you're thinking that God couldn't outsmart whatever you're doing, essentially.
Yeah, that essentially God is limited by human reason, and that God creates by systems that are comprehensible through human reason, right? So that is the systems of natural law, right? That was totally rejected by Ghazali, right? Not to say that transcendentals right, that were totally rejected by Gospel of John, right? So it goes back to a few different things, a few different ideas and concepts, because in the Gospel of John, you know, God creates through the Logos, but the Logos exists alongside God. The Logos is God, so it's not separate from God, right? So it's interesting, right? So we have to manage these things, and they're interesting philosophical discussions. Both Muslims and Christians will find a way to reject the Gnostic concept, right? Because they'll say, well, the Gnostic concept means that, that there's a demiurge, right? And that basically that demiurge is subservient to elements within a super order of creation, right? And then the world is a devolution of forms that this demiurge creates, right? So the world itself is an emanation of the forms, similar to in Plato, but as Plotinus says, that they don't understand the concept. They're totally playing fast and loose with Plato, right?
Right. And I think, I mean, and again, this just if you don't mind me to help me with this, by what justification do Christians claim now today that math can prove God? I mean, how do they get rid of that problem that we're discussing?
The Federal Reserve, I guess.
Probably not far off, to be honest with you.
How do I convince these Chinese slave laborers to make infinite stuff for me when I don't give them anything of value? Oh, I have this money. It's magical. It's from God. And for no reason, they believe it's worth something.
Well, Chinese people do love money. Some people call them the Jews of the East. But that's a serious question I have. I mean, what I'm saying is, who smuggled in math proves God? Was that Hegel or Kant, or way further back?
I think it would have to be Pythagoras, right? But yeah, it goes back to, for the West, it goes to pre-Socratics, so you can't trace it down.
Well,
right?
I mean, for Christians though, I mean, like for Christians to accept that without calling it Gnostic, essentially.
Well, not all Christians accept it, right? But
Sure.
some Christians who, I guess in the medieval times, they would accept it, for certain degrees and themes that they're trying to prove. Ideas like the logos spermaticos and all those ideas that God implants reasons in the world for things to unfold, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I
So-
was just wondering if there was a particular philosopher that smuggled that in, because like for me, I totally reject it.
Yeah, it'd be like Aquinas. I mean, not Aquinas, but Augustine, right? But yeah, But,
okay.
Yeah.
That's exactly that explains exactly what I wanted. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'll lay that out to you in the messages there for sure. But yeah, where exactly in his writings he's got that out. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. How about Firestarter? You got anything for us?
Let's see. Get an AK-47. Chambered in 5.56.
I actually like that's actually kind of a cool idea. I haven't thought of that. That's kind of a cool idea, actually. Why AK model? Why AK versus AR?
Well, because it's better, obviously. And it's chambered in 5.56 because that's the most common ammo in America for rifles.
Yeah. Well, and you can also carry like not double, but a lot more ammo. Yeah.
But why do you think the AK platform is better?
Well, I mean, if you don't realize it by now, there's kind of no point in explaining why.
Well, so when I was in Southeast Asia, I had a chance to shoot both at a very strange range, like way out in the middle of nowhere. And I really preferred the AK, like severely, but it was way heavier. But it was just like such a, I mean, it was like, I don't know what it was, but it was just such a cooler gun for sure. I don't know what it was about that thing, but it's just it's something very powerful about that gun for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, and the whole idea is with the concept of laws itself and what that suggests, because it's the idea that you have the laws external to God's influence. So God creates laws, then creates the world through those laws. So the laws are actually extraneous to the influence of God. So God has to create. So God's influence in the world is actually just based on the laws, right? So the whole problem is with the concept of laws, whether they're laws of thought, laws of math, laws of logic. We're talking about something that exists alongside God that He has to create through, right? This is not like the logos that exists alongside God. This is a totally new concept. It's something in addition to the logos, because remember, the logos is a living being within the Trinity, right? And it's actually God Himself, right? So it's not extraneous to God, right? So in this sense, these laws would be things that God creates through, right? Whether it be math, whether it be logic, whether it be, principles of mind, whether the mind is immaterial, whether it's an immaterial reality apart from the physical reality, these all go to new conceptions, right?
Yeah, it sounds like little demiurges or little aggregrors when you put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, these are, concepts that philosophers have debated for centuries, for sure. But yeah, leading up to today, where they've boiled it down to, philosophy of mind and other issues, free will and problem of evil and these really really unsolvable issues. But yeah, anyways, yeah, and I've done entire shows on those issues. So, we're just unpacking different themes and issues. We don't have time to go back into Kaczynski today. We've done 100 paragraphs of that. We'll play a little bit of the manifesto at the end. Yeah. So yeah, anything else, guys?
No, that's it.
Okay, blessings. Yeah, thank you so much, Firestarter, for being here with me.
Yeah, that's all. That's all for me. But I think I know if I do become a rapper, I think I might use the term Lil Egregore or Lil Demiurge. I'm not sure, but kind of.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You guys got anything else, please send me a message, and thank you guys for being here with me. For everyone else, I'll play some songs for you guys, and end the show here. We'll play a recording that I recorded with our friend London Man. I've been meaning to play, but we've been doing these 11-hour shows, so I haven't gotten to play our old shows that we did with London Man and our old shows that we did with Jack Talcott. Yeah, thank you so much for your friendship, my friend. Bless you, bless your heart, and your beautiful messages that I receive. I've been meaning to respond to those as well. So yeah, definitely. in the process of moving, yeah, I'm excited because get to be with my wife. Obviously, it's been a lonely time here, but yeah, I love this whole idea. What I've learned is that I thrive in solitude, but it makes me miserable. So yeah, although I get to enjoy my freedom and my productivity, what I mean? And there's all sorts of other elements, belonging and community, as we've learned. There's a deeper ecology to life, right? And the understanding of things. So, family and community and all these things are extremely important. But yeah, with these other ideas, we're going to be bringing you, hopefully, more of the manifesto. And I'm going to look back at some of the previous episodes we did. I know there's some issues that we left hanging, and maybe we'll do a recap of some of those concepts. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to see how you've been programmed, see those things that impinge upon your freedom, right? So you can step beyond those determinisms, right? So you won't be subject to determinisms, right? Let's analyze these things a little closer next time. And here is some presentation that we did talking about esoteric ideas and concepts with London Man. And we'll play a segment that we did with Jack Talcott as well. And yeah, some music here for you guys. Thank you guys for joining me. We covered a lot of interesting ground today. Barely scratched the surface of deep ecology. We're definitely going to bring back the topic and give a presentation on the food system and food politics and how important those ideas are. And we're going to bring you more readings with Aldo Leopold and Arne Næss and some of those fundamental ideas and concepts in building alternative views, alternative science, alternative technology, definitely, and also ideas that added up to looking at global politics, new political realities, right? New spatial and technical aspects of those political realities, right? And as Neurojack mentioned, these ideas are influencing new thinkers, right? Like Moldbug and Peter Thiel. And we're going to move into the accelerationists and the neo-reactionaries and their views and concepts. But yeah, this has been a presentation on war and peace, the methods of war and peace in our technological age. Just a sample of that, right? But yeah, blessings.
Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. I represent the murderers and felony offenders who even buck time out to get these legal tenders. Nah, I'm going out with a bang, nigga. Fuck my tactic, I gotta do my thing, nigga. 44 mag. Busting into action, brains left in particles, fragments and fractions. Grim, the money stacker, heat packer. I'm lurking, I'm waiting, attacking like a linebacker. Fuck what you heard, crime pays in all ways. Unorthodox, I hold my pistol sideways. We kill crews, hearts go numb, and if retaliation comes, then yo, fuck it, it just comes. Yo, who you? I'm Dr. Death, motherfucker, ever heard of me? Close your eyes, cross your fingers, time for surgery. I'm already dead, so nah, you can't murder me, cause quantities of entities enter me evilly. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clips, then we take them to war. Niggas Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time to load the clips, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Since I murder for hire, rapid fire's what I require. Making niggas perspire, so send a message through the wire. Cause violence is contagious, it got me busting gauges. The 95 Larry Davis and I'm wetting niggas for wages. Queens is the home of one, the known felon. And it ain't no telling when I'ma crack your fucking melon. For the right amount of chips, I spit clips and hit whips, leaving niggas bloody. The leather seats is where the shit drips. With the pound 7 I be creeping, rocking niggas while they sleeping. Shots repeating, leaving faggot niggas leaking. When I cock back the iron, niggas is dying, marching to Zion. Cause the pound cake roars like a lion. World son, niggas be collapsing. Cause my weapons is ready for action, making your heart catch contractions. In the underworld, shooting gallery, niggas lose calories. Cause my salary's based on fatality. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break the nigga proper, then we break them some more. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break the nigga proper, then we break them some more.
Yeah, yeah! Yeah, yeah, yeah! None of mercy. Well, I know all herbalistic. This one is very enthusiastic because the world said them want it. And Isis and praises to whosoever plant it. I gotta chant it. Well, small the weeds until me hear them a bleed. And if I can't get the chronic, well, the killer and leave. Alaska and the skunk a smoke them by the trees. And me the weed because New York a freeze. Police smell me weed and a swarm me like bees. Them now get the stick, they drop a leaf or the seed. Well, if you the weed, I have a personal greed. Alaska and the skunk go get me then, please. I ask, who can I be my sponsor? Say back this argument, say they must legalize ganja. Believe I know me ask, and if I get any answer, they come with cigarette, we only give your lungs cancer. I heard, it give your mouth bad powder. Some of themself in eagle and some snotty powder. Jamaica was brand of the land of ganja. I got your look hawks and him go leave for Colombia. Small the reach until me eye them a bleed. Me can't get the chronic, well the killer a leave. Alaska and the skunk a smoke them by the trees. And me the weed because New York a fatal police. Smell me weed and a swarm me like bees. Them now get the sticky drop leaf for the seed. Well for the weed I have a personal greed. Alaska and the skunk go get me them please.
Wu-Tang sound control America. One operator, one selector. Wu-Tang sound control America. One operator, one selector. Those unaware would not knowledge the square. I linger in the air like smoke, but I'm there. Hard to detect yourself when you can't see clear to the rabbit. Feed them collar weed. Original ganja plant, them bear seeds. The aroma got me calling my connect. I need a donor to lace me with pounds from Arizona. The elusive bounty and the master exclusive. Many entertainer want the chance to bust, but it's only with the guards I trust. Do I puff? Burning bush full in fronto, lamping on the Bay of Montego. To a far end, bringing wallaby clocks to the starving. There's no escaping the sound clash. Gunfire shot, I make it hot at sunsplash.
Me can't get the chronic, well the killer a leave. Understand the skunk a smoke them by the trees. And me the weed because Canada the freeze all police. Smell me herb and a swarm me like bees. Them now get the stick, the drop a leaf or the seed. Well for the weed I have a personal greed. In the car and the skunk go get me them please. I ask, who gonna be my sponsor? Say back this argument, say they must legalize ganja. Believe I know me ask and if I get any answer, they come with cigarettes we only give your lungs cancer. I heard, it give your mouth bad odor. Some of themself in eagle and some snotty powder. Jamaica was brand of the land of ganja. You love coke so much, go buy your house in Colombia. Me small the reach until me hear them a bleed. Me can't get the chronic, well the killer a leave. Alaska and the skunk a smoke them by the trees.
The Spirit of God, you can go out number 4, literally Hebrew, through Genesis 7:1, where it actually wind knows flood. I explain Elohim, I explain at the head of. It's a grammatical construction, it's a temporal phrase. When at first, Jeremiah 26:1, If you look at Jeremiah 26:1, I'll just turn to it for dramatic effect here. Let me find Jeremiah. Okay, here we go.
Hold on. Lit at the head of Bereshit, because that's like I said before, right? The crater that I found was the Bereshit crater, right? But it's literally where I think the skull is placed as well, one of the skulls. And as they mentioned here, at the head. So that's interesting. I took a snapshot of that.
Here we go. At the beginning.
Oh yeah, sorry. The head, the landing site was tied in with what was the first mission? Apollo, the Apollo crater.
By the way, I gotta duck out now. So
Okay, let me.
can I just thank
you
you so
properly.
much for letting me be a part of this? And it was really fun. A bit
No
scary.
problem. Thank you for joining. Thank you for
Thank you
joining.
so much. I really love your stuff and I appreciate the opportunity. And hopefully I'll join again.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Looking forward to it.
Okay, see you guys. Thanks.
Take care.
Yeah,
Much
have a
love.
blessed day.
There you go. Hey, what's going on, brother, man? How we doing?
Chilling.
There you go. Yeah, I like the way how that guy put it a second ago about the creation of the world being made on that day, not the universe. I never really thought about it like that. That's another way to look at it.
Yeah, he's an interesting author, and yeah, I got a breakdown of his material too. Because this guy is actually a Jewish scholar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking at it from the way, because some of the Jews, they don't believe in heaven or hell, right? So it's interesting.
Okay.
It's like he's trying to get rid of heaven. He's saying, no, it's not heaven. It's just the skies.
Yeah.
And then he's saying it's not ruah. That doesn't mean spirit. He's saying it just means wind. So he's translating everything to just scientific terms.
Oh, they're using scientific terms.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So he's kind of taking everybody for a ride there a little bit. It's the same thing that I was talking about, the connection between the Kabbalists and the beginning of science. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he's saying that, it's about the beginning of creation. So he's saying it's temporal. Just like in the 11th century, the Jews followed Aristotle, right? So they said that God was a prime mover. So that's why how he's explaining it is that they just shaped nature. Like the shit was already there. They just shaped it.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like that's how he said it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's why it's a fundamentally Jewish understanding there.
Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, man. Hey, let's get into it. I want to touch onto this hollow earth stuff.
This guy travels to Israel. He studies archaeology and stuff, and he also follows the Noahide laws stuff. So he's an interesting guy. He's into more about like this guy might be like almost like Fed types. He's one of those types.
Okay. Fed type. Fed type. Oh shit. Welcome. If you're a friend of Dr. Wake Walker, yeah, you're cool, man. Welcome. So where was he, my brother? Yeah, that's where he was. Hollow Earth. Hollow Earth. That's a subject I don't really get to touch on too much, and I don't really hear it getting spoken about as much as it probably should be. But I want to go there. I want to go there for a bit. I want to go there. So yeah, let's get into a few things, man. Have a little dive. Let's have a dive.
The Earth is over 4.5 billion years old. I mean, how arrogant and foolish of us is it to think that we are and have only ever been its civilized inhabitants? I mean, it's just ridiculous to think that, right? The evidence of ancient epochs are incredible. If we look in Genesis, it says the Nephilim were in the earth in those days, not on the earth, in the earth, a detail that's often overlooked. So what evidence do we have for ancient?
In the earth. It was in the earth. So hold on. Okay. Check this out. If they was in the earth, where did they fall from, or where did they fall to? And you know, if they did fall into the earth, that means they fell into the hollowness, right? Which we would be, because they fell. Apparently, they fell to the earth. All right, they fell into a hollowness. These quote unquote Nephil boys. These Nephilim. That's interesting. Yeah, in the earth, right? And if we wasn't sharing the same realm as them, you know, you can either be in the earth or on the earth. I think that's how it's going. Oh, I don't know.
Occupation on Earth. I mean, let's start in Mexico with traces of extraterrestrials, 3,000 objects found by a farmer, validated by my colleague and good friend, Klaus Dana, clearly showing what appears to be extraterrestrial contact and craft from a very long time ago. Then we have Javier Cabrera, who has
Hold on a
black
second. Didn't you
stones,
see
wait
that?
for it, found by a farmer, validated by my colleague and good friend, Klaus Dana, clearly showing.
Look at this one over here to the left. That is exactly like the lens over the thing there. That shot, okay. I know the shot. Oh wow. Okay, I'll take a picture of that. I'll show you guys exactly after. All right, let's keep going.
What appears to be extraterrestrial contact and craft
UFO,
from a
the
very
lens,
long
look.
time ago. Then we have Javier Cabrera, who has black stones, wait for it, with humans coexisting with dinosaurs, suggesting that the human race is 400 million years old. How can that be? We've all seen these images of giants, the Nephilim, right? We all understand who they are. The Bible has told us about them. There's many accounts. However, we've all seen these photoshopped images which invalidate to a large extent the fact that, well, they can't be real, can they? Someone just played around with Photoshop. But I'm here to tell you that they are real and with us today. But let's look at the evidence that they existed in ancient times. Here we have megaliths in Russia. Incredible. We have Lebanon, Baalbek. Just look at this. Who built this? The unfinished obelisk in Aswan. In Peru, in Turkey, in Cappadocia, these underground cities that go to like 100 levels. We're allowed to go to the first 15 or so. Why can't we go further? Who built them? When and why? Were the Nephilim involved? If we look at some of the legends of the inner earth, you know, I'll start with the green people and a legend here in England. And this is about St. Martin's Land, which is near.
The green people, I remember that little thing there. Do you remember the green people story machine? Are you familiar, or is it new to you?
Wait, sorry, I was muted. Wait, you're talking about the little boy and the little girl that came out of the cave?
Ah, there you go. You already know.
Yeah.
You already say no more.
Yeah, I heard about that one. For sure.
Yeah. Foolish. I'm foolish. Sorry, bro. I should have known this. My guy. You already know.
Cambridge, and a fantastic account in the 12th century of two kids, a brother and a sister, who were green. Their skin was green. They just appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't speak English. They didn't eat human food. The boy dies of malnutrition. The girl survives. And she learns English. And she's interviewed by the sort of blogger of the day, William of Newburgh. And his account says that when he spoke to her, she said, the sun doesn't really shine in our country beneath the earth. That's where we came from. We call it St. Martin's Land. It's sort of like the dusk and twilight in our land. And she went on to say that over beyond a great river, there's another civilization that has a luminous sort of sun. So, she describes the fact that she's come from the inner earth and she's green, right? So it gets me thinking, who else is green-skinned? Well, Osiris is green-skinned, right? We always think of fertility, but what if it's something else? What if he's green-skinned because he comes from the inner earth where there is the same kind of sun that we have? And what's his title? Of course, he's the god of the, wait for it, underworld. The Green Knight, a magical figure. Why was he called the Green Knight? His skin was green. What color was the devil? The devil was green. The Green Man, who we're going to celebrate on May Day, we think of fertility. The whole world has images of the Green Man. But what if it's not a fertility symbol? What if it's a symbol of the fact that he's come from the inner earth? We look at green land, and we know that the Vikings settled here and thrived for hundreds of years until they didn't. In 1450, they virtually disappeared. The Eskimo tradition says they traveled north and descended into the inner earth. Perhaps the best example, perhaps the best legend, best known legend of the inner earth is Aragatha. And we've all read Jules Verne, who, by the way, was an incredible initiate. So Journey to the Center of the Earth, scientists, they go down these volcanoes, they go into the Middle Earth, and they find a mammoth, an unusual feature.
Hold on, bro, because you know what? Jules Verne's is cool, right? But I've come across some stuff that is much earlier than Jules, and it's more spookier and more accurate. Understand? So I'm to some degree, I'm starting to think that Jules Verne may even be the watered down version. Some truth, but a bit watered down. But yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, and it's funny that today they have the whole Tartarian thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Tartarus was the name for the hell realm or whatever.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then and then basically what they're talking about is that they had technology.
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking about the advanced technology inside the Tartarus. So they're programming people with this sort of neuro-linguistic, in a way, and what's funny about it is that they're showing the steampunk style of futurism with that. That's from the steampunk, Jules Verne, and also the Eurasian futurists. What's that guy? Dugan, right? And Dugan's also in the OTO, so it's interesting that the Russian occult and the German occult talks about this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
And also the British occult, because you got Edward Bulwer Lytton, who was talking about the Vril in the 16th century, right?
In the 16th century.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was the leader of the Freemasons at the time.
And that's how long they was talking about it, since 16th century. Wow. Okay, interesting. I didn't know it went back that far. Cool.
For Jules Verne to call out, and we'll come back to that a little later. Remember Mammoth. We have other famous writers of their tradition of the inner earth. Edward Bulwer Lytton, who coined "The pen is mightier than the sword," wrote that Coming Race, a very influential book about two miners who notice there's a luminous light in the floor.
Yeah, this is the one I went back as far as the 18th. I remember we done a reading on this. Coming Race. The real, yeah. Okay.
Of their mind, and they create this sort of device to allow them to descend down and investigate it. It breaks, they fall into this world, the lost civilization of Anna, who descended many thousands of years before Noah. And this idea that they found this idyllic Aryan race was an inspiration to Hitler from Mein Kampf. He also talks about viril. So we're first introduced to this notion of this energy, which can be used for warfare or for healing. But perhaps the most influential and most detailed and most important author and book on the inner earth, I feel, is The Kingdom of Aragatha, which was written by Alexander St. Ives, and a whistleblower, an initiate from the inner earth, who tells him all about it. And what he says, the initiate does, is that when spirituality is what it was promised to be in the time of Moses and God, and when the government is sorted out, in other words, I feel personally, when the evil satanic elite who have kept humankind slaves for thousands of years are eliminated, and I do think the head of that snake has been cut off, and this is happening as we speak, then the wisdom of the ages that's being protected in the inner earth will be presented to us. So he writes the book and then panics because, maybe I've revealed too much. Maybe I'm in trouble. So he goes and gets back every copy that he sold, except for one that Jared Vincent found at his publisher. He republishes it, and the world learns about the inner earth. Vincent goes on to found the Martinist order and becomes the founder of really modern day occult. A Polish scientist kind of builds upon this. He also has a whistleblower, sort of initiate, who tells him about the inner earth, who says in 1922, there'll be 50 years of strife and misery. In 1890, he says this, there'll be 50 years of strife and misery. And sure enough, there were 2 world wars, 71 years of happiness, 18 years of war. That's now. And if you don't think there's war going on now, there is. You may not see it. It's not covered in the news like we're used to. But in 2029, the people of the inner earth are going to come back because they're going to need to. Now, there's something about 2029, 2030 is very prophetic, and a lot of people are talking about it. We'll come back to that a little later as well. Another great example is the Smoky God, where there's 2 Nordic sailors, there's a big storm, their boat gets taken off course. They find themselves in this sort of crevice, and all of a sudden, guess what? There's giants. They're 12 feet tall. They live up to the age of 800 years old. Their capital is called the Garden of Eden, and there's all kinds of fast-moving craft, and really, it's a mystical place. The son and the father attempt to return. They try to escape. The father dies. The son lives, tells everyone, as you would, about what happened, and they think he's nuts. They put him in an insane asylum for the next 20 years of his life. There are legends of the hollow earth, and the people, the Nephilim, the other races who live there, on every single part of the globe. Every culture has a tradition of the hollow earth. And perhaps there's none more famous than Shangri-La. And in 1985, the Dalai Lama, who claims to be the terrestrial representative of the quote unquote leader of the world in Shangri-La, said an amazing thing. He said, Shangri-La is a real physical place in the human realm. But if you don't have the right karmic connection, you can't go there. You can try, they're not going to let you. So if your ancestors are from there, then yeah, you could probably find your way there. Someone who did find their way there is Admiral Richard Byrd, perhaps the most medaled American military person in history. And we're going to talk a little bit about his 46-47 Arctic expedition, which is called Operation High Jump. I mean, just look at this guy. Does he look like somebody who would make up these crazy stories? No, he doesn't. He looks like he's very, very credible indeed. But he keeps a diary because he has an inkling as to what he's going to find on this expedition. So he keeps a private diary. 3 hours into his flight, all the equipment starts to malfunction. And he thinks that's, unusual, and he's worried about it. 4 hours into the flight, there's a green valley below. How can there be a green valley below when you're in the North Pole, when you're in the Arctic? Then he sees a mammoth. How weird that he sees a mammoth. Jules Verne saw a mammoth. What's going on? Then he sees ships with swastikas on them. So we ask ourselves now, what did he see ships that were German Nazi ships with swastikas on them. Do we know the Nazis claimed to have found the inner Earth? Or because we know the swastika is an ancient sacred symbol, we know it appears in the Indus Valley temples alongside other really modern looking planes and war machines and tanks and that sort of thing, right? You've all seen those. So did he see a really ancient flying machine, or did he see a Nazi flying machine? Whatever he saw, it helped guide his plane to the ground. He saw this incredible city, crystal-like city, rose-colored, and he met with the master of the domain called the Arne. And the master said, you know, we sent some devices out in 1945 and you fired upon them. You know, so that's the Second World War. Were these the famous Foo Fighters? But what he said that I really want to emphasize is that we see at a great distance a new world stirring from the ruins of yours, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. That's what I'm seeking. That's what Klaus Dana is seeking.
Minoxidil works to stimulate hair growth, and what it's
seeking. So all the civilizations that have come before us have known that there's a time when we're going to need the history of arts and sciences and spirituality to be made available to us. And that is what he is saying to Bird. And when that time arrives, we shall come forward to help revive your culture and your race. So Bird, as you might expect, is pretty worked up about this. And he has an interview with a Chilean magazine, and the government says, you can't talk about this stuff. You know, that's it, no more. And on his very last expedition, the last entry in his diary is, I have seen the land beyond the poles of the great unknown.
I don't know if the connection of how he interviewed or was interviewed by the Chilean magazine has any connections to Miguel Serrano, because there was a Chilean president who followed esoteric Hitlerism, and he even had the Black Sun logo.
Okay. The Black Sun logo is definitely tied in with Hitler. Definitely.
Yeah. So that could be the connection of why this appears in a Chilean newspaper, you know.
Okay. Interesting.
Known. So Bird has traveled to the inner Earth, clearly. And have the Nazis? They say they have, right? And they even have instructions for U-boats as to how to get there. Depths, where to turn, where to go. Really detailed stuff.
Coordinates to get there in the submarines, right? Okay. Coordinates through the hollow earth. Interesting. Okay.
So that sounds fantastic, right? Lots of legends, authors, so-called initiates and whistleblowers from the inner Earth. But what do scientists actually have to say about the concept of civilizations existing right now as we speak inside the Earth? Well, let's start with Halley. He's pretty credible. They named a comet after him, right? So he's talking about the fact that there's multiple regions within the Earth, each having its own atmosphere, being luminous, and wait for it, possibly inhabited. And at the poles, the gas that's escaping is causing the aurora borealis. Well, let's look at that. There's the pole, there's the aurora borealis, just like Halley is saying. Who else? How about Euler? Euler takes the theory a little bit further and talks about an element of an inner sun. Now, we've heard that before from the green children of Woolput. But now Gauss takes it even further and says the hollow earth is accessible at the poles. Symes takes that even further, and look at his images, his drawings, because when we look at the NASA photos of the North and South Pole, you're in for a treat. They look just like this. So they launch an expedition based upon his research. And just like Bird found, and just like others who claim to have been to the inner Earth, you don't just, boom, turn a corner and you're there. All of a sudden, the sky inverts, the stars aren't the same. You remember Bird saw a green valley, then he saw a mammoth. So things change very, very slowly. And they claim to have met with the inhabitants of the inner Earth called the Simonians. Reed Teed takes it even further, and I wish we had time to elaborate on this. He says, guess what, folks? We're not on the outside of the planet. We're in the inner Earth.
Uh-oh. Bingo. You let the cat out of the bag.
Let's look at what the science tells us. NASA, 1967, image of the North Pole. Come on, are you kidding me? It's wide open. Well, how come we don't see those anymore? Well, they're redacted with this sort of white foggy stuff. You can see the redaction on the top images. The bottom image is unredacted. Okay, so that's NASA. Maybe they were just having a laugh. How about Europe? What does Europe have to show? Well, ESA shows a gaping hole in the pole. Okay, well, maybe they're making it up as well. How about...
Look at that. Gaping hole. I remember that picture as well. I know that's an eye.
Russia, for instance. Boom, there you go. An open pole with light emanating from it, just like Haley suggested. Well, maybe that's all a lie. How about the other planets? Look at Saturn. What the heck is that on the North Pole of Saturn? Are you kidding me? It's a hexagon. Is that redaction? Or what is it about the poles that are so special? Are they open like the scientists and the legends suggest? Is this where the Nephilim have gone? Nephilim who, according to Genesis, were in the earth in those days? Brian Cox, the British professor, says, you know, we don't see life on other planets. It's probably because it's beneath the planet. You know, maybe he's right. I did a show, What on Earth? We looked at the Russian borehole. It goes down 8 miles into the ground. For Discovery Channel, they found that there's fossils down there. Fossils 8 miles in the ground and more water beneath the surface of the Earth than on the surface. Absolutely incredible. So Project Restoration, unearthing these treasures, is what Klaus, Donna, and I are focusing on. Project Restoration. Now, we're going to go back to Alexander St. Ives because he tells us what we really need to know about what's been buried and why. The reader should picture in his mind a colossal chessboard all across the earth with chambers. All the splendors of humanity have been saved in these chambers. For many centuries, they've kind of tried to write the arts and sciences in a common language that can be understood in the future. And again, they contain all the arts and sciences for the past 50 to 60,000 years. But the really ancient stuff is below the surface, below the oceans, according to the initiate. And again, when Europe gets its act together spiritually and from a government perspective, and when we break free of this Sedonic elite rule, then it will be safe to give us this information that will relaunch our civilization with free energy and all that kind of stuff, for instance, Tesla was talking about. But woe to the curious who tries to find it before that time. You may succeed in getting into these chambers, but if you go into the chambers of the Nephilim, no one's going to hear you scream. You're not going to know what you're looking at. You're not going to understand it, and you're never going to come out. Project Restoration is about revealing the treasures of antiquity for the benefit of humanity now. And this is really Klaus Donna. I'm just lucky enough to be working for him. So about our technique, it's a bit of old school. It's a bit of new school. When I say technique in finding these chambers, because that's what we're doing.
By the way,
priority.
This guy Klaus Donner's got some interesting artifacts. You know, one of them is like this pyramid with an eye on it, like the same way we were showing in one of our shows.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like an artifact that has that on there. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah, but he just said he works for Klaus Donner. So that's interesting.
It is indeed.
Proprietary, so please don't ask. How did the Knights Templars know where to bury their treasure? It's the 12th century. Times are hard. You've been all over the world. You have all these relics. Build a castle. Have a good life. Take it easy. No, you bury it. But you bury it in a spot where there's already other things buried deeper. Celtic appears to be about 22 meters, or at least that era. There's repeatable chambers found across the earth at 36 meters. We don't know who has put them there or what's there. And at 67 meters is the most repeatable level of chambers all across the world. A colleague asked me, are you sure that couldn't be 66.6 meters? I said, no, that's ridiculous. Don't even suggest that. It is 66.6 meters, and they've been put there by the Greys. So how do they all know where each other has buried the history of arts and sciences for mankind?
The Lost Race of Giants of Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. I've been researching the giants for over 10 years in the Caribbean, and all of my research is based off of the scientific record. Archaeological reports, field reports, peer-reviewed journal articles. So first, let me explain where the islands are. The islands of Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao are in the southern Caribbean. They hug the coastline, the northern coastline of South America. They are about 16 miles off the coast of Venezuela. They were once one island, but due to a series of mega tsunamis, they became 3 separate islands. I originally moved to Aruba and started a tour company, and I wanted to have historically accurate tours. And what I began to do was obviously explore. And what I discovered were a series of coincidences, such as the petroglyphs. So Aruba has an extensive amount of petroglyphs. All 3 of the islands do. The most preserved archaeological remains are in Aruba. So here you'll see a very common theme in petroglyphs, concentric circles. Concentric circles are found globally. They are found, I've seen them as
Top
far
left,
as Easter
top left.
Island,
Look
as
at that
close
one.
by as
Top left.
upstate New York, where I am right now.
Top left looks spooky, boy. Let me take a picture of that. That looks spooky, top left.
That's my daughter. These are in Aruba on private property, which we were invited to see, which is very nice.
People just don't.
But not real like a human eye. Here you have a close-up of the eye and you can see the colors of the inlay. On the bottom of this pyramid, you have the inlay in little gold plates showing the Orion star constellation, and you have unknown writing. The translation of Professor Kurt Schildmann, who was the president of the German Linguistic Association, and he was perfect in more than 40 languages. He was able to translate this writing. He called it pre-Sanskrit because it is older than the oldest writing. And the translation of these 4 letters you can see here, his translation is "the Son of the Creator comes." As we found the same writing on stones.
Well, that's funny because I see alchemical symbols that he's showing. Yeah, much love, machine, and London. James, much love, everybody. Yeah. Been a busy day, I just finally got home. I have to get back to work in like 40 minutes. But figured I'd pop out and see what's going on.
All right, cool. We're touching on the Hollow Earth theory, so stick around, man, if you wanna.
Have you ever heard of vitriol?
Say that again.
Have you ever heard of vitriol? I have it in my. If you go to my profile, even on my YouTube, it's vitriol. It's a Latin phrase.
What does that mean?
It pretty much translates to through rectification, you'll find the hidden stone, pretty much in the interior of the earth. So it's like
okay.
Yeah, it's vitriol. It's an alchemical saying. It's like it's a Latin thing. It's like a vista interior reficando. I mean, it's like it's saying visit the. Pretty much it translates to visit the interior of the earth, and through rectification, you'll find the hidden stone. I think that's what it's kind of alluding to. It's some alchemical fucking shit that they're alluding to, you know, with this shape of the earth and all that. So, it's funny. Vitriol.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna look into that one. Respect for that. All right, let's keep going. Where was we?
This is concentric circles here in New Mexico. So this is a common theme, and it really piqued my interest. Same with handprints. These handprints in Aruba are in a cave. They're about 15 feet up on the side of a cave wall. Here's a cave in Bonaire called the Cave of Hands. The entire cave is filled with hundreds of handprints. And again, a common theme found globally. Here we are at Painted Rock National Monument in Arizona. My daughter found these baby prints, a baby handprint and a baby footprint. Another coincidence and
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt. Can you pause it for a second? Think about this. Have you guys ever seen Castaway?
Seen what?
Remember
Castaway? No.
Castaway, the film.
What's that?
You never seen
Oh
Wilson?
yeah.
The bloody
Tom Hanks.
handprint on the Wilson bowl.
Yeah.
That's what it made me think of. It's like Wilson. Fuck off.
Oh yeah, Tom Hanks. Yeah, I remember that part.
It's on the cave.
It must mean something, though, right?
I think that's what they're referring to. What the lady said.
Now, cupules are cup marks that are put into generally stones that are perpendicular to the earth. Oftentimes they represent the divine female, or the female in terms of wanting to worship the female in a divine form. These cupules are found everywhere on the globe. They are the oldest form of rock art in the world. I think the oldest ones are in Western Australia. I believe they're 60,000 years old. And again, this really intrigued me. Why were these similarities occurring on this small, tiny island? And just to give you an idea of the size of these islands, Aruba is 20 miles long and 6 miles wide. Bonaire is only 24 miles long and 5 miles wide. And Curacao is 40 miles long and 10 miles wide. So these are small islands packed with archaeological treasure. Here is the remains of a gold smeltering plant that the Dutch had set up in the early 1800s. And the reason why I show this is because another intriguing part of the story that I was putting together was that the children in the schools on the island learned that their islands were called the Useless Islands, which was a name that the original explorers gave to the islands. And this is what's being taught. So I thought that's so strange, you know, because there's gold on these islands, and especially in Aruba where there is still gold in the ground. So were they calling it the Useless Islands to throw people off of the fact that there was gold? I don't know. Could it have been just a form of colonialism? I'm not sure, but I knew there was something wrong with calling the islands the Useless Islands. So I began to delve into the true original name of the island. And I came across Amerigo Vespucci's first letter after his second voyage to the New World. And Vespucci came to the New World, first landing on the coast of the northern coast of South America, we presume, in what is now modern-day Venezuela. And he was told by the local population that the island, and they pointed to Aruba because you could see it from the coast of Venezuela, that island had giants and it also had gold. So Vespucci was very invested into getting to that island. This is a great book if you're interested in history and like to geek out to it like I do. This is all of the letters that he wrote back to the king and queen of Spain of his voyages. And just to give you an idea of what these men were doing, and they were all men, they were experts in their fields. Vespucci brought cartographers, linguistic specialists, specialists in flora and fauna, really documentarians who were there to detail all of what they saw, all of what they experienced in detail, what they ate, what people wore. So he took this very seriously. And I've soon found out through reading his work that when he went to Aruba, he stumbled across large footprints in the sand. And he and his crew ended up following these footprints, and they came across 4 women. And these are all Vespucci's words, not mine. The 4 women, 2 were older, 2 were teenage girls. And they beckoned the men to their village, which was quite meager, but expansive. And the women offered the men water and food. They described the food, they described the water very clearly, what it was like, what it tasted like. And then the men, the explorers, began to devise a plan to steal the 2 teenage girls, kidnap them, put them back on their ship to bring them back to Europe. And their plan was foiled when 36 men came and entered the house, and they were of such tall stature that each of them—
Oh my God! Can you pause it for a minute? This fucking lady's waffling like crazy. Yeah, all of a sudden 36 people busted through your fucking waffle reality, and now it's all changed. Why 36 of them? You know, bro. Look, if you could read in between the lines, it's just whatever, man. You know, enjoy reality.
Respect. Let me enjoy my show, man. You know I love you, Cage, but yeah.
standing. In some, they were of the stature of giants, the size and proportion of their bodies corresponding to their height. So then Vespucci goes on to explain their weapons, which were enormous. The men became fearful, and they started running back to their ship. As they're running back, the giants are right behind them, shooting arrows, keeping quick step. The men get back on the ship, and the giants are still coming. Now they're in the water, and they're coming after them. They ended up having to shoot off a cannon to scare the giants away. And Vespucci on that day writes that he thought he was going to lose his life. And soon after, he said, "I name these islands the islands of the giants, due to the enormous stature of the people there." And sure enough, on the first map of the New World ever made by Juan de la Cosa in 1501, 1502, the date is foggy, but the islands of Aruba and Curacao are noted on the map, and they are noted as the islands of the giants. And they retain that name for quite some time. Eventually, the names change. Aruba is supposed to be a version of the original name that was given by the early explorers, which means gold there is. Bonaire and Curacao, it's unsure where those names came from later on, but the original name of the 3 islands were the islands of the giants. Now, here's just a map giving you an idea of the prevalence of giants in North America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And it's extensive. This was a map I contributed to but did not put together. It was put together by Cecilia Hall, an American researcher. And this just gives you an idea of how many giant reports, giant remains, eyewitness reports, newspaper clippings, archaeological records of giants there exist. And this is what we know of. I'm sure we could probably add more, because this is probably, I believe, like 2 years old. And also the giants in Aruba had another interesting physical attribute aside from their size. They also had elongated skulls. So here Cecilia has put together, and several researchers, including myself, contributed to this map, a map of all of the elongated skull sites in North America. So the giants were around from 25,000 BC to 1000 AD, about 5,000 years ago. New dating methods are coming across that maybe they're even 7,000 years old. And that's actually ongoing research at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands. Here's from one of the archaeological reports of the 3 islands and all of the places where the giants were located, where their remains and artifacts have been found, mostly burials in terms of the archaeological evidence. So the creation story of the giants is really quite interesting. The stone you see at the top is called the Mother Stone, and it is in Bonaire. And in the center of the stone is a hole. And from that hole came the giants. It is a navel. They call it the navel of the world. And from this hole is a cord, an umbilical cord that goes to the center of the earth. And the center of the earth is the source, or the mother. And so all the giants were said to be born from this stone. I was lucky enough to see this stone. The hole is there. I don't know if you can see it. They say if you are feeling ill or if you have questions about something, you can go inside this hole, and you would have to go into a fetal position, and all your problems will be solved. You'll also see scattered around the stone a lot of, I didn't take pictures of them, I think you could see if you look closely, but carcasses and skeletal remains of animals. And it is said that these animals go to the stone to die, so that they can get back they're closer to source and can get back quickly upon their death, which is quite interesting. So the anatomical differences of the giants. The giants are, as I said, larger in stature. They have skull elongation. Their skull is positioned differently on the neck to accommodate the weight of the bull is a cord.
This one I want to take a picture of. Sorry, excuse me, I forgot to take the picture of this. Just show me that again. The hallowed canal. And everything right there. Where was we?
Love caves. They also love water, and they love megaliths. And in the case of Aruba, the megaliths were all made of limestone and diorite. Just to give you a quick idea of what we're talking about with megaliths, these are the balanced stone sites. I'm mapping all of them. So far, we're up to 10 balanced stone sites on the island of Aruba, and a pattern is forming, which is really exciting. The pattern that is forming is that these balanced stones are going northwest to southeast. All the petroglyphs on the island also go northwest to southeast in parallel diagonal lines. So the balanced stones, which you'll see some here, are also going that way. If you can see, here's my daughter by one. These are massive, massive, massive stones. These are not eroded from the stone, as many have said, because in some cases the stone on top is different than the stone that it's being balanced on. And these, just to give you an idea, and these are just some of them. A new one was just found actually last week. So also giants love caves, and here
Yeah, do you know what, actually? I have seen someone else speak about that before, right? And apparently there's a game that people used to play machine, right? And they used to like balance these objects like this. But when they show you on a micro level, I think they're trying to show you this on a macro level that big people might have been playing it. So that's interesting. These things could have been here for games, for people's pleasure, when you see things balanced like this. But who or what? Or is it biology?
in Bonaire, for example, it's the largest cave system in the Caribbean. There are over 400 caves. Here in Aruba, this site is one of the more sacred sites. It's about 250 feet up off the floor. You have to climb up to get to these caves, very inaccessible. The cave on the right was a birthing chamber. The cave in the center was obviously some sort of place of ritual. It's filled with petroglyphs that look as if they were done yesterday, which is so amazing. And the last cave is the cave of the burials. And in this cave of the burials were giants. The giant burials demonstrate elite status. The skeletons are in the ground or the bodies are cremated. They have complex grave markers, and the burials form geometric patterns, in particular isosceles triangles, or a central burial with other burials coming out, radiating out as if spokes in a wheel. And the elongated portion of the skulls are painted in an ochre color, which is from locally sourced manganese. And there are extensive amount of grave gifts. So clearly the giants were in charge. It was also a matriarchal society. Here is from the archaeological record of how the giants were. This is spokes in the wheel burial, and that was in the cave that I just showed you. The giant is in the middle, and there were 2 other giants, and then average statured people who had also a skull deformation, but it was a bulbous skull deformation. Archaeologists have concluded the skull deformation is natural. So it was not artificial. So there are 5 skeletons buried at Kaneshito, 3 with very large elongated skulls, and 2 were of average stature with a bulbous skull. Now we get to the bones. So here is from the archaeological record. You can see these were enormous skulls. The largest skull found from this site was over 1 foot long, 290 millimeters. And you can really tell the skull elongation when you compare it to a modern human skull. And here's what they look. This is from the archaeological report while they were in the ground. Some of the bones could not be extracted because they just disintegrated upon extraction. This is the cover of one of the archaeological reports, and I post this because it is the color of ochre that was painted on the elongated portion of the skulls. So the investigators made the cover that color, and this is what one of the burials looked like. And here, actually, that is the burial. So they had these stones that they took from a different quarry. Depending on how prominent the person was, it was something simple like that, or more ornate. This was a stone circle with shells and bones in the middle. And as I said, the burials were in the form of isosceles triangles, where the giants were at the angles and the average statured people were along the other parts of the triangle. And here's the archaeologist sketch of what those burials look like. And here they are. Generally, they were in the fetal position, but sometimes they were supine. This is called the Malmuk Cemetery. This is the largest cemetery thus far. This was a woman. She was the central burial in this amongst probably over 100 burials. She had the most prominent burial, most complex burial, and she was also the oldest. And it's believed she was actually the head of the entire tribe of giants. So here I mentioned the jaw. Here's a jaw from the archaeological report. The teeth are very worn. This jaw is compared to a modern adult jaw, so you can see.
Did she say, hold on, the lady with the head of the giants, yeah? Okay. That's interesting. Never heard someone say that before.
Right away the difference in size and anatomy. And then we get to 2 skulls that I'm still looking for, if anyone knows where they are. They were mentioned in this book by a researcher named Chris Angles, The Quest for the Giants. And he excavated on his own 2 skulls that he was able to get from the ground. The bodies sadly disintegrated upon extraction. This skull has its hand fused to its face. The skull was analyzed by the researcher, actually the head investigator of the Tropical Museum in Amsterdam, and she determined before her untimely death, which was very odd, that this was the largest hand she had ever studied, that the skull had elongation, and that these 2 skulls clearly belonged to a race of humans still unknown and clearly of giant stature, and those were her conclusions. And these 2 skulls were on display for quite some time in a museum in Curacao. And this is from the Reading Eagle, a Pennsylvania, USA newspaper, and from 1980. And the reporter goes down to the Curacao Museum, and she writes about the skulls that she sees. She says, it includes a display of skulls of Los Gigantes, a tribe of Indians who inhabited the island in ancient times and were believed to be over 7 feet tall. So those 2 skulls now are missing. I'm in contact with archaeologists on all 3 islands, curators of the museums on all 3 islands. I'm also called the University of Leiden. No one knows where these 2 skulls are. So the museum went under a renovation and they completely disappeared. which is par for the course with giant remains, sadly. So the findings in the cemetery were that 70 burials that they excavated in total. There were probably over 100. 10 out of the 36 skulls that they were able to extract from the ground were elongated, including the skull of a 10-year-old child. And the same 10 skeletons were of larger stature. One skeleton out of the 36 was a dwarf. Oftentimes when you hear about giants and giant burials, there's always little people around the giants too, which is quite intriguing. And 50% of the burials had red ochre painted on their skulls. And finally, we come to the most complete giant skeleton ever discovered. It is called the Bonaire skeleton. Here it is in the ground. It was discovered in 1980 in Bonaire. It is the largest, most complete skeleton ever found. And I was so blessed to be able to see it 2 years ago. And here it is. It's in the back of a museum, crumpled into a case, so disrespectful. But nonetheless, I got to take pictures of him. They say it's a man. And he was proposed, the archaeologists, after researching the skeleton, determined that this skeleton was over 8 feet tall. He's about 1,000 years old, they believe, but he could be much older. Here's the skull shape. So you'll see the largest skull found in the burials on Aruba, and then his skull is the gray. So he's much bigger even than the ones that were found in Aruba. And the conclusion of the investigators after analyzing the Bonaire skeleton is that the Bonaire skeleton belonged to an Indian who clearly exceeded the stature expected. The more than average stature of Indians inhabiting the Lesser Antilles mentioned, according to Angles and Vespucci, was very much disputed. Vespucci's statement is more or less corroborated by this skeleton. So meaning that the researchers could finally conclude with confidence that there were giants on the island and that they were of above stature of any of the modern humans or anyone that they had seen in the past. So the question I always get is, where did they go? So that's a great question. In 2003, mitochondrial DNA analysis was done of the Aruban population because the Aruban population was basically kept cloistered, so there wasn't a lot of mixture of different DNA. And what they determined was that 70% of modern Arubans' mitochondrial DNA originates from the archaic people of Aruba, who are the giants. So in other words, at some point, the giants probably ran out of other giants, so they began to mate with average statured people. So 70% of Arubans today are walking around with giant DNA. And some still have the characteristics, tall foreheads. I talk to people on the island. My book will feature all these conversations I have with locals about people in their family who were giants. It's very interesting.
So the Nephilim then, well, the Nephilim are supernatural entities first mentioned in the enigmatic biblical passage that the same with the mighty men of old, the men of renown. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Egyptian background to this biblical passage a little bit more. The name means giant, but also I would say the fallen, as in those who fell down from the upper realm, from heaven, but not necessarily fallen down. They may have just gone down. They were the sons of gods or angels who desired to take on a human form, and thus they are half human. They have supernatural powers. Some are thought of as bad and others are not so bad. From my point of view, they also have a knowledge of magic, which they teach to humanity. They also are said in certain sources to teach metalwork, astronomy, and alchemy, all things which are very interesting from an Egyptian point of view. Sometimes also known as the Gibborim or the Holy Ones. They're also referred to in later sources as the Watchers from the use of the Aramaic word Irim, which also means angels. Now, in all of these kind of stories, something to do with the Great Flood. So there's a memory of the Great Flood comes in. This is something that is remembered from all sources, not just biblical ones, but is well.
Bedroom furniture on the brain. Get it out of your head and into your home.
well known within the Egyptian tradition, or perhaps not well known, but it will be well known when I tell you about it. Jewish sources say that the
Machine, you good back there, brother?
Oh yeah.
Good man, good man.
Nephilim actually provoked this flood, caused the flood, which was an attempt by the supreme deity to get rid of them in some way, although it didn't work because they survived. Important Kabbalistic source on this is the Zohar, from which we get the names of at least two of them, which are Azza and Azael, who rebelled above and whom the Holy One, blessed be he, caused to fall from heaven and were forced to put on and live with the garments of the earth. Which means they put on human bodies, in other words, which is an important point to bear in mind, because they could not divest themselves of these garments and could not return to their former residence with the rest of the angels, because they've become human. So they remain forever on the earth. Subsequently, they were seduced in this form by earthly women, as the Zohar account, and they exist to this day. They still exist, teaching sorcery to people. They begot sons, which are also called mighty or giants, and David referred to some of them surviving ones. They're also referred as the sons of Elohim, of God. Now, within the rabbinical tradition, they provide a convenient explanation for the existence of demons within the world, which is as a consequence of the intercourse between the angels and human beings, the sort of intermediary thing. This makes the demons different to how we kind of think about it in the Christian tradition. They are kind of intermediaries. They're mediators between the world of humans and the world of the gods, which is very useful within magic or within any tradition. My remit is to look at the Egyptian aspect of this. Is there an Egyptian side to this? And I can say, yeah, all of it really. All of it has got an Egyptian background. Primarily, Egypt has a class of beings with a slightly different name called the Shebtui, which means the submerged ones, which obviously links with the idea of the flood, but if you think about submerged as well as to kind of come down or to be covered in some way. So the evidence of the flood is to be found everywhere in Egypt. And in fact, there's a text which says, I will destroy everything that I have created. The earth will return to the noon, which is the waters, as it was in the primordial age. And I am the only one, in fact, who will remain with the god Osiris. And I will turn back into my form, my original form, which is as a snake, as a colossal snake, which is not known by men and is not even seen by the gods. So that is an important inscription that we find from Esna. And take note that it's a giant serpent or serpents fighting. We have to bear in mind that the biblical account was actually compiled in Egypt, right? Or the Bible itself, right, was put together from Egyptian sources in the famous Library of Alexandria, or certainly the Greek version of the Bible, the translation of the Talmud into Greek was commissioned by Egyptian pharaoh, a Greek-based Egyptian pharaoh, and asked them to use it and allowed them to use the local records to do that. And hence the term giant. There are two main Egyptian sources that we must look at now, which must have been known to the people who translated the Bible into Greek, and this is Manetho, the Egyptian priest, whose name means beloved of Neith, and Neith, the goddess, is very important in this story. He wrote in Greek in the 2nd century BCE, Manetho, and he wrote a history of Egypt going right back in time to what we would call the nameless Eon. And this is before all the famous kings and pharaohs such as Ramesses and all the rest. And it's usually a bit of Manetho that is kind of ignored, and he describes a strange generation of gods, humans, and other beings before the flood, as recorded within Egyptian records. His book, the Egyptaica, has not survived, but it was so famous in the ancient world that the Hellenistic Jews themselves, right, made a copy of this. They rewrote it, in other words, and they did it in such a way that Jewish chronology became compatible with the Egyptian chronology for all sorts of reasons. So we have a clear example here of the Jews at the same time that the Talmud was being translated in the Greek, including sections about the Nephilim, that they were already relying heavily on Egyptian sources to put this history together. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to summarize some of these ideas because they mentioned a lot, and as it relates to what we're talking about here, you know, they're talking about giants, you know, and also, you know, goddess worship. You know, the lady was trying to touch on goddess worship in the previous video. Right, she's talking about the divine feminine and all of these ideas, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because she's talking about Isis, right? From Blavatsky's tradition, right? Blavatsky had this idea of Isis. She wrote a book called Isis Unveiled, right? And she's talking about Isis and Osiris, right? And the giants, and she was a master of the Memphis Mizraim of Freemasonry, right? So she's talking about the ideas coming from Egypt, right? So there's the ideas of Tot and also the idea of them bringing technology. Now she's saying that these things were connected to some sort of cable that went inside the earth.
Cable, okay.
Yeah, she said it's like an umbilical cord.
The Hallow Canal.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you know, she was talking about that, right? And how she's mentioning all those ideas there, and she's talking about how they're painting themselves in green, right? They're painting the skulls green and red, right? Which is also interesting, right? And then she's talking about how they're coming out of the caves, and she's like, the giants love caves and water.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just symbolism for it, you know, underground, you know, which is again symbolism for Shambhala and also Atlantis, right? Because they're buried underground, right?
Yeah. And the water reference.
Yeah. Yeah, the water is a reference for the other realm. Right, because the water is how you come to this world and how you come out of this world through the water, right?
Got you.
Yeah, because the water represents space. So you go through space, you go through a portal, but you come into the world through the womb. So through the water, right? And also it represents spirit.
Yeah, I've heard that before. And another thing what she's tied in with the female was she noticed that they were giant. I think the leader was a giant female or something like that. Said this.
Yeah, and then she was saying that the human beings were existing alongside the dinosaurs. The guy who was a student of Klaus Dana, he was talking about human beings existing alongside the dinosaurs, and that's from the Indian text, right? Because they didn't believe in evolution in the Indian text, right? So they got human beings back then with the dinosaurs. Human beings are an ancient race existing 4 billion years ago. Right, at the beginning of the universe and also at the beginning of the earth.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Painted with, I think they said they was painted on a black stone or something like that. Yeah. Very interesting.
This first record of Manetho that I'm talking about, the history of Egypt before the flood, it then goes on and it talks about the early pharaohs themselves. And even when it's referring to the human pharaohs, the kings of Egypt that come after the flood, if you like, there's always a reference to the fact that they are taller than everybody else. What's Sesostris, or Senmos Red, is said to be 5 cubits and 3 pounds in height, which, if you're not familiar with ancient forms of measurement, it is very, very tall. It's more than 8 foot tall. So regularly, the pharaohs themselves were referred to as tall, and they're the kind of successors to all this stuff. I should say, if you look at the slides, you will see that this is sort of echoed in some of the images of Egyptian things that are always shown on a colossal size. Manetho describes the first man this is in the generations before the flood, in the generations of the Nephilim, if you like. And the Egyptian name, they give it a Greek name, but Egyptian, this would be a god called Atum. Atum is not so different to the name Adam in a way. Atum, Adam, you never know. Anyway, these beings were anonymous divine beings, right, who existed before the flood. And you can say that the numbers together from the first man to the time of the flood, it gives you a period of 25.
Hey, with that Adam and atom stuff, right? I really think they were trying to tell us, about where the atom, the nucleus inside the atom, right? Because when I look at these depictions of the world, that's what it's kind of depicting, man. And I've been looking into so much stuff to do with nuclei, and so much stuff. And it's kind of interesting, some of the stuff that I've been coming across, man. But yeah, that's for another stream. And even with the nuclear war as well, I found something interesting about that.
5,000 years in this record, which is just a number, but actually, if you know anything about astronomy, that's quite a potent number in itself. It's the total sequence of the precession of the equinoxes through 25,000 years. That's where they get the number from the Egyptian records. After the reign of these semi-divine, half-human, well, they're referred to as gods and humans. That's a weird thing. Later come the rule of the demigods, or also known as the spirits of the dead. The demigods, they are more like into two groups: the followers of Horus, and the spirits of the dead are probably the followers of Set Typhon. The god Set, who is this very ambiguous deity, often viewed as the personification of evil. It could be they're called spirits of the dead because they have very special death customs in the very ancient pre-dynastic times, and are very close to ancestral spirits in the spirit realm in itself. Some would say they practice a form of necromancy, which is an issue probably can't go into too much. If you like, these are the second generation of what we would call the Nephilim, or the Shebtui from the Egyptian terminology. This is all confirmed by other writers of the time as well, such as Plutarch again. He said Typhon of old, Typhon being the Greek name, he conquered Osiris and he ruled, right? For Egypt was once a sea, was once under the sea, and there are many, from which cause many places of mines and mountains are found to contain seashells, which you'll see in some of the pictures.
Typhon conquered Osiris. Isn't Typhon meant to be that half dragon, half human, bottom half or something like that? Typhon, yeah, he was an offspring of, was it Zeus and somebody else? I think I forgot who it was, or one of Zeus's sons or something like that. Something along, or the Zeus cut it down. See, that's confusing. What the hell? Hold on. Typhon. So why would he be? Yeah, that's it. I'm confused, but let's keep going.
And indeed, it is a fact that the Egyptians place these relics all around them, right? They see these relics all around them, so maybe you'll see in the slideshow. The so-called Pyramid Mountain, just outside modern Luxor, actually has a beach of seashells right up on the top of the mountain. There are too many examples to go into, but one notable example would be a thing called the Black Bones of Set. Set again, you see, he comes into this story a lot. I think you have to say Set is one of the Nephilim, really. Many tons of which were found in the tombs of a place called Antiopolis, which is named after the giant Antaeus. Giants come up in this story all the time. Their shiny black color gives them the appearance of iron. And their ancient relics from the past. So that's Manetho. The sacred book of this primeval age of the gods, bit of a mouthful, and is written on the temple walls of Horus of Edfu. And this is where we learn the name, or the Egyptian name of the Nephilim, which is the Sheb-Tui. There was once, to tell you a story, a lost submerged kingdom known as the Island of the Tramplin. And later, as the Island of Peace, and an ancient conflict took place there according to Egyptian records, and this is before the flood. The island world had a temple, and it had a completely alien set of gods whose names we don't know, but are known collectively as the Sheb-Tui, the submerged or lower ones, which if you think of it, is not too far from the term Nephilim, which could mean submerged or lower as well. There's not so much fallen from the sky, but the sky has fallen on them. Then darkness is on the face of the island, right? Recognize this. And the primeval waters that surrounded it and submerged it, and for the island was trampled in a cosmic battle, and its ruins lie beneath the sacred waters. This place is also known as the underworld of the soul, and all who lived there were insubstantial ghost-like beings, which explains the intercourse between gods and humans. And of these beings, the Sheb-Tui, two are named, and play a role in raising the island, raising Atlantis, if you like. Atlantis' story comes from Egypt, don't forget as well. This is part of it. They used magic spells to raise the island to rebuild the primary mansion. As the ruins, out of the ruins, they rise up the island, and serpent entities come and try to destroy it again, big battle again, and this time they win. We know the names of these beings as well as we know the names of Azza and Azael. They're aided in this task by another set of beings called the Seven Sages, which, if you know anything about astronomy, is a very, very provocative term, really, evocative term. In our story, the first sign that the flood is retreating is similar to the story of Noah's Ark. A falcon, this time not, lands with a reed or relic. This is very like the account in the flood, where the first sign that the flood is receding in the Bible is when a dove appears with a reed. So the Sheb-Tui, as we know from this story, are the Egyptian equivalent of the Nephilim. As I say, all these stories can be related to the myth of Atlantis. The myth originates from the temple records. It's what you might call deep mythology in Egypt. It doesn't mean one person copied it. It means this is what happened. It talks of the actual creation of the earth, which was the work of a multitude of nameless divine beings. And in this unique account, you can see that they're ghost-like, insubstantial beings. And there are no women amongst them at first. Again, very significant when you think of the story. For one reason or another, the whole lost world of Egypt was submerged beneath a flood, which is one of these old stories that we're kind of reviving. So the Nephilim are the Egyptian gods, if you like, certainly the god, the spirits of the dead, and the Typhonians, and the god of Set. They come back, they must be kept in the temple, but they don't go out of the temple. They stay within the Egyptian temples. But their power, their magic, their Heka is given to humans to then manipulate outside. So they stay in their temples as sort of a black box, and the humans use their power, manipulated to work magic within Egypt, when Egypt existed. obviously the first act of magic is the rebuilding of the houses and the temples. And the old temples replicate the first temple, this first ancient building of the Nephilim. So this all plays out into the actual performance of magic, which is still the same. We're still performing in the same way. We're literally, hence it's called theology, the work of the gods. We perform the same actions, which is the building of the four-square house up above and below the inter. So, and they start in the center with the hidden god, which is the magician themselves. So any act of magic which the Egyptians learned from their gods and which we've learned from the Egyptians and make our own contact is the equivalent of, is our emulating the work, right, and the action of the Nephilim. Those who taught us astronomy, also the science of the heavens and magic to us. So Egypt is viewed as the temple of the whole world, and the Egyptians and the Hebrews each regarded themselves as the main custodials of this magic within the world, the ancient world, and now within the modern world. And their secrets ultimately came to them from the Nephilim. And the magic they made and taught continues to ripple in the modern world. It has returned.
The direct connection between the giants and a hollow earth. Without that connection, many things would not make sense. So I don't have to go into that. So I should just jump right into the giants. And I want to read the actual narrative from Genesis 6 in this. It says, "And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they chose. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that." It's just telling you that the giants were there when this was happening. And then it goes into the idea that the sons of God came into the daughters of men, they bore children to them, the same became, now the same, who the same who? Well, the same entities that came and merged with the sons of God produced this offspring called the Gabor. You never hear about the Gabor, do you? You hear about the Nephilim, you hear about the sons of God, the daughters of men, all of the cast of characters, but not the Gabor. The Gabor is an important element that is missing in most everyone's thinking. I'm kind of like the black sheep of the black sheep. And because of that, there's a lot of people that don't feel comfortable with what I'm saying, but I'm telling you, this is biblical. This is the results. The archaeological evidence supports what I'm going to show you now. So with that, here we have the 30-foot giants. Now, these giants were never found with bleached bones or mummified remains. They were all fossilized remains. That tells us that that was a pre-flood giant that existed in those days. Now, here is the post-flood giants, the tallest maybe being 15 feet. The average height was about 7.5, 8 feet tall. Now here, and I'm really stretching this, I'm saying here's a 6.5-foot person, male or female. Actually, the average size of a woman back in those days was like 5'3". But we're going to go ahead and go with 7.5 foot or 6 foot, and that works still. It proves a point that I'm trying to make. Cain was sentenced to wander in the side of the earth. That was their domain. That's what they were told that they could stay. The Bible narration of the flood says that everything was destroyed on the surface of the earth. Now, why would these giants come up and check things out? They already had prophecies that they were aware of from their father, the devil, that there would be a time when beings would appear to come from the heavens, and their future was that they were going to join with them and take over the surface. So they sent up a contingency of adult males to recon the area. And when they went up and looked around, they saw that this wasn't the time yet. And when the judgment came, they just simply went back to where they were commanded by God to go, back in the center of the earth. Now, when the canopy broke and everything, it affected the growth of everything. We no longer had 6 foot dragonfly wingspans. They came down to shrunk down. Gravity pushing on the outside of the earth, but on the inside with an inner sun, it's pushing this way. It makes an equilibrium to the earth, so you can float or sail through the North Pole and not even realize that you're there until you see a diffused sun. We have all the history and books and everything to share with that. But at the same time, as everything was affecting the surface of the earth, it also affected the inside of the earth. No longer are there any 30-foot giants. They're all fossilized. That was pre-flood. All of your post-flood giants are, like I said, 15-foot maximum. The average is about 7 to 8 foot tall. And they intermingled with the human race everywhere. And that's why we record all these giants all over the earth, and usually at the foothills of the mountains, because there is a dendritic pattern. Now, I take the book of Job from chapter 24 to 42, and the narration is talking about a lot of different things people have commented before. I got that over here in the museum. It describes everything on Job. The book of Job gives us a scenario of everything we're experiencing today, including the
I can get their cover from just £299.
the Antarctic. We find no baby giants. We find no female giants. We find only adult Caucasian males who are the descendants of Cain, who was sentenced to wander in the land of Nod, east of Eden. So the Gabor are the result of normal-sized humans marrying normal-sized entities, the sons of God. And we can go into the sons of God too. Who were the sons of God? That's for another time and another story. I've got it filled in my museum. Pretty much answers for everything. And that would lead us to another bunny trail, so we have to just skip that for right now. But let's just say that the sons of God, being residents of heaven, have now left their position in heaven. They have left their earth, their heavenly bodies, and come back to cohabit with the human race. Well, these are creating anomalous people that should have never been. Something that was going to be totally hostile to God, to God's creation, and everything else. These are the things that were, when they died in the flood, they became the demonic spirits. Believe it or not, there were no demonic spirits before that time. That is the remains of the disembodied things that were hybrids that lived during this time. Now, the word Gabor can mean earthly famous warriors as well as supernatural warriors. Context is what determines which is which. But the Gabor have certainly been influential after the flood all throughout the different various tribes, creating. Joshua and Caleb were told to destroy all of then this is where they get accused of genocide, but God knew that after the flood, some of these giants had come back up, started cohabiting with certain individual races, and creating all the ites. And anything ending with an ite is usually probably bad news for mankind. And there's a consistency in all of that. With that thought and knowledge, we see that every race has been infiltrated. The races that Caleb and Joshua were told to destroy were the ones that were cohabiting and producing a further next generation of offspring of hybrids that was not part of God's plan. So he said to wipe them out, everybody. Why? Because these would be hostile to his children. He was protecting his children. Goes back to the Garden of Eden, 2 seeds. That's another bunny trail. Can't talk too much into it tonight. I mean, if we can set this back, do a panoramic view of the entire museum. You can see that this is actually representing my lifetime work of 46 years. So you can't come in here and just take it lightly as to, you're going to figure it all out. It took me a lifetime to have all this. So it's going to take a while for people to come in here. And the idea was to come not just once, but many times and view what you want. I usually like to have people come into the museum. I stand back and I let them look at what piques their interest. And then we can go into the kitchen, have some coffee, or watch a video in my movie room, on different topics that piques their interest. Because it's just too much. You're not going to get it all in one time. My book is basically set up the same way. You're not going to get it all at one time because I made it like an encyclopedia kind of a book. It has all the information. It has an overload. I did it because I wanted to be used as a reference book. When certain things happen and you're not sure where there's a scriptural reference, you can go to my book and look it up and find the references for them. Everything that I've written so far has come out to be true. Things I talked about 25 years ago, people just thought, even dear Christians that knew me from the bike ministry that I started, they thought, well, he got off into the new age stuff. He's really off deep. He's fallen away or something. Well, 35, 40 years later, now all of a sudden, oh my gosh, I saw it on TV. It must be true. I remember Williamson telling me that 20 years ago. And so it's funny, I can prove you chapter, text, book, and verse in the scriptures, but once it's on TV or a YouTube video, people start believing it. So it's funny how people, accept knowledge. But I don't push it on anyone. I'm happy to just plant a seed. If I plant a seed in your mind and you're allowing yourself to think of different ways of looking at the same thing, you'll come to find out that I'm happy with just that. And if I'm right, you'll have something solid to stand on. If I'm wrong, I haven't required you to buy my special tinfoil hats or your firstborn or anything else. I just consider and hope that you'll just consider it. This is why I'm able to be here now. I realize some of you are occult initiates, some of you are New Age, and that's almost diametrically opposed to where I'm at. I'll tell you, some of you, I have the highest respect for a lot of you for your work. I may not agree with your premise or your conclusions, but we're all trying to handle the same mystery, and we're all wanting the same kind of answers. It's just like a coin. One person sees one side, one person sees the other side. If we can not fight with each other and realize, hey, we're all trying to find the same thing, let's work with each other. Let's see. See how, what we do have in the way of sound research and consider one another. And I've always done that. That's why I've had to go even to the occultists and see what they have to say about different things. I want to show you a book I really find fascinating. This is an occult scholar. I hope to meet him someday. I'd really love to talk to him. Jocelyn Goodwin. He wrote Arctos, the Polar Myth in Science, Symbolism, and Nazi Survival. Man, he confirms so much of what I have, but he's an occultist. But I considered his work. When I look at his work, he didn't even necessarily believe in the escape of the Nazis to the Antarctic, but he went just on empirical evidence. And from the evidence, he had to conclude that, I'm not really sold on it, but here's what it says. I think that gives a level of credibility for him in character-wise. He's just looking at the data, he's looking at everything and seeing what it is for what the evidence shows. And he turned me on to a guy, H.M. Howell, who he was a 19th century Bible scholar. He wrote a book. There's only one copy left on the entire planet. I got a PDF file on it. It's at the New York Public Library, The Cosmic Problem Solved. And what he was saying was that the Eden was not on the surface of the earth, it's on the inside of the earth. So when Jesus died on the cross, he said, "This day you shall be with me in paradise." He wasn't talking about going to heaven. He didn't ascend for 40 days later, but he descended into the bowels of the earth first, as the Bible says. And that's where paradise was. So paradise, and when it mentions the kings of the east in the land of Nod, where this guy was sentenced to wander, is inside the earth. So inside the earth, if you can see right here, you have openings at the poles. Jesus, when he was talking about Lazarus and the rich man, now according to proper hermeneutics, if they mention a name or a geographical location, it's not a parable. This is a historical narration. And so those two, a name was given and a geography was given. So he described that there was an upper chamber where paradise was and a lower chamber where different levels of hell was. And what was in between was a, what did he call it? A great gulf fixed. They could see each other, talk to each other, but they couldn't cross over. Now, this is one axis of a literal physical hollow earth. This is an ethereal axis. So when they mention four corners of the earth, they're actually talking about these two different axes. I've got all of that over here. Now, the idea is that this center axis lies on the 33.3 degree latitude line, where everything that we're talking about today has happened on the Mount Hermon, Tower of Babel, Roswell crash in 1947, assassination of John Kennedy, the American Stonehenge version of what we have is in Georgia, the Georgia Guidestones, they call them, on the same line. So all these things, we're talking about one story with many different elements to it. They're all interrelated.
There seem to be just 3 references to Nephilim in the Bible. Even if one adds the references to Anakim and other possibly preternaturally large beings, it's still a very small fraction of less than 1% of the whole text. One could remove those references, and reading the Bible for the first time, one would not notice their absence. Were the same excision made to the Eddas, such a removal, the removal of the giants, would take away the principal protagonists, in opposition to which the gods are defined as gods, and most of the myths would be rendered incoherent. The anti-gods is how some commentators like to describe the giants to make this point, and their opposition is theologically central to understanding this ethical system, in distinction to that wherein the Nephilim are mentioned. If a god is something one regards as having intrinsic value to a degree worthy of worship, then within such a system, a god is something one should be loyal to and support over the thing to which it is opposed, which, however, might not in itself be otherwise evil. The fruit or flower over what one regards as a weed, the team one is a member of over the team one is playing against. In addition to the contending camp of gods and giants,
how powerful exactly are Russia's 3 deadliest weapons? Number 3, the Borei-class submarines, the national interest in American magazines.
There's also an impersonal principle, which might be called law, which governs both what happens in nature and what is appropriate in behavior. And this applies equally to all forces of creation and corresponds to the concept of karma in the Hindu dispensation. In distinction to the Abrahamic understanding, deity emerges within creation rather than existing outside and exerting an influence upon it. And nature itself has its own laws and authority rather than being the projected will of an external power. And the nature of nature is that the gods contend with the giants, and whether what happens is good or ill for us is which of these higher or lower powers prevails. That's at least one view to take, which seems implicit in the mythology. And yes, here essentially there's an image of the god Thor, and the other 2 pictures framing him to represent how divinity kind of just emerges, creates itself. And here is a picture of him fighting the giants, this sense of the duality that's present in creation. The size of the giants. The assumption that the so-called giants are bigger than those whom they are being measured against is a natural one to make, but their size is not often referred to in the poems and in the prose, and similarly with the category of beings referred to as dwarves, who are rarely spoken of as small. Size is in both cases not dwelt on because it's not a significant factor in their identity. And when it's referred to, one may argue that size is more of a symbol for other qualities. Strength, coarseness, stupidity, a connection with the primal elements may all be symbolized by greater size. Conversely, skill in craft and manufacture, industriousness, living underground and in a certain secrecy may seem to befit those who are smaller than average and who may not have the physical advantages of the larger limbed. But whom are they being compared to when they are being called giants? Gods or men? In the Eddas, it's the gods that they engage, fight, and sometimes even marry with. Contact with men occurs later in folklore, but by their name, the giants, it seems to me one may infer that people consider them to be of comparable magnitude to the gods. Deities are in some sense unlimited in extent, yet at the same time comprehensible to us because they manifest themselves with discernible human attributes, and they appear in myth to inhabit a landscape that is in scale with these attributes. Thus, it seems reasonable to understand the giants in a similar vein, with an unspecified absolute size. The problem is the English word giant, which denotes nothing that is not large, whereas the Old Norse word for one of these beings, Jotun, denotes an individual of a particular genus, like the word troll, which may indeed indicate something large, but it need not. Giant is perhaps more a term of taxonomy than direct description. There is, however, reason why the genus is not inappropriately called giant, and that's because they derive from a genuinely cosmic giant, and they give birth to genuinely cosmic monsters, which I shall come to later. Why the word Jotun has historically been translated into English as giant is because the primal beings in Greek tradition that are in opposition to the Olympian gods appear under the name giantes. This has been taken to mean in etymology earth-born, but later it came to connotate largeness of stature. In his Theogony, Hesiod describes how amongst the primeval deities, the Titans, Kronos castrated his father Uranus when he came to lie with his mother Gaia, and how the drops of blood fell to earth and impregnated Gaia, that's to say the earth, who then gave birth to this race. They went on to contest the throne of heaven with the Olympians, a battle which is known as the Giantomachy and often represented subject in Greek culture. Hesiod was writing at an early period, at about the same time as the Homeric poems were attaining a final form. Later writers tended to conflate the giants with the Titans and also with other enemies of the Olympian gods, such as Typhon, the great serpent, which reminds one of the...
Yeah, that's what I remember the Typhon. Was it Typhon or the other one?
The Norse Midgard serpent, of course, which is definitely of giant origin. The giantomachy of classical paganism had a succession of commentators from within the tradition while it was still living, which unfortunately the literary record does not supply for Norse paganism. Plato, for example, saw in the battle a conflict between a material and spiritual view of life. Virgil saw it as between chaos and order, barbarism and civilization. Many saw it as a hubristic usurping of what was the natural order of affairs on the part of the giants, for which they deserved reprobation. Contemporary commentators upon the contemporary practice of the Norse religion bring, as one might expect, a set of values to the material which is in as marked a contrast to those of the classical commentators as contemporary society is in contrast to theirs. Ymir and the origin of the world. Here's just a piece of Greek art with a representation of Typhon there. Early of ages, when nothing was, there was neither sand, nor sea, nor cold waves. The earth was not found, nor the sky above. Guningagap was there, but grass nowhere. Guningagap was the primal void between different sources of change, different extremes of weather, and ice began to build up from Niflheim in the north and move towards the warmth of Muspelheim in the south. And when the icy rime and the warm winds met, then there was a thawing and a dripping, and in the flowing drops there was a quickening out of that power which had sent the heat. And there came the likeness of a man, and he was called Ymir. The frost giants called him Olgomir, and from him come the race of frost giants. And all the giants come from Ymir. This line of descent from the first state of the unpeopled cosmos leads to the genuinely gigantic Ymir, who is as big as the world, as should be made clear. In his sleep, he sweated and brought forth a male and a female from his left armpit, and from both his legs, he brought forth a son. Yeah, here we see Guningagap and the line with Ymir there leading to the frost giants. There's another line from the first state of the cosmos. This begins with the cow Orthomla, as one can see, who, like Ymir, emerges out of the melting ice. Her milk nourishes Ymir, and her licking of the ice gradually reveals the man Buri, who has a son called Bor. Next, these two lines meet. Bor marries Besla, who's the daughter of Borthorn, who is named as a giant, and so one might assume comes from the line of Ymir, as this diagram shows. Now the gods enter the narrative. Bor and Besla have three sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve, who thus seem to be half giant in ancestry. However, they are of a different nature, or will become so. The transition that makes the gods gods is not spoken of, however. Etymologically, one may understand the names of these three brothers to mean inspiration, will, sanctity. And furthermore, one may understand the brothers to be aspects of merely one deity rather than separate beings, since Vili and Ve are scarcely attested elsewhere. Next, the prose editor perfunctorily informs us that the sons of Bor killed the giant Ymir, and his dismemberment led to the creation of the world. From Ymir's flesh was the world created, from blood the sea, cliff from bone, tree from hair, and from skull sky. And from his eyelashes the gentle gods made Midgard for the sons of man. And from his brains were they all those lowering clouds created. So According to this view, the substratum of physical reality is of the same substance as the giants, and the gods represent the force that is striving to thrive in opposition to it. The Norse giants are different from the Nephilim in that they are
It's telling you the eyelashes the general gods made mid-god on the eyelash. Interesting.
the first and cruder beings from whom the deities have evolved, as one might express it. The giants within a caste system. Multiple threads spin themselves into the fabric of any cloth. One thread here is that of a social hierarchy, and the giants being cast as an uncouth lower order. But like most natural phenomena, the giants are various, and some are notably wise, such as Vafthrûdnir, whom goddess Frigg, Odin's wife, warns her husband to be wary of just before the two engage in a formal battle of wits. And some are beautiful, such as Skadi, whom Lord Frey marries.
Yeah.
She is known for skiing and winter sports. One may read the gods and the giants as two different tribes, or one may read them as two different castes within one, and wherein one sees the operation of what has recently been called Dutton's rule.
Yeah, this whole idea of the snow people, you know, also coming from Russia, right, has to do with the giants and also Gog and Magog, right, which were seen as giants, right, and also seen as an extraordinary race of humans, right, that existed, giving birth to a special race of humans. You know, some people say they're related to the Ashkenazi, right, Jews, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they
Okay.
say that the red-haired people in Europe, they have special genes, right? They come from the Nordic people, right? So they got the giant genes, right? That's why they try to breed that race. So they say that they'll bring back the Nephilim bloodline, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's where all that comes from. And they have another idea attached to that of the pre-Adamite hypothesis, right? See, this idea of the snow people, they got it in Indiana Jones with the Yeti, right? And it's in India where they find this thing, right? Right, because India in the Himalayas, that's where they say Shambhala is
Oh,
located, right?
Himalaya, India. Got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, Shambhala's in Tibet
Mm,
and in India, right?
yes,
It's
yes,
in those
yes.
mountains, right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay.
Right, right. Which is why we got to warn Nachikita. You know what I mean?
You
Yeah,
got
so
a
watch out for
warning.
that. Watch out for that Yeti, homie.
Oh shit.
But it's
That's
funny that
funny.
Nietzsche had this idea in the Antichrist. He goes on and on about the Hyperboreans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he said the Hyperboreans are like these people who live in the snow. You know, he uses the Nordic myths to talk about these people, the giants, right? And in the you know, they're talking about the Talmud and the Zohar. You know, they're talking about Azazel, who came down. He's basically Satan, right? Who like comes down and then mixes up with the women, right? And he also gave human beings technology. And then when they go away, God imprisons them under the earth.
Would
You
that
know,
be under or inside?
inside.
Mm.
You know, so then the whole thing is like, you know, they're talking about the origins of Satan or Seth, and it's funny that the original Gnostic groups, they call themselves Cainites and Sethians, saying that they were coming from the different races of humans, right? The whole idea was that they evolved from different races, right? This is called pre-Adamite hypothesis. The whole idea is where the idea of British Israelism and esoteric Hitlerism comes from. That they came from the special races, right? They came from the special bloodline, right?
Special bloodline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where they got the idea of British Israelism and esoteric Hitlerism. That's why they're racist, right?
Or 20 real quick.
But yeah, they got the Hyperboreans, you know, and the yeah, the snow people, and they got the pre-Adamite, you know, the Sethians. And it's funny, they had Seth there, you know, he had two look like bunny ears,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, but it's really horns, you know, because in the after the 1600s, right? Because they didn't draw Satan like that until the 1600s, right? And beyond, right? That's modern depiction of Satan with the two horns, right? What they're really using is the Baphomet, you know, which really comes from Pan, you know, because Pan's got the two goat horns, right?
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
yeah, and then the other part comes from Seth, right? Because Seth's got two antlers, right?
Yeah, I didn't even look at it like that, but yeah, you could be right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny. It says that Adam's got a son called Seth in the Bible.
Oh.
So you got,
Right.
yeah, so you got him in the Bible too. You got Seth in the Bible and in the Egyptian tradition. It says Adam gave birth to Seth.
I didn't give birth to Seth.
Oh yeah, yeah. He gave birth to Cain and Abel, and then Seth. You know, Cain and Abel had the whole thing where they were, you know, they had a little feud, and then so it didn't work out with them. And then he had Seth, and then Seth is the one who continued the generations of the humans. So it's interesting. It's like, yeah, humans come from Adam, and then they come from Seth, and people don't even talk like, you know, it's just weird that they got the same name in the Egyptian. Yeah, they got Seth, right? Right there, you got Seth and Horus, and it's funny in the video they said it's the Aeon of Seth. You know, even though Aeon is a term from Gnosticism, right? Like,
What does it mean?
like it means like a god who like runs a specific age.
Okay.
You know, like for example, like Aleister Crowley referred to himself as the Aeon of Horus.
Aeon of Horus. Okay.
Yeah. So he's talking about Egyptian magic, Seth versus Horus, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting stuff there, boy. Good shit.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. Also, the dude of Typhon, right? There's two different traditions. One from Hesiod talking about how he's the son of Tartarus and Gaia, which would mean that he's the son of the god of the underworld and the goddess of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one, he's a son of Kronos, which means he's a son of Saturn.
Yeah.
And also is a lizard, you know, where he comes from underground and he's a lizard. You know what I mean? It's like,
And who else was a lizard? Hold on, there was someone else. Jesus Christ, that's who else. Everyone comes from this lizard family. whether it's bloodline related to Nephilim or Dracula, or I don't know, man. There's so many more connected to this Draco bloodline, lizard type shit, snake, reptilian. Very interesting. How long's left? We've got 8 minutes left. Let's see what else are they kicking on this.
Yeah, and it's interesting where they didn't worship, Athena or Gaia. They worship Artemis. The snow goddess.
Yeah, I mean, not many people worship Gaia though. Like, I mean, how even new is the term Gaia, or old rather? What was the name before Gaia? Was it just the Great Mother?
Yeah, it's just interesting that they got the whole thing with El and Ashira, right? And you got the Canaanite gods, and you got the Egyptian gods, and and what's interesting about it is that the Alexandrian Jews, right, since they didn't follow Zeus, right, they wanted to get with the Orphic Pythagorean system, where they followed those gods that were rejected in Athens, right? That's one of the reasons why Plato and Socrates weren't followed, right? They followed gods other than, that's one of the charges that they gave on Socrates. They said he followed gods other than the ones that Athens followed. Because they worship gods that control the natural forces instead of the gods of commerce and war and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, Athens was more into the gods of war, wasn't they?
Yeah. So they wanted to overthrow those gods, and so did the Jews, right? Because they were fighting a mortal battle against Rome. So they linked up with the people who followed Prometheus. See, Prometheus was an enemy, right? But he also created humanity.
Hold on, wait. He was the enemy, but he created humanity. What?
Yeah.
Explain that to me, bro. That sounds nuts.
Yeah, he took the blame.
The blame.
So the people who wanted to reject Zeus, they followed Kronos, or Saturn, right? Or they followed, Prometheus. They wanted humanity to overthrow the gods, just like Typhon did, right? Typhon wanted to battle Zeus and overthrow him.
Apparently Zeus cut him down.
Yeah. But the whole thing is about inverting the Kabbalistic tree of life. So you could kill God and reinvent him in man's image.
Yeah, it's just wild. Good stuff, bro. Let's keep going.
A lower caste female, and a female may marry a higher caste.
We got the grand old chat room.
Male, but not the other way around. This rule seems to correlate with empirical data across a wide variety of circumstances. There were two families of the Norse gods, the Aesir and the Vanir, who at one time in the several at war, but who made a truce, and the resulting pantheon may be interpreted as one in which it is the Aesir who have the higher status. There were about 15 marriages or male-to-female relationships found in the Eddas. They all seem to observe this rule except the one that gave birth to Loki. In the diagram, the top row across represents females of high to low caste, that's to say Aesir, Vanir, and Giant, and the column down represents males. All the shaded areas are types of permitted union, and the blank areas are not permitted union. And one can see for Balti, the father of Loki, and Laufey, his mother. At the fulcrum between the gods and the giants stands Loki, who is an anomalous figure, half god on his mother's side and half giant on his father's side. And uniquely, he's always referred to as the son of his mother, as Loki, Laufey's son, rather than as the son of his father, which is the normal practice. He does two things that antagonize the gods and empower the giants, and together precipitate the final conflagration and conflict of the death that is well known as the Ragnarok. The first is that he causes the death of the god Baldur, the god of light, of purity and innocence, as he's described in the prose Edda. And he does this seemingly out of envy and for no particular reason. The second is that he sires three monsters with the giantess Angrboda. These are the Midgard serpent, who encircles the whole world, with whom Thor has a long-standing enmity. Fenris, the enormous and fearsome wolf, whose son will swallow the sun, it is said, and Hel, the goddess of, or the wardress rather, of the dead. And all these will be players in the army of the giants who will fight the gods at the Ragnarok. Fenris indeed is said to swallow Lord Odin, the king of the gods. It's a matter of dispute, however, how much a response to Christianity, Loki and the Ragnarok are, and how much they owe to more indigenous European revelations. Regenerative, loyalty to the dark or underworld powers. There is a part of the pagan community, the contemporary pagan community, that endorses a different relationship to the giants, to the anti-deities. To quote Raven Kundera, death is not evil, it's part of life, so is rot and decay and loss and the passing of all things. So is chaos, so is randomness, so is the destructive parts of nature that we humans find inconvenient. All these things are sacred. This may seem perhaps as the application of the belief in universal equality to the beings of the Norse cosmos, to try to play for both teams on the pitch simultaneously. At the same time, I think it's an interesting idea to see the gods as embodiments of natural aspiration on the one hand, and the giants as embodiments of natural limitation on the other. As far as I'm aware, there's no evidence of any classical worship of the giants in Greek or Roman tradition, or of the Norse giants, or indeed of Loki. In Hinduism, there are temples dedicated to certain of the Asuras or Rakshas, or the demons, who seem to correspond to the giants. For instance, there's one in Hanoi near Lucknow, Ukants, who is described as a Raksha in one of the Puranas.
Oh, for God's sake, you don't think I'm propositioning you, do you?
And he attempted to murder Lord Krishna. But the reason for the temple is not to praise him as he was in his life, but to remember him at the time of his death, when he was killed by Lord Krishna and thereby obtained moksha, was liberated from his sins. It's Krishna that they're remembering in him, not him, if that makes sense. Survivals in myth. Is it likely that the Norse myth preserve in the person of the giants and the earlier, now extinct species who walked or loped the earth? Homo sapiens may have possessed the faculty of speech. Contrary to what Vladimir says, it seems the consensus is much earlier, maybe hundreds of thousands of years ago, but perhaps that wasn't as elaborate as Vladimir was meaning. this would have been hundreds of thousands of years before the Neanderthals died out, perhaps 40,000 years ago, which may have been some 30,000 years before the ethno-linguistic entity, the Indo-Europeans, came into being, and from which our culture stems. As a species who would have been strong and might have been perceived as being more primitive, they might, in folk memory, have been represented as being bigger than they in fact were. Human history, as a recorded tradition of words that one may scrutinize, presents itself for perhaps no longer than some 6,000 years, I would suggest. And therefore, this makes any extrapolation to the case of the continuity of a memory through many millennia entirely speculative. The myth of the Great Flood, which appears widely across cultures, including the Norse, has been connected to the significant rise in sea level that occurred between the 15th and the 8th millennium before now, after the last interglacial maximum, when the ice sheets were at their greatest extension. So that would be the continuity of a folk memory for perhaps half the time since the Neanderthals left the stage. While it may be fanciful to see the giants as Neanderthals, it seems to be not unreasonable to think that there was some basis in reality for whatever caused the giants, the titans, the rakshas, the Nephilim, and all such beings to become lodged in the collective consciousness. Thank you very much.
Yes, buddy. Yes, pal. It weren't too bad. Bit longer than I expected about the Nephilim stuff, but the Hollow Earth stuff, yeah, that's right up my street, man. I love that Hollow Earth shit. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Especially when they're talking about the entrances to this place. Right, there's a lot of truth. There's something I wanted to actually go over real quick. Actually, what's the time? Have I got time to do that? Hold on, let me see. It's getting late. No, I'll leave that for another build, but what we
Yeah,
can.
it's all good. I gotta. Here, hold on. Yeah, I gotta run out of here soon too.
Exactly, and I got work tomorrow. I didn't even realize we've got 4 hours in. That's not too bad, 4 hours. So
Yeah, we'll pick it up on Friday. You know, on the next Friday. You know, I got you.
definitely. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much into the Norse mythology, but I know about the Hindu connections with the esoteric, you know, and it's interesting. I got a book that says that a lot of the Norse and the Hindu stuff seems to match up 1 and 1, you know, with the Egyptian and the Greek. Yeah. So they got similar figures, you know. Shiva is a lot like Kronos, and you know, and it's a lot like Loki and all of those types of things, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like they got a dark side of the god, and it's always got a similar characteristics to it, you know.
Oh, indeed. Shiva's the one though. That's the one that's caught my attention, Shiva.
Yeah, Shiva's got the snake wrapped around him. You know. And then we seen Loki with the snake as well. You know, and then obviously you got Typhon. He's connected to the snake thing, the dragon thing. You know.
I didn't know Loki had the snake also. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. But yeah.
Good shit. Hey, I got something for you before you go.
For sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, 420 if you got that shit.
This video is protected by fair use. It is not for profit.
Live each day like your last. One day you'll be right. Until that moment happens, I'll reach new heights. It's amazing how evil the world can be behind a beautiful face. Summertime murders with heat get erased. My friends say MF, you're in outer space, but I have to blast off. I hate this place. I mean, I love it so much, but it's going to waste. Mind control, people don't know what's real. Programmed to kill, so we reach for steel. American hunger, everyone is a meal. Fuck napkins, thieves wipe their mouth with sleeves. United States on its own, young it feeds. Born to starve because the others would greed. Trapped like lab rats, causing a craze. But I want out this maze. I say, this is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Tell me, is there a way out? I walked through the doors of hell. It said stay out, I didn't. Fell even deeper, trap floor was hitting. Programmed to eat fruit that's forbidden. Mankind don't live up to its name. Not kind at all, devour their brothers. Cry at funerals, kiss their mothers. Backstabbing for knives they're grabbing. Loyal to enemies are lies, they have them. I boil as a mic fiend, knowing I'm censored. Feds do stakeouts at my concerts, hoping I cross lines cause I'm a lifer. Corrected my wrongs, turn uplifter. Divine is comedy, from pain come laughter. With a clean slate, I choose to die with. While in park, I look up in sky. This is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Up in the sky.
Thank you so much. I'm speaking on think and act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay? Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. You know the heartbreak about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality? All they ever do is think about them. They don't act on them. Because they have a fear if they act on them, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. It's going to be a great night. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. These tongues are difficult to bridle. You can cut someone's character, cut someone's qualifications, and cut someone's morals. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act. Say it with me out loud. Now. Think. Act thoughts are about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality. All they ever do is think about it. They don't act on it because they have a fear if they act on it, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early, think, act now. It's going to be a great night. Act now. Think, act now. Stay with me all night. Act now. Thoughts
used to understand happy. I know that I used to be happy. I was really happy. I'm unhappy now and I can't remember what it's like to be happy. I only remember... I don't remember. I remember being happy only in comparison to not being happy, which is what I am now.
The megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rats jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's when Father Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures with panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman.
Futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious.
My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east, by the thunderclap beats. Ability for baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the plow, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can barely pull my own weight. This is the island stone face told me to wait. Strength of vitality, Rock Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from and 51. The mixing board, channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Nietzsche board. They stared at us all, evaporated. Terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. As all the man knows who are grimoires, master matrix, manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz or smoke chemicals into alcohol. A danger to you all. What stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is 1 billion years old. Be born to translate old to something great or bold. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways explode. My occipital low, remote viewing the biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connective nodes, flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 command the complex of the robotic. Basal 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers to ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improvisers. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you see? Sideways 8 times C to the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 horses, twist. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no ski. He doesn't exaggerate, he claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say, rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Pride to change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam, screen like weapons you can't beat. I concentrate on everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. My prophet, it must have been. I see Project Moving of the hip hop machine. Understand what I mean? A bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that past dream. The helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning ball stream front the heat. Try to beef. I transform into a beast with wise heat. Tap that so I speak. Symptoms last for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded jack niggas ill. We globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, we sweep it for the beast from the east to the death. We are sworn to protect. Hip hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got to murder for 10. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack the head. I'm breaking the sweat. Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Arm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a silent sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass. Bishop professor, poet laureate since 77. I converted affinity into a weapon. Shouted, stop complaining. Shut up unless you got a solution. We looking at him like, what do we do, sir? He said nothing, then lowered his head and said everything will fix itself in the end. Syllable we know globally, upholding the hip-hop rosary, notably greatest mixer of all time, supposedly murders the jackers urgently. Observe me perform surgery at the mixing board comfortably. Send the jackers to the cemetery, snake eats the canary. Surprise men, incendiary vocabulary, extraordinary galactic emissary. The designation, preliminary degree, location, cosmonaut communications through a constellation of celestials, equations, undated stimulation, piezoelectric animation, electrocranial, completely awesome ramifications, fucking supernatural force all over creation. Creativity from the sky originate from high sources. Smoke, shamanic, chronic aura describes the forces that causes forces in armor. The draw flying source, it enlightens the brother. Engage in battle, Satan's monsters, bathed in heaven. Waters Van Allen Bell holds up my boxes forever, you motherfucking bastards. Don't believe NASA, I'm stitches meaningless back. Don't believe the contractor with a satchel of answers. Rapper the public propaganda. I am a Terraforming command. The fucking smell of gunpowder rifle in the range. Find who's the one to facilitate move by. Crush supernovas. Shoulder I shoot with is separated. Stupid, you think you got a better shot than me, then do it. Now you got the juice. Stop the music. Silence. I want you to hear what the truth is. I wanna see humankind rise. I wanna see it with my own eyes. I wanna see racism stop. I want aliens to listen to hip hop. Haters misquote rhymes, pour turpentine down their throats, let them choke with the bamboo vines. Arnold Schwarzenegger movie screen casualty count. Between him and Sly Stone, they gon' carry you out. Overhead A-racks, wipe the whole place off the map. No excessive force, just rap. What kind of life you got? You You see me here rhyming with this robot, you know a brother love hip-hop. Love overboard, choppy water, high winds and fog. Probably never make it back to shore. The world's crowded, but I feel alone. I'ma always be there for you. Turns into now you on your own. A life of service, nowhere near politician perfect. I'm glad the wife is a strong person. I'ma forget you, but not if you're special. Especially if you're indiscriminately unsettled. Wherever you're at, that's where you settle. Public programs, policy, pussy to pedal. Metaphors melt metal. Morphed into something that could be used by rebels to fight corporate devils. Raise the drawbridge, fuck you. You were all dead men walking, talking about you awesome. Terabytes of lyrics, yottabytes of spirits. Some criticize it, some like to hear it. Regulatory telling the story, you have the right to remain silent. Charlie, I'm sorry, please stop talking. Strength and vitality, the Arawak Indians dance for me because I commanded it to be. I pluck triggers like ukuleles with the strings missing. Wasn't ever into no ring kissing. Biological rhythm, always watching the bottom of women. My harem of Cleopatra's my kittens. When the invitation is given, do not go. The hair and nails of the undead do not grow. I ain't got enough teeth to properly eat meat. I can't barbecue cause property ain't cheap. Construction costs per square foot. Either we gotta stay put or we gotta find somewhere else to cook. When I'm satisfied, I'll deliver. Take the arrow out of the quiver. CannabisCollection.com. X-ray vision, night goggle, ripper block, Google and Twitter. Why harness homing pigeons for biohazard contingents or living organic conditions? Maybe this will put your symptoms back in remission. Spitting so much things we don't know taking place, but they are taking care of everything every day. Liar birds mimic my voice. The hardest thing to avoid turns out to be the simplest choice. I'm a deep water dredge. Do you get it through your motherfucking head? One day you remember what I said. What happens when 7 billion minds couldn't match the mind of one? Shame so the voice coming from the sun. Composition, none of your business. So what are you thinking? I'm thinking he's gifted. It should be under urgent care supervision. Was there anything he said or anything?
It's not yours to take or give. The new day begins tonight. Enter the next phase. Enter the program. Technify your mind. We are just dreams in space. Stranded in this foggy place. No transport out of here. I guess we'll have